Ada. Suara TV sih ada. Tapi gua pecah banget lagi Bang gambarnya. Mananya? Okay. 3 minutes. One minute standby. Yes. Welcome everybody back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 mobile version. Of course, today we're going to be your hosts. Of course, our casters. It's all you and also Trixie. Hello Trixie, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great and I'm very excited because actually I just noticed that on our leaderboard or on the previous games, of course we expected Onyx or Team Plunger. They've been on the top of their group ever since the past few weeks, but ever since the rule set change, we now have other teams ranking first, and it's not Onyx and Timplinger right now. As from what I've known, I believe it was Navi and Underdog FPS. Correct me if I'm wrong, Olu.
Yep.
And it's surprising because this rule set right now is, again, it's not just about Mandelbricks anymore. Yes, we still have the Mandelbricks, but again, this gives a big opportunity for all of the players to get into match point easily, because you could just go for the kills, you could go for the loot points, then you could go for the Mandelbrick. But again, if you have other plans, you could go straight for the Mandelbrick to get that sure big points. And I'm really excited because right now, judging from the ban and pick, it looks like our group B has a lot of tension right now, because most of the good or most of the aggressive teams are also at group B. But we'll be looking on forward first for group A, which I think we have Navi and Onyx together, if is it correct, Aldo? So
Yep.
I'm really curious on how these two teams could match up together, and looking forward as well to the rest of the teams. It's a big shame that EWG did only have two players on their last game, but hopefully we could see a big comeback for them, and have their third player join the match. So, how about you all? What do you think of the matchup today?
Of course, it's going to be a good day because I'm hoping that all of you operators out there are currently having a real good day, as we are seeing a black screen on our screen, but it's okay as the OBB is coming out. But of course, it's going to be a good day. As you said, there are a lot of teams who are currently having a time of their lives. And I'm talking about Underdog FPS and also Navi, who we said was going to be that X factor in each group. And I think what Navi did yesterday and Underdog FPS, it shows that they have the qualities to actually become the top team in their current respective groups. And I haven't seen, not a lot happening between these two teams, because they haven't really met on any groups as particular. I think they did. Navi and Underdog FPS was in the same group with Onyx on week number 4, but that didn't end well for Underdog FPS because most of the time they were playing with only 5 players. But of course, we're going to see the SEA Operation NPC roadmap. Of course, there's going to be our first qualifiers with who is going to send out the 3 top teams going on to the Pan Pacific Operations Cup. And then we also have the last chance qualifier and also the other regions coming in to that POC season 2, who will fight for that 3 top slots to get into the Delta Force Invitational 2026.
Wow.
Trixie, I'm talking about the teams currently right now. Of course, this is going to be mobile today. It's going to be a hell of a brawl, especially because you don't have any continuation moving forward. You don't have the POC, and you also don't have the Delta Force Invitational. But what they do have is the trophy for themselves. We have seen Underdog FPS actually coming out to fight for that prize pool again. And finally, I'm hoping to see why they are worthy to be called our season 2 winners, and they are going to fight for that first position spot. Even though currently they are currently in the global leaderboard, they are currently on the 4th position, but I think they have a chance to get onto that first position and bag that $1,000 to their own wallet. And I think this is going to be a huge race, especially in the top 6 teams. Who will get that first spot? Who will have that that boost, especially coming out of that season 9 rulebook? We'll have to see whether or not the top teams on the first and second spot will drop down, especially looking at how Onyx was doing, even though they are currently at first. But Navi and Underdog FPS might have their chances to actually overthrow Onyx on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll go back here, and again, these are the teams that will are participating right now. We have Underdog FPS, EWG, DK, Onyx, OG, FOC Osiris, Phantom Legion 1, Five Man Hopeless, Team Plinger, Navi Nation, 3 Angry Men, and FOC Amunra. So today we'll be witnessing Navi Nation, EWG, Onyx, Phantom Legion 1, FOC Osiris, and the 3 Angry Men for the first group. And later on, we'll see the rest of the teams later. But again, all of these teams are actually adjusting right now. Some of the teams have already caught up with the strategy. Actually, I've seen a lot of meta change. I mean, I may have taken a few notes on what Onyx is cooking up right now because
Ooh.
as we've witnessed last week, we saw that ever since the rule change, Onyx was the first one to give us an impression of easily adapting to it. But again, as each match goes by, the rest of the teams are adjusting to this new rule set. So again, this will be
Yep.
our tournament rules. We will be having a 7 rounds, but actually we could go to 10 rounds in the finals or group finals. So again, each of these teams will still be fighting for that mantle break, but if they only reach the 40 point threshold. So each of these teams can earn their points through kill points or maybe loot points, but they could also earn points through mandal breaks. But again, that mandal break will be counted as points if they haven't reached the 40 point threshold, which I think is a much more better setup for the rest of the teams to catch up, because like we witnessed last time, all of the teams have got that mandal break. It was group
It
A,
was
if
Group
I
A.
wasn't. Yeah, it's
Ah,
so shocking that all of the teams now actually has a chance to grab that mandal break and turn it into points to catch up to that 40 point threshold. So again, it's like the kill points and loot points now has much more value right now compared to
yep.
our other rule set, which is more focused on the mandal break. So teams who are very aggressive, this may be rewarding for them, but for teams who are playing passively, might not be a good strategy anymore in this rulebook, because again, you need to reach that 40 point threshold. The early you could get to that, the early you could get that match point and decode the Mandelberg. But speaking of this rule set, I noticed that we have a few teams that once they reach the match point, other teams would mostly aim for the mandal break already, and
Yep.
at the same time get those skills. So it's a big chance for the rest of the teams. Let's say someone got the match point, but if it got stolen, it's a big possibility that there might be two teams already going to match point. That's why this mandal break is a really still a big value for us in this new rule set. Like we've seen here on round 2, the mandal break costs 12 points, and as each round goes on, it goes up. So if they ever reach round 4 or round 5, I guess that's a pretty big value already if you got a really good start, especially in round 1. If you got that
Yep.
good start, and let's say you got around 10 points like that, and you got the mandal break on round 2, then you're very very close, or you're getting that points faster so that you could activate that match point. So I feel like on round 1, most of the teams might be going for the kills, or maybe some of the teams could go eco to earn themselves good loot and bring in better gear for the next following rounds, right, Olu?
I mean, you could say the eco rounds really set up the rules of the game for that particular group, as we saw on a couple of the games we saw yesterday, also including the PC version, where a lot of the teams who went all out on round number 1 had a really good start, but then some of the teams just kind of fell out where they got their positioning quite wrong, or they want to seize the Mandel break but didn't wasn't aware about all of the other teams' whereabouts, and they got cut off mid rotations. A lot of things actually happening, and it is really good for us because we got more entertainment for you guys. The action is
That's true.
backing up. Of course, right now we are on week number 6 on the 29th and 30th of August, and we are just on the brink of the edge to go to the main event, where we on week number 7 will have that LCQ, and then followed by the finals on to the next 3 weeks. So don't worry, guys, we still have a lot of Delta Force action coming up your way. But again, I want to point out that mobile last week, ladies and gentlemen, played all 14 games. Trixie, you weren't
Yeah.
there. You did not actually feel the tension that was rising onto every single game, because we got a full 14 games. Do you think we're going to have a full 14 game again, Trixie? I want to ask you that question right now. You need to answer me right now.
Well, I pretty much feel like we could go into a full 14 match for both of these groups, because actually all of the teams right now are already building up their strategies. Like, they're already at that point where they're finalizing the strategies. Why? Because this is the last week where these teams will have to wrap up their points. And again, to make it easier for them, they need to join that top 6, right?
Yep,
Because next, after this, we'll go to the last chance qualifier. Of course, to make it a bit stress free, you gotta aim for that top, right? So
yep,
all these teams might be going full out. I mean, they should not might, but they should go all out right now, because
yep,
again, we have a lot of leaderboard changes ever since the last match. So most of these teams right now could be feeling the pressure, especially for our top 7 to top 12. They could be feeling a lot of pressure right now because of the point change. But we also have some other teams who are making their way to the leaderboard. So I'm really prepared on what we're gonna see today, Ollie, because again, this could decide who would be our top 6, who would be moving
yep,
forward on our upper bracket. And also, we'll find out who will be the top 7 to 12 who would be playing for the next matches. So really high hopes to the rest of the teams to finally get a hold of this new rule set, because from what I'm noticing, I think we still have some other teams who still don't know how to move through this bracket. Yes, it's easy to say just get the kill, just get the loot, and just get out of there, get the medal break. It's very easy to say, but if you're playing with these teams, it's actually very hard, because we've got teams who got good strategies, like going on the third party. They've got the good position, good team composition, and so much more. And again, this is our group standing. We still have Onyx at the top. And what shocks me the most, it's that Navi Nation is now at top number 2. And following
yep.
them was Team Panger. And then Underdog FPS is joining the top leaderboard. And then we have FOC Amunra and 5-Man Hopeless. As for our teams on number 7 to 12, these teams still has a chance to join our top 6. But again, it all depends on their game later on, right, Olu?
Yeah, it is going to be depending on how they do, particularly in today's week, because this is going to be the last week that we are going to count their points before we are going to the LCQ and deciding who will join up to that upper bracket and lower bracket run. So 5-Man Hopeless, I kind of want to talk about 3 particular teams. It is going to be 3 Angry Men, DK, and also 5-Man Hopeless. Last week we saw them playing on Group B, and they played really well on the 2, and the other one is kind of questionable. I would say 5-Man Hopeless is the kind of questionable one. While 3 Angry Men and also Team DK, they sure have their needs, what they need to win, but they couldn't find those Mandel breaks. And especially in this particular group right now, we are going to see 5-man hopeless, DK, and also fighting against the teams that are currently looking very scary, like Underdog
Yeah.
FPS and Team Planger, and also FOC Amunra, who are currently right now on the top six. All of them are in top six. Original Gangsters, 5-man hopeless, and DK needs to show up how they will do good right now. And as we see on Group A, we also have Navi Nation, Onyx, EWG, Phantom Legion, FOC Osiris, and 3 Angry Men. So I want to see more Mandel Brick fights, because coming out of DK, 3
Mhm.
Angry Men, and also 5-man hopeless. Yeah, sure, 5-man hopeless did get a Mandel Brick, but they did not get a lot of kills, while 3 Angry Men and Team DK, they got no Mando bricks but a lot of kills. If we saw last week's um, leaderboard, group leaderboard, we saw that Team DK actually, 3 Angry Men actually had the same points of kills as Underdog FPS or Onyx, but then they did not get that Mando brick. So kills, yeah, sure, you can say that kills do
Mm.
matter, but Mando bricks matter more now, because it gives you the most point. As we see, as the map rotation, of course, we're going to play that 2-round on Brakkesh where everything could happen. We saw some different metas coming out. We also saw double Ulurus coming out, double operator kind of went out every time we got Brakkesh. So it is going to be fun whether or not 5-man hopeless is going to pull up that their double tempest on Brakkesh will still be a question to be asked for the later rounds. Of course, Trixie, we are going to go ahead to go to the games in just a little bit, but again, Space City and Brakkesh with tight prison going out of the map rotation, I think it kind of moved a little bit with the player, how they approach the game as a whole, how they try to recompass their operator composition to actually fit each maps better, and what gives them the higher advantage on decoding that Mando brick. As we saw, Brakkesh will be full of Shepherd, Morse, because we don't
Yeah.
have tight prison anymore. Of course, you're going to pull out that Morse, but I want to see more of Raptors and Heckclaws actually being used. Yeah, sure, you can argue that Heckclaws are not the greatest operator, especially when you are going to go fight a Mandalbrick, but in a map who, you have a lot of corners, such as the museum decoding station, and you have a lot of Shepherd in the area. I think Heckclaw might have some good use to hack some of that utilities who cannot further delay your push coming out of your cover to try and seize that Mandel brick. So I think Heckclaw might have some good use, especially if you want to use Raptors in, Zero Dem, or maybe in Space City. You can use Heckclaw as that substitute to Raptor and also to the Morse. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, because again, as you mentioned, since Tide Person is out, these teams are now thinking of different strategies on how to allocate their operators. Because again, we have different metas on different maps. Like, for example, on Zero Dam, we see a lot of Raptor, we see a lot of Nox. And actually, one good point that you did say is that Hackloff. One thing about Hacklo is that you could actually counter Raptor Silverwing. So it's
Yep.
actually one good point to use Hackclaw in Zero Dam in some cases. And second is that you could save up the two Raptors for Brakkesh.
Yep.
And as well, you could save the Shepherd. Yes, we see them mostly on Brakkesh. And as for Space City, we see Uluru, Tempest, and Stinger. And again, that three. I mean, we've witnessed Onyx, double Uluru, and a single D-Wolf. I think that's actually a pretty good matchup if they did go to the decoding station near the centrifuge area, if
Yep.
I'm not mistaken. It's a really good composition, though it's still a bit risky, especially if they really want to retake the Mandel break in that position over there, because yes, you could go with the D Wolf with that rush, but I think a Tempest would also be great. But again, who knows that they might be saving up the Tempest for the rest, because it's not just about the team composition, it's also about where they position or how they position themselves depending on where they spawn. If they got a T1 spawn, it could be good. They could position themselves early. If they ever got a T2 spawn, they could go for a sneaky third party. It actually depends on how they play, where they spawn, the strategy changes. And whatever their team composition is, again, the strategy changes. It all depends on how they all play out. So it's a really big requirement for these players to strategize and adapt on how the rest of the teams would play. Because if you're gonna stick to one strategy only, then who knows what could happen? What if it goes wrong? You should have a plan B. That's why I do expect that some of these teams might mix up some new team compositions, like what we mentioned. We have Hacklaw. I mean, I'm surprised Luna is now actually being used. I saw that on last week's game. I saw some of a Luna. I also saw some bits of Blinder. Blinder is actually another good operator because her ult actually gives like a defense for that one shot headshot. It actually absorbs one shot. So it's another good thing. And it's funny because I saw a video that Blinder is actually one of the most toughest operators just because of her ult. So again, we have lots of operators and all of them can be used in these different maps. But again, let's move forward to round one, which is Zero Dam. So I want to talk about team compositions, the strategies on what these teams have. I mean, like I've mentioned, we do expect a lot of Raptors. Nox, actually. Nox is one of the operators that I also noticed over here. And
Yep.
it seems like the rest of the teams here could go for the kills because again, Raptor is a pretty good hunting operator, especially if you're going for the kills, and Nox is one good operator to lead the team to different positions with his silent assault.
Yep, I think Nox is going to be another favorites out of coming out of all the teams who are going to go to the zero them. Of course, we are going to go ahead and enter our first game over by Zero Dam,
Let's
and Group A
go!
is going to be fighting for that top squad. Of course, we are talking a lot of gunfights going to happening in the last
Whoa!
5 minutes of the game. But of course, as we see right now, three angry men, Phantom Legion, EWG, but EWG again playing with only two players. How do you feel like? I think a lot of Lunas being thrown out actually on round
Yeah.
number one by Phantom Legion and also by EWG, pulling out that two recons for starting off this game. I think it's going to be really good, especially if they are right now they are in a disadvantage. But oh, Navi actually getting their tier 1 spawn but did not choose to rotate over to the admin area. They want to fight over by the cement area where we have, of course, that king save available on the top of the cement plant. So this is going to be the first fight that we might see, while EWG, of course, playing in a handicap, playing with only two recons right now, is going to have to survive as much as they can, and it will be great if they could find the picks onto Navi. Of course, that kill points does matter. If you were talking about the compositions, of course, Vlinder, I think, is going to be one of the most favorite medic to be used outside of Space City. I think because of her ulti and also her smoke and her
Mhm.
heals, it gives a lot of value, especially her ult when you are in a fight. It is going to be one way to save your teammates without actually getting shot at by the enemy teams. So having that as a great option in fights is going to help a lot of these teams who are pulling up that blinders, and we saw a lot of teams actually pulling up that blinder over by zero them, and less likely on other maps because I think you need the extra utilities to actually fight over
Mm-hmm.
by Space City and also Brakkesh, right? That's why a lot of the teams are pulling out their blinders by zero them first because they don't really want to waste their other operators ticket. But as we see right now, Phantom Legion going to have that admin area for themselves and racking up a 1.1 million lead at the start of the game. Of course, if they could get out with all of the loot, it will be good. But as we see right now, I think it's going to be a long game. Of course, 5 minutes, a
Yes.
zero them is where the action usually takes upon. But I want to ask you about some of the team rotations. We saw a lot of rotations coming down in zero them, which are unnecessarily kind of weird, I would say, because we saw Naveen right in this game having that tier one spawn, but actually going to cement. While three angry men after spawning off that highway, which is a tier three spawn, they instantly went towards admin to take this western side of admin. So we have two hot zones who is currently really being favored by all the teams. We have the admin fights and we also have the riverbank fights. Why do you think that some of these teams really like that uh riverbank fights?
Well, I think it's because it's a possibility that, of course, the airdrop. Let's not forget the
Yep.
airdrop because in the eco round we do have the airdrop where the players could get the AWM. Again, we did see a lot of players use the AWM quite well, and as I've noticed, some of our teams actually are playing a bit passively, especially in the first few minutes, because before on the previous rule set we see that most of the teams are barging in, especially on eco round, because again there's no mandal break, so most of them would just go for the kill. But right now we're seeing a lot of differences, like example Navi, rather than going to the admin, he went through, or they
Ooh.
went to cement plant. But right now in our screen right now we're noticing FOC Osiris and Team Onyx. I mean, I want to talk about Osiris. Osiris is getting a bit of a catch up ever since this rule set. So pretty have high hope for them. Shots fired,
Ooh.
but Bluesha is down by Shiro. And it's a big advantage for Onyx because they do have some quite of a high ground right now. But we have Ciesi in the mini sub. I don't know if Onyx is
The
aware
bird.
of that.
Oh my god!
There,
The
whoa!
magnetic
And
bomb!
Winter is down by a magnetic bomb by Shiro. It looks like Byron is one of a good operators, especially for rushing in. Nessie over there with that silent walk finishes Winter off, but there's only one more player left from Osiris, and I it looks like Onyx is looking for them, but they don't know that Ciesi is actually went for the airdrop because they was the one that's very far from the riverbank. Again, we saw Ciesi earlier in the mini substation, and her two teammates is right at a major sub. So a bit of a question on the positioning of Osiris over there because they're pretty spread out. Yes, it's a good thing. But the hardest part, if you're spreaded out, is that you can't get to respond to your teammates that quickly. But again, CSE went for that airdrop and could go extract already if she wants to play safe. But while that was going on, we do have Navi who might be making their way to the major sub because I think he heard that gunshots. But checking in here in our admin area, we have Phantom Legion 1 and the 3 Angry Men. Now, the 3 Angry Men has made their way inside of the admin, and I feel like we're gonna see possibly some gunfights because, again, I noticed that the 3 Angry Men has Nox. Again, Nox is a really good pick, especially in this admin area. You could go around, like, there's a lot of pathways you can go to pick off a players. But we do have Phantom Legion here. They're holding down a really good position, which is one way to counter Nox. Just hold down a position and expect wherever he could possibly pass by. So a big pressure
Yep.
right now for Phantom Legion 1. It seems like they know already that the three angry men is there. So um I it might be the three angry men could be the one to start this gunfight already. What do you think, Alu?
I think Three Angry Man has a pretty good idea where currently Phantom Legion is located. As we saw, Aris actually making a move over by the basement
Mm-hmm.
area, so he will get this flank. But he is currently going to decide whether or not he is going to find this first flank, and the airdrop is going to drop. The second airdrop is going to drop over by somewhere. We have not seen the perfect location yet, so it's going to be a waiting game. Usually, if it the
Mm-hmm.
first airdrop kind of spawns over by the southern side of the map, it will the second airdrop is also going to drop around the southern side, or maybe on the construction side by the western area, admin area. But as we
Oh.
see, the second airdrop is going to actually be dropped in the major substation. So this is going to be a fight between Onyx and Navi, and of course Osiris, after getting that first airdrop, is going to take away their M82 as Automaton using
Mm-hmm.
his Silver Wing, currently finding his opponent over by the Eastern Wing. Triple Blaster goes out. Automaton is of course still going to chill out, and nobody's going to get on a little feisty. Of course, they don't want to be the first team to get wiped. Of course, it's Osiris, but Automaton actually tries to pick, and two players already open fired onto him, and so he will back out of that fight. He currently is going to repair his vest, regroup with Prince, and of course, we know Aris is still available on the basement area with that knock, so the silent assault might be coming in just a little bit. Another gunfight actually
Mm-hmm.
thrown out. Chiesi out of FOC Osiris has gone away out of the map, bringing that M82 back to the lobby. Because he know there's no way, there's no chance he is going to have anything else to do in this game. So KPs for FOC Osiris for this first map is going to be no more. They are going to be stuck with that loot points. I think it's a fair trade. I would say Automaton using his Silver Wing again, trying to spot out the enemy players as Aris is actually getting closer and closer
Yeah.
towards towards Phantom Legion. We saw actually Phantom Legion winning the admin fight on week
Mm-hmm.
number 4. They were coming in pretty late, but right now they are going to spawn on that tier 1, so they are going to have that first contact over by the admin area. As we see right now, Tabata actually finding the angle onto the players from Phantom Legion, but unable to finish them. Prince now actually trying to push Aris using that Nox. Actually didn't see the players coming up behind him. A pretty good angle out of Phantom Legion. The cover is there, and so now it's going to be a 2v2. But now Prince trying to push. Did not see Kives. Already holding out his angles. Coming out of that smoke and just instantly dropped down. One player left. Automaton trying to find his way onto this KPs. But again, Arul is going to bring up Phantom Legion up to 3 players. And Shiro on the other side actually gets a drop onto Navi. Automaton also drops Kives to the ground. Now it's going to be a fight between Navi and also Onyx. Onyx has that one player advantage. Right now it's going to push. Nasi gets the kill. Onyx left in the 3v1 situation, and now Navi is no more. They are out to the lobby. Onyx wins the fight. KP's going down to the hands of Onyx with a total whopping score of 11 in this first game. Trixie.
It's a really big advantage right now for Team Onyx because technically it's like they already wiped out two teams. They did
Yep.
manage to pick off FOC Osiris earlier. Same goes right now they did get to wipe out Team Navi. As for back, I wanna talk back straight to the admin area. It's a missed opportunity for the three angry men over there. When the Nox went forward, he wasn't aware that there was someone else in the computer room, which is might be the mistake. They might have made, yes, there were shots exchanged, so I guess that was like the cue for the Nox to go straight forward. But again, the positioning of Phantom Legion was ready, and that's one way to counter Nox. Good positioning and great backup from the rest of the teams. And right
Yep.
now we still have EWG, Phantom Legion 1, and Onyx left in this battlefield. And I want to talk about EWG again. They still have two players, and from their previous game, they did pretty well on the eco rounds, like round one and round two. But again, when it comes to the Mandel break, two man or two players is just not enough. So I'm curious how EWG will try to pull this off, because again, you need to be on top of this leaderboard to raise your points and join the top six. But right now, it looks like Onyx is aiming for that number one. They did get that airdrop. They did get those two kills, so it's a really big advantage for Onyx right now for them to have that good gear and great start. So
Yep.
we still have the
Uh,
extraction on the zero dab, so we might see Onyx or Phantom Legion 1, or maybe EWG, whoever might be interested for that extraction point. But right now we do have Phantom Legion 1, who is very very close to that extraction point. But it looks like, judging
oh,
from the map, it looks like Onyx will be extracting here at the riverbank. A pretty
on the
good
rip.
choice, actually. You could save it. They
Yep.
it's one of the good choices they could do, so that they still have their gear, they got the loot points, they got the kills. It's like a complete package and a safe getaway for them for their eco. As for Phantom Legion 1, they could get that extraction um in the
Dam
dam.
area,
But
of course.
yeah, the big question right now is, what would EWG do now? Because I think they now know that the riverbank extraction might not be available anymore, so they might have to battle it out with Phantom Legion 1, who still has three players. So I'm really not sure how EWG will have to play this out, because again, with just two players, it's really big disadvantage for their team. I'm questioning what happened to their third player. Like, what? Where is the third man? Because you need that third man to back you up. Because again, two players is just not enough.
Okay, Mr. Arul, stop. You need to stop with the flex here. Of course, he knows that I have never gained myself get the hands onto that military shell. Of course, I know that he is going to flex to all of us who have not gotten that military shell out of zero dam. Of course, it's going to be a good loot points for Phantom Legion,
Mm-hmm.
especially considering they did get their 3 KPs onto 3 Angry Men. So this is going to be the last fight we are going to see, where EWG is going to go ahead and challenge Phantom Legion over by the extraction point. I think it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
a Hail Mary fight where you want to get
Yeah.
that KPs, final KPs. Of course, EWG has no more other uh chance to actually extract, so they will try to fight this out. They are going to use that ulti coming out of that raptor. Lunas can also goes out.
Mhm.
Oh, the electric arrow actually connects. Yet Scout gets Salamanca. Have 40 seconds to find this KPs onto Team Phantom Legion. Nomi instantly going in, but is going to be very, very low in the start of the fight. And both of them are actually very low. Salamanca and Nomi all is out of their armor. So this is going to be a really handicapped fight. 2v3 situation with no armor. Keeps trying to delay as much as he can. Moon have 15 seconds onto the extraction point. Will EWG gets their hands onto some of the kills? It's not probably going to happen. Of course, they are just going
Mhm.
to trade some fights and empty out the clip out of these players trying to get it. Actually, Moon finally finishing up
Whoa!
EWG. Of course, it is meant to be where EWG is going to have a really hard push, especially with the two recons. They don't have any smokes. They don't have that third player factor. Pushing in onto a really closed off area with two recons is going to be the hardest fight you will have. And I think
I,
it's a
mhm.
fair trade. Of course, EWG did not start the game really well. They want to find that at least some of the KPs. Unfortunately, they were they did have that one particular instance where they could try and find the remaining player out of FOC Osiris, but unfortunately the rotation didn't really stick into them where this last player might be, and FOC Osiris getting that M82, even though they only take 3 bullets out of it, but still I think it's a pretty good share. Of course, Onyx coming out from the eco round, still going to be that dominant force on the group. We still have Navi, of course, going to be the contender, and
Yeah.
also the other teams. We cannot just say that Three Angry Men, even though they got wiped out of Phantom Legion, that they are going to have a bad game on the next rounds. But I think they all have their chances to find those Mandelberg and find those loot points, especially trying to think that all the teams have same advantages. Of course, you need to have those skills. You just need those good rotation, those good timing, where you can find those skills, especially if you want to be the defensive team, as what we saw with what FOC Osiris did. You need to be aware from where the speaks are going to come from. Blue Sasha, I think
Yeah.
he already noticed that he is going to get peaked, but unfortunately he just lost the
Mhm.
gunfight. So I think some of its teams knows what they are up against, but again, the execution needs to be spot on, as we saw from coming out of Automaton there. Missed the kills onto Eves as he crossed, and then Aris just coming out with that silent assault with the Nox ult, but did not get any kill, did not get any finishes. So that was a complete waste. You need to be able to find the angles. You need to know where your enemy's at to utilize that Nox ult to its full potential. Where if you don't know where the third player is, the angle that's currently being watched, you just got wiped instantly, as what we saw with Ares. So that was just, I think it's just unfortunate for the teams who gets wiped in this first eco round. But again, we still have a lot of games for you guys, so we are expecting a lot more rotation coming out, especially if it coming the Mandel break for next round is going to be decoded over by the museum. I want to see more staircase fight. I think it's going to be really fun when we saw a lot of staircase fighting for that second level of the museum. I think that is going to be the most fun part that is coming out of Brakkesh. But what do you think, Trixie?
I think these players are just warming up right now. They're just preparing themselves because we're going on round two, and again, it's already a start for the Mandelbrick round. So hopefully, these players are now ready, especially with the aim, because on the next round we'll be going to Brakkesh. So stick around, guys, and we'll be right back in a bit.
Oke, hadir. Dupal, Zanken. Where is Zanken?
Halo, halo,
Dupal.
halo.
Nah, itu dia Dupal.
Ah, ngelek-ngelek, Cok. Halo, halo.
Dah.
Oke. Ini emang belum nyala. Oke. Bisa, aman. Ini pakai toples, coy. Ah,
Hai,
hai. Jadi
hai.
gitu.
Jadi seneng dia dong.
Ya, jadi gitu dong, jadi
Salting
gitu
dong
dong.
dia.
Ya.
Oi. Ini cok, kering cok.
Belum
Perlu
cipokan dia
minum.
hari ini.
Wen ya bisa cipukan lagi. Masa
Sembarangan.
disikat sama Dupal? Jangan dong.
Jangan gitu, Alu. Jangan gitu, ah. Look at me, so I can- Oke. Aduh, sarung gua.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3 mobile version, week number 6. And of course, we're back with the Warfare Enjoyers. How are you doing, Zanken?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really great. I'm so excited as well. The same as several weeks that I've been casted these operations, both mobile and PC. Also excited and not prepared to actually see how would the Brakkesh and the Space City would go up. Especially you've been talking about how yesterday on the last week we have been playing 7 consecutive rounds each groups, so that counts as 14 consecutive match. And I hope for the day that would not be repeated, because actually I want to see some teams that actually caught up to this new rule set and take advantage of it. Just like if we want to talk about the PC, look at the ROG team. They could actually take control of the Mandelbrick rulebook and make the same, make the great decisions, the correct decisions to actually take control of the fights or just play passive. And I haven't seen that in a mobile right now, but maybe today it's going to be different, Olu. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be different. Of course, we're not. I don't think we're having that 14 consecutive match going up our way. But if that does happen, that means we'll have a lot of entertainment for you guys. But as we see right now, for now, we have Onyx coming out of that eco round, placing first with the total points of, it's going to be 13, I think. Getting the full wipe onto two different teams. Did
Yep,
not get the full wipe, actually. They got two kills onto FOC Osiris, and then GSC kind of backs out of there and just
yep,
dip out with that M82 sniper rifle on his backpack, going to the backpack extract, and then also wiping out Navi out of the lobby. So we are going to see this rivalry between the Hedgehog going against the nation of Navi. I think it's going to be a real show off match between these two. Of course, we're going
yep.
to see the number one spot currently going against the numbers two spot on the global leaderboard. So that's going to be exciting, and we are going to see a lot of exciting teams. Of course, Phantom Legion is one of them. Did not start great on the last few weeks, but right now they actually have 5 kills. So squad wipe onto 3 Angry Men, and of course EWG is going to be a very valuable asset for them to go out of the first map, going to Brakkesh and all the other rounds coming up. But FOC Osiris and 3 Angry Men, of course, still have their chances to find the kills, the Mandel breaks, and of course the loot. Navi Nation in EWG did not start how they want to start, Zanken. What do you think? How is Navi did not get a chance to play this game against Onyx on the first map? Do you think they will come back on the later rounds, or do you think they're just going to take the Mando break on this first Brakesh round?
I mean, objectively, if we, see from the leaderboard, that what I can say, the top teams, for this group is Onyx and also Navi Nation by G2C. And maybe with the rotation taken by Navi, I see them. They were coming from the underground, was trying,
Yep.
to get to the airdrop that was taken by GSC from FOC Osiris, and eventually they met up with Onyx, and that's why maybe if top teams just like Navi and Onyx, met up in a confrontation in an approach of a gunfight, it's a 50-50 situation that the other team will come up as the winner. And sadly for a Navi, they haven't met any other team except for Onyx, whereas Onyx then has already wiped out FOC Osiris, just the two of them, and already got some multiple assets. And back again, it's a 50-50 chance between top two team if they're on a gunfight or in a confrontation. So maybe it's just an unlucky situations for the Navi side because they straightly come up to their arch rifle and not having any assets to get to the next map, which is Brakkesh. And I also want to talk about this EWG, which Trixie has also mentioned. She wants to see a comeback from EWG. I know you also wants to see, a difference making from the EWG side of team. But back again, 2 straight weeks, Olu, for two players just to come up in the Delta Force National Championship SEA, it's just kind of odd to me to actually push up two players to have anything to do with. And we can also see from the global leaderboard, EWG is not even in a close way to actually catch up to the upper bracket. And it's sad to me to actually see a team that is already qualified to the Delta Force National Championship Mobile Ops has to be playing with two players only. But I'm just gonna hope that they still going to entertain us and make some sudden movements that actually can make other teams consider them as a threat. But for now that I can see, they have two only total score, getting wiped out by PL1 on the last match. I think maybe they are the last threat to other teams to be think of. And now we're going to the match now. You can see Onyx here still with the bow. I think one on maybe I never actually uses bow in operations. Have you ever used bow in operations?
Yes, I
It to
do. I
as your
am a
main weapon.
menace. Yep, I am a menace with it having
Really?
that ball in hand if I'm playing warfare. But when you're talking about operations, nope,
Ah,
nope, not a chance,
yep.
ladies and gentlemen. That thing
That
is
yep.
hard to use. I think it's hard to use, ladies and
Exactly.
gentlemen. I'm not talking. I'm not even joking right now.
It's really really hard, especially on mobile. I'm quite surprised for mobile players to actually use this bow and in operations and plus in Brakkesh, which so much tight alleyways and tight
Yep,
angles to actually hard to aim with bow.
yep.
Oh my! And I think I will really want to see how this boy could be making some differences by team that uses it. I think it's gonna be a lot of entertainment now. Been going back,
Yep.
see three angry men on their tier 1 spawns now in the museum with FOC Blue Shasha here, back again with his
Okay.
QBZ and Thermal.
Like,
Still,
what is up with this machine gunner actually? Why is he shooting everything that is not players? Okay. Okay, he stopped. He stopped, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay. He stopped. He does spot a player here out of three, out of FOC Osiris. But if we're looking at the map right now, Navi on the right hand side of the map, we saw, of
mhm.
course, oh, Shiro actually getting that hit. I think he got hit by Shiro here using that compound bow to drop one of the
Wow,
Navi players to half HP. So that is the power of the bow, ladies and gentlemen. That is the power of the
off
bow. And
HP.
you really it is really hard to spot who is shooting you with the bow, who is where he is located, because you only have this slight glimpse of like a black area on your
Yep, yep.
screen
On the
when you get
screen,
shot by
yep.
a bow. It's just a really short glimpse, so it is really hard to spot where you're actually getting shot by a bow.
It's
So
it's
of course
better
it's
than
going
the
to be a
suppressor, right?
stealthy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't need a suppressor for it. You just don't hear where it's coming from. You don't see the bullet tracks. That is why it is really hard. But now we now actually closing by to to the Mandelbrick station. Of course, the teams are playing really passively. They don't want to
Mhm.
contest the Mandelbricks yet. But Blue Sasha is going to hear the movement coming out of Navi. Of course, he knows that currently, right now in the middle in the middle area, we do have a team. Three Angry Men is actually holding down the house here, and is going to be spot out, I think, by Buer. And now the gunfight starts. Buer actually dropping to half HP. Did not see that angle coming out of Three Angry Men, and so they are going to reset a little bit. They don't want to take this fight just yet because they are not sure where the other players might be. FOC has a great chance to delay the fights onto the Mandelbrick station, while EWG with the two players are coming out of the Tower of Babel. So they are going to come in late onto this Mandelbrick station, while the other teams are slowly very tight on their own respective defensive position. But Navi looks like they don't want to take the chances. They don't want to fight for that Mandelbricks because again they do have a knock. They do have a very defensive lineup with the Shepherd, Morse, and also Toxic coming out of a lot of these teams actually. Onyx 3 Angry Men and Navi actually pulling out the same team composition. What do you think about that?
I mean, the way they have been using this combination, I think they could actually find something out of it. But I really want to see how Shiro with his compound bow play this magic. And as we can see, I think he just anchoring towards the side of the Mandelbrick, who is
Okay.
eventually getting claimed by FOC Osiris there. Winter Blue Shasa and Chasey right there is going to take the Mandelbrick and going to decode it inside of the Royal Museum. And with this type
The
of agent
backpack.
combination, and actually the backpack meta
The
there,
backpack,
right?
the backpack meta.
They're trying to, put the backpack
Ooh,
on top
Kanade.
of the decoding, and Kanade now getting pinched by half. 76 HP left. I mean 70.
Oh, Shiro drops down, Keeves.
Ooh, what a grenade there, and Zero is complementing it with his ulti
Ooh.
towards the PL1 situation. Kanade with the W, now trying to head ahead there. Moons goes down with the QBZ. Kanade still. Nessie with the 2-0.
no.
Getting the down now. Kanade getting traded, but it's okay because PL1 getting down, getting wiped out the lobby by Nessie, Kanade, and also Shiro there. Even though Kanade getting downed by the Sonic Trap, it's okay. Think Kanade can actually tap that so fast, and then PL1 Olu straight off the map, wiped out. They actually, on a good score, they were on 15, but because they were unable to extract, they got -2 points for that because the assets was getting taken by Onyx. As we can see, Onyx
Yep.
is gaining more and more assets point right there. And the first game was a good game for them for a PL1, but back again, as I can see these teams, on this particular group, if teams like, PL1, FOC, Osiris get an advantage on other teams like
Oh,
What?
Shiro.
Shiro finally gets
Compound.
his hand on GSC. I think his soul is getting possessed by Olu Warfare there.
Yes,
getting the hand of OC Osiris teams right there. Shiro is trying to get a jammer on top of the Royal Museum. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Trying to get a hold of the position. Trying to get closer and closer. Shiro doesn't want to push that W key too much because he wants to see the angles first now. Olu.
Shiro is going to go ahead to take that left side of the museum onto the stairwell. We saw Underdog FES using this area to find a lot of kills, and also we saw ROG Community ID from the PZ version actually winning the Brakkesh round by this position. So this is going to be a real good fight. 3 a.m. Still looking for the angles. Navi is actually here on the second floor. So this is going to be an all-out brawl for the Mandel Brick round. 60 seconds on the clock. Sonic Paralysis goes out, actually connecting onto Team Onyx here. Toner Scan is also out. The NPCs is coming in. The helicopter is also joining the fray, shooting down people inside of the museum. Hero, Sonar Scan goes out, trying to spot out the players coming out of FOC Osiris, who's currently in the background. Jammer goes out, trying to find this push onto Team FOC. Actually, one steps down, and Blue Shots actually gets down. What a spray down coming out of Nessie. He kills Sue, and now FOC Osiris is 20 seconds on the clock, trying to get the Seize Mando bricks, but Nessie is getting delayed. 15 seconds on the clock. 3 a.m. Aris trying to get the pick, but is delayed again. The backpack, the backpack, the backpack. 7 seconds on the clock. The backpack again. What is happening? 3 seconds for FOC Osiris, and FOC Osiris gets the Mando break with the backpack meta. Oh my god, Zanken, the fight is still going on. Aris dropping low, getting onto the full kill, and now Onyx is wide. Automaton trying to find the angles onto the spray down onto the players of Navi. But Prince actually getting dominance down to the ground. They are out of this game. Right now, Navi is down to 2 players. Prince trying to reset, but gets another angle pick from Team Navi, who's trying to get this other kill onto 3 Angry Men. What a fight. The backpack meta actually matters. They cannot see the meta. Tom trying to do the spray down. Where actually trying to lay out covering fire for his teammates. Trying to get his teammate up. Of course, they need to find the straight. Smoke goes out. A cover from Team Navi. And now it is going to be for those KPs and the backpack meta. Oh my god, that is very, very annoying. Hello, TikTok. Welcome to your clip, ladies and gentlemen. What a play coming out of FOC Osiris.
What a play, what a play, what a play. And that's what we've been mentioning. The backpack meta making FOC Osiris the team that has been extracted the Mandel Brick, and now Uwer was getting finished. Now Automaton with a jump shot getting sit down by Deals there, but Deals getting also traded by Prince, and Navi is also out of this lobby now with the total score of just one Olu. Iwi EWG with the 3 AM with the 10 PL1 13 FOC Osiris, even though TSC is the only one left from the team, he can still actually revive one of the is Blue Shasha there, and also going to revive Winter. Now it's only between 3 AM and FOC Osiris, because I don't see EWG will actually come up to this fight now. Ares getting cut down there by the stairs now, trying to reposition, getting jammed on, playing the Sonic trap in front of him. I think it's going to out as well. Now cooking the grenade into FOC Winter in front of him. The same angle, trying to loot, trying to get some proper armor and also helmet there. And as we can see, Blue Shasha with the weakness, also with Winter, I think they need to reset as well. Actually repair their helmets, repair their, armors, and also put up to their medications now. The fight is going again. The fight is continued. Now Ares with his AWM with the AP Lapua ammo.
No.
Oh my! A little bit of misconception. They tried to get on front in the ledge, but haven't seemed to get a grip of his feet right there. Automaton still on the same exact position, proning, laying still the same exact tempo here. And as we can see, FOC Osiris leading with 20. This is why the new rule book making every single team has the chance to actually dominate the scoreboard now. Still, Riz with his AWM. I think the tempo is going to be lower and lower. I thought they were going to rush each other here, Olu.
I mean, looking by FOC, they are just going to wait out the teams who are currently still in the museum area. Of course, the timing, Aris actually trying to find that door opening, Automaton and Prince laying down on the floor. Of course, they don't want to get wiped, because then they might not have a chance to extract. This way,
Yes.
playing a little bit more safe, they want to look for this remaining KPs. Again, FOC Osiris still have a chance. Aris did not get spotted by Winter, actually ducking down. With that EWM, it's going to be a real close one, but he missed. Aris did not get the kill onto the Shepherd right there. Out of Team FOC Osiris, Winter is just going to reposition himself. Another Sonic Paralysis goes out of the hands of Winter. Counter Sonic Paralysis goes out. Winter is trying to find that pick. Aris still defending himself. Frag Grenade goes out. Did not find the angles here. Winter's just going to push up onto Aris. Aris dropping down really low. Did not find the kill. He's still alive. Jump shot onto Winter, but Winter gets the kill. Prince also goes down to the hands of GSE. And also Automaton going down to another player from FOC, and FOC Osiris is going to take and wipe out the whole lobby except for EWG. What a play coming out of FOC Osiris. Zanken, we saw that, oh my god, we saw that backpack meta being used a couple of weeks ago, but that did not end well. But this time, it actually got a real good ending to it.
Yes.
You saw it with your own eyes, right? How FOC Osiris dropped their backpack onto the decoding station, and so when a team does get near to it and try to access it, try to push the button, they just pick up the backpack. They couldn't access the decoding station. What a play!
Exactly. If I can state that, was one of the MVPs of this game was the backpack meta. And even though the backpack was saving FOC Osiris to getting their Mandel Brick being seized, I think one of more the factors making Onyx cannot actually, take control of the Mandel brick, even though I think it's Kanadi or Shiro that were going to jump shot the other two players from FOC Osiris and getting the down. They can still not manage to actually seize the Mandel brick because in one way they were getting pushed by 3 a.m. on the stair
Yep.
angles, and the other one, I think, who are the one
Navi
who
was
is
also
seizing it?
there.
I think he's also good, but I think Shiro or Kanadi who was using the Shepherd, I think he was bringing his own backpack. That's why when
Yep, yep,
he trying to get the mandel brick, it actually just switches his backpack with the one on top of the mandel brick,
yep.
making him emotional and making him a little bit tilted. Doesn't even care he's getting shot at by three angry men and Navi at the same time. I agree with you. The backpack was the MVP and the FOC Osiris, bro. FOC
I
Osiris,
think
what a round from them. Olu, they also wiped out three angry men with their AWM on their hands. I think I never seen FOC Osiris, showcasing this type of performance. Have you?
I mean, FOC Osiris does have the qualities to do so, but unfortunately, some of the weeks that they had was they were playing with only two players. That's why I think
Mhm.
they did not have a chance to pull off the plays as what we saw right now. Of course, it's going to be real good for them. Will not be able to extract on all full three people here because the time ran out to pull the extraction lever. So they are just going to have a little bit of standoff here between Blue Sasha and also Chiesi wasting their remaining ammos. But again, what a play shown off by Team FOC Osiris with that backpack meta. Now the
Yep.
last remaining 30 seconds will just be looking at Nomi trying to make his way uh to the backpack extract where currently FOC Osiris is trying to extract. Of course, if he gets lucky, he'll get that 1+ skills onto them. But
Yep.
looks like it will not be
No cap.
happening. But again,
Yeah, I think it's kind of
what a
impossible with 5
game.
seconds.
Yep, it's going to be 2-1 and the last second. Oh no, no, no,
What?
EWG. Oh no! FOC also get another point from killing EWG. No me misses.
Olu, what am I
shot.
watching?
Oh,
Olu,
that,
what?
that was a disaster from the other teams coming in because they are just feeding points at this point onto the hands of FOC Osiris. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting fed by
Olu,
the
what
teams.
happened? Walk me
I
through
mean-
it, Olu. What happened, bro?
I think-
thought that
I
guy
think-
was going to just... I'm speechless. It's just,
I mean,
it's
I
just like
think
giving
it's just
points.
yeah. Nomi was trying to look for the KPs, of course. I think that's what he's trying to do. Of course, he noticed that the backpack extract was taken, and he's heard there are still gunfights happening. You know, good gunfires happening on the backpack extract. So I think he's just going in for the last KP, but he was alone at that point, and so if he gets wiped, it's just going to be a full kill coming down to the hands of FOC Osiris. I think Nomi tried to get the KP but missed his QJB spray, and that's what give another point to the hands of FOC Osiris. I wouldn't say it was a correct call coming out of EWG, but yeah, we'll have to give a prop to them who is really trying to, even though they are down with one player short,
One player,
they
yeah.
are still trying to get that KPs on the very last seconds of the game, but I don't think it was a good idea, honestly.
No, I
I'm-
think because
I'm
they
also
were
speechless.
they were playing with just two players, they need to actually take these questionable decisions just because they're playing with one player down. That's why you need to push the limits to actually get some points. Even one kill point is very valuable right now to the EWG. And I don't know, maybe it's the right call if you were playing with two players, but if you're playing with 3, that was just giving points to another team. But props for them, EW still trying to actually get points, still managed to extract one of their players. Now back again, FOC Osiris. What a round, what a performance. The way that they have been managing to actually take control of the Mandel Brick first. They decided to decode the Mandel Brick to the Royal Museum. The backpack, again, the meta, and it actually, held them through the whole map and actually decided the winner for them, for the Brakkesh and the top of the leaderboard. They actually surpasses Onyx for the points accumulation. They have the kill points from other teams like 3AM that they have wiped off. They have the Mandel Brick points. I think it's a full package for them in this actual match, and this is the highlight. Onyx, in the other hand, has been able to actually take down the Phantom Legion here. Now Shiro, look at this. Messi, look with the jump shot, getting 2 kills. This is what making me speechless. If 2 kills, ended both of them.
But
now,
again,
the
the
only
backpack.
thing, the backpack, and he also getting, altered by other team like 3AM. Look,
Yep.
3AM was crying.
He switches his
Actually
backpack.
Get speed.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. The backpack was his mortal enemy. Look at now,
Oh
Prince
my god.
wiping off Navi and also Onyx at the same exact timing. Now Automaton also wiping Navi. Deals getting the trade, but couldn't do nothing because the trade from the 3AM was so tight. Aris here trying to get another kill point from FOC, but also getting caught in, not in a very good position. And FOC Osiris back again. If I'm not
Ooh.
wrong, they have 26 total points, and if they can, perform this kind of performance one more time, they can actually trigger the match point in the next match. Olu, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, this group is going upside down, where Navi, who's currently on the second global group, is only in 1 point, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
While FOC Osiris coming in big with that backpack meta. Putting on that backpack onto the decoding station truly works, ladies and gentlemen, because you need to open up your stash to get rid of that backpack on top of the decoding station. So it's another Brakkesh round. Would we see the same meta being done again? We'll have to see. But other than that, I want to see more fights, more creativity coming out of the players, as we saw what FOC Osiris did. So I'm truly curious. So do you guys, and we are just going to have the next round in just a little bit. We're going to a little break, so we'll see you guys in just a second.
Iya, iya. Halo? Kenapa? Sembarangan gue udah ada cewek nih, sembarangan banget nih. Gawat banget nih bang produsernya, jangan gitu. Don. Oke, Don. Duh, pasti Olu diginiin juga nih. Kacau. Iya, baru ketemu. Iya, baru. Nggak pernah. Baru-baru.
Yes. I'm sorry. First time, yeah, this first time.
Sama kali, bro. Itu kan nanti buat bahan di dalam ya, cuma udah kan udah ngobrol, udah ini. Yang penting kasih tahu siapa yang mau intro, cok. Kadang suka canggung gue masalahnya itu. Makanya gue selalu mengambil kalau ada Olu sama Liga. Eh, iya. Kita mah malu-malu orangnya, kita mah shy gitu.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significant grenade. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Halo, halo, aman suaraku? Halo, halo, cek, cek. Halo, halo.
Hello.
Okay, sip. Alright, can hear each other. Uh, Hello, ladies and gentlemen, back again with us in Delta Force National Championship SEA Season 3 and of course on the mobile version. Back again with me, Zanken, and I will be accompanied by my partner Trixie there, which is her first time casting with me. Hi there, Trixie. Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Hi, I am actually surprised. Like, I did say that teams should come up with strategies, and I did not expect to have a bag involved. Like, I
Yep.
am questioning. This is very, very new for me. It's a very, maybe it's gonna be a memorable thing right now for DFNC because we
Yep.
did not expect that a bag strategy would actually help or be in favor of FOC Osiris, which what we have witnessed earlier. And again, a really good outplay by FOC. I saw that two of them did get picked in the balcony earlier, but with that Nox gameplay, with that silent assault, the last player went down. So Onyx was questioning where's the last guy. And
Yeah.
again, the bag strategy, it did delay Onyx steal that Mandelberg. So it's a very big thing for Onyx, because the player who was trying to get the Mandelberg is dealing with so much, because with toxic mosquitoes annoying him, he has to remove that,
Yep.
and then he has
Yep.
to get the Mandelberg. But again, the bag was there, and it did
Yeah.
give them a bit of a time for the other teams to actually pick them off. And again, a
Mhm.
really good play coming from FOC Osiris. It's quite shocking, and I'm actually quite excited because it looks like Osiris now is has a new strategy. We're gonna call this the new bag strategy right now, Zanken. And
Yep.
I am pretty
Yep. Yep.
excited on what the other teams will have to respond to this, because now they know that okay, this bag thing is really annoying. So what let's see what would happen, and let's try not to let FOC do it again, or let the other teams, because who knows, maybe the other
Yeah.
teams might do it as well. We just saw one bag. What could happen if we put the three bags near them? But so I'm really excited to see, because we're going back to Brakkesh. But again,
Just that.
that round is gonna be going for FOC Osiris. So for
Mhm.
the next round, what do you expect, Zanken, from these teams?
Yeah, as we stated, the backpack meta was the savior for FOC, but again, FOC was on the right decision, making one player still surviving to actually hold down the
Mm-hmm.
Mandel brick, not to be blocked. And if you want to actually recall, the PC version was actually done this meta before, the backpack meta, but the way that it has been going in this current match, which is the FOC match, the last match, the factors was actually in advantage of the FOC. If we compare it to the PC version, it actually more than just a backpack. The players on PC put
Mm-hmm.
up two backpacks there, ammo, even weapons from bots. They put it on top of the Mandelbrick seizing. But the way that it has been going for this mobile match is when Onyx was actually trying to seize it, they also being shot by two different angles by Navi and
Mm-hmm.
also 3AM. Whereas the PC version, even though the backpack, the two backpacks and all the utilities are there, there is no one trying to get a hold of the team that was trying to seize the Mandelbrick. Now, as you stated, we also going back to the Brakkesh, and I think the other teams was already being made aware of this backpack meta, but as you said as well, I think other teams can also recreate this meta if they get hold onto the Mandel brick first time. Now on the leaderboard, FOC Osiris getting the Mandel brick on the second round, getting that 12 juicy points with 16.9 million total assets, getting chased by 6 total kills with a total accumulative points of 26. And Onyx, even though has the most skill points right now and 18.23 mil, which is also the most assets, still on the 19th because they can get a hold of that Mandelbrick. Phantom Legion with the 13, 3 Angry Men with the 9, EWG with the 3, and Navi Nation by G2C with just 1. Even though it's just 2 rounds, and I think it's going to be, Navi is going to turn the table. It's kind of, weird to see EWG with just 2 players getting more points with, Navi Nation with 3. What do you think?
I mean, we did see EWG with only two players before, and again, they did pretty well during the first or the early matches in Zero Dam and Brakkesh, since they do got the kills. If I remember correctly, they also did get the Mandelbrick. But again,
Mhm.
in the later rounds, we'll be going to Space City, and again, I don't think that two player is gonna stand out much anymore in the later rounds, because again, this is a three player match, because once one
Yes.
player gets down, you need another player trying to rest him and the other player guarding your back. But I want to go back and check on Navi Nation. They were the first place on their last game, and right now it's questionable what's happening because they're on the bottom of the leaderboards right now. So Navi needs to do something to climb back to the leaderboard because Osiris is actually leading on. And as I've noticed, it looks like Osiris will be still pulling up that Nox because, again, on the first round here in Brakkesh, the Nox pick saved them, especially on finishing out the team because the decoding station did not stop because that last player was still roaming around silently. So a really big advantage for the Nox since Osiris knows how to play it right now. And judging from the rest of the team's lineup, I noticed that EWG already pulled out one of their Ulurus. Again, Uluru is one of a meta pick for Space City. So I'm really curious how will EWG make a comeback for the Space City rounds because again, this is the last week for these teams to rack up their points because on the next stages the top 6 will be battling it out and the rest of the teams will have to fight for only limited spots. And now the Mandelberg just spawns and again Navi Nation is going straight forward. It looks like Navi did get that T1 spawn and they might be going for that Mandelberg decode already. So could be a great start, but again, all of the fight happens once the decoding station or goes down to around a minute or 30 seconds. So Navi here will be starting that decoding and there's still a lot of time for the other teams right now to go into this museum. Again, we're gonna witness a lot of gunfights here at the museum. And okay, we're seeing not just one, not just two, but 3 items near the decoding station. The Navi is now applying the previous strategy. They're just placing everything. You know what? Let's just give everything to the decoding station. It's like they're trying to cover it up. Because again, in the mobile, I mean, I do also play in the mobile. I don't know if you play in mobile, Zanken, but you have to aim it correctly so that the Mandelbrick icon would show up. And so I pretty much think this strategy of placing everything in the Mandelbrick decoding station is really an advantage for the team who's ever decoding it. And right now, Navi has the advantage, so I'm pretty excited on how the rest of the teams will try to overcome this new strategy in the decoding station.
Yep. I agree with you. I think I think Navi, they were aware that they in a disadvantage and they have to make something different because they're on the lower side of the leaderboard, and seeing how they play the backpack meta and giving it all, it's just like saying double it and give it to the next person, and now FOC are on the choke point with the Onyx. Kanadi getting TXC down, Kanadi getting the down as well. Messi is still down but can still getting revived. Now Sonic Paralysis is on Kanadi, still with the QGB, trying to get a hold of the Winter there on the lower side of the angle. Blue Shasha, we can still recall that this man can turn the tables as well for the FOC. Now 2v2 from Onyx and FOC now turn the tables down because Onyx is managed to revive his teammates. Now Shiro with the spray, not even connect. Now Nessie as well. 3 of them holding the same angles, trying to reset a little bit. Tactical surgical is being used right now as well. Still 3v2 Winter, not in a really good position because on the lower ground now. Shiro opening his body so big, so wide. Now W key is being pushed. Shiro trying to get a hold of the Blue Shasha, getting down. Shiro with the 2, wiping FOC out of this lobby. What a play from Shiro. His confidence is on top of the world right now. Now Prince 3 AM is also in a hold of the situation with Aris now trying to get a pick. Now 2v1 Salamanca punishing there with the automaton, trying to get a hold of EWG and trying to get a kill, finally putting down EWG out of the lobby as well. I think that was wanna close of a fight because EWG is just through people now. What a tempo, because on the Royal Museum, Phantom Legion was also getting on Onyx back right now, trying to seize the mantle because, as Trixie said, the 50-second mark will be the point of, you know, teams going on to each other and try to seize the mantle break. Now 20 seconds, 25 seconds in the clock, and I think it's going to be the backpack meta again, Trixie, for the MVP. 19 seconds. Grenade is also on the hands of Dominus right there, but still, Phantom Legion can hold the mantle brick, can actually find the mantle brick. Dominus getting one, and actually Keys, who is getting Dominus, he's getting his one. Moon trying to get a hold of a pick. Dils getting down as well. Aris somehow with his grenade taking down Dils, and now Navi is just with one player left, which is their Morse. And they also managed to extract the mantle brick. Trixie, what is happening?
I mean, a lot is happening. I mean, right now it's still ongoing because the 3 Angry Men is moving forward and will be finishing Navi off. And that will be the end for Team Navi. Despite getting wiped, they did get that decoding station. Again, they have that good position. So it looks like starting from now on until the rest of the maps, 1 minute is not gonna be enough for the teams to steal the decoding station, because again, the backpack strategy is really annoying. Because even, okay, let's say you get to wipe out the team in the last 10 seconds. I'm not sure if 10 seconds would be enough to look for that sweet spot to steal that mantle break with this new strategy.
Yeah, I agree.
But going back right now with all of the gunfights, it was a really close call for EWG to finish off the 3 Angry Men. But unfortunately, again, they were close, are really that close, because they're just 2 players. Maybe, just maybe, if they did have a 3rd player, they could actually won that matchup. But again, it was really unfortunate for them. And as for Osiris, who almost had it, but unfortunately Onyx aggressiveness did push through. A really great push coming from Team Onyx, and we've seen this in their previous games. Onyx, one of the most aggressive teams that's very good at pushing out. And again, the backpack strategy. We're not just seeing one. I'm gonna do a count for a sec. I'm seeing 4 dead bodies and 2 chest rigs or an armor around the decoding station. So it's getting crazy. Who knows that later we might see not just 4 but a lot more bodies in Space City. But again, we're not sure because it depends on the place where they would decode, because one of the most common decoding stations in Space City is at the centrifuge. But let's still keep our focus here on Brakkesh because it's still early. Actually, we still have around 10 minutes in an estimate. There's still a lot of time for these teams to actually raise up their points. Like we still have Oni over here, one of the top teams who could still rack up their points through kill points, and I think that's what they might aim to do right now, because even though they did not get the Mandel brick, you could still earn more points. Again, once you decode the Mandel brick, if you haven't reached that 40-point threshold, those Mandel brick is just gonna turn into points. And for Navi, it's actually a really good comeback for them. But right now we have Onyx again going with their aggression. They've seen Phantom Legion and they might be going for some kills. I think Onyx is gonna go hunting. Shiro leading the pack at the balcony over here. He's gonna go for a bit of a reroute because Phantom Legion is here at the staircase. I wish Olo was here because he was really looking forward again with the staircase battles. So right now Phantom Legion is holding down this staircase. Some utilities are being thrown again. if you don't use your utilities well, then you might just be wasting the operator you're using. So it
Yep.
seems like these teams are holding these positions because again, there's not just two teams here. We've got three teams around the museum, and it looks like Phantom Legion is holding down the staircase while Onyx is at the balcony. A few shots are being exchanged right now, while Hero here is gonna check for that, wait for the timing, for that opportunity for Moon to pick and
Oh!
gets the headshot, knocking down Phantom Legion Moon with that sniper. Actually, that was the M82, and Kennedy is pushing at downstairs and finishing off Phantom Legion. A great play by Onyx once again. But again, it's not yet over because we got another team. We've got the three angry men right at the basement. And I don't know if Onyx still has the time, but they could still have a few more minutes to take a bit of a reset from that first gunfight. But the three angry men is really angry. They're pushing on forward, and it looks like Team Onyx is taking a step back to the balcony. And again, a lot of gunfights are happening here at the staircase. Olu must be really freaking out in the back right now. So it looks like 3 a.m. and Onyx is battling it out, and Canada knocks down one and actually
Wow.
finishes one player off. Onyx
Wow.
moving forward straight to
Three
the
down.
basement and wipes out the three angry men. Again, another aggressive play by Team Onyx. Even though they
Wow.
did not get the Mandel break, they just said, okay, we did not get the Mandel break points. Let's just go for the kill points. And eventually wipes out three teams in this match. Wow, what a game for Team Onyx. And I
Yeah,
think they're
what a
on a
game.
roll. It's like they're already shouting out, it's Onyx time. But again, the question is, would they still have enough points to actually reach the 40-point threshold already? Because we still have the extraction, right? And
Yep.
if they ever get to that 40-point threshold, in the next game they could end it already by just decoding
Yes.
the Mandel break. But from what I'm noticing, it's like Onyx is having a hard time trying to steal or decode Mandel breaks in their previous games. We've seen them get the early 40-point threshold, but the biggest problem is finishing it off. So what do you think, Zanken? What do you think Onyx should do?
I think the way they have been playing, because they couldn't get a hold of that Mandel brick, is correct, because they play so much aggressive towards other teams that are left without the Mandel brick, making them the leaderboard now first place, even though, you know, OFOC getting their first Mandel brick, and also Navi, which also get the third Mandel brick. They still get the first position right now. And I think I think Onyx should do for the next matches, maybe they can play a little bit aggressive towards the Mandel brick to get the first pick on the Mandel brick, not the one who is trying to seize it or snitch it, but as the one who can actually set up for the backpack meta. Oh, a 2x3? Oh, nah. I thought it was going to be a, you know, a red item, but nah, never. It's an anticlimax. Back again. They need to actually get the Mandel brick first to actually get the feel to set up, you know, to set up the Mandel brick, to set up the decoding station, to double it and give it to the next person with that, you know,
Yeah.
as you stated, 4 dead bodies, 2 backpacks, not mentioning the ammos and all the weapons around it, making it very hard. And as you stated, for the mobile players, you actually need to, you know, aim it correctly, right, on
Yeah.
the decoding station to actually get the Mandel brick to being able to seize it. I think it's one side is making the, oh, come on, helicopter, somebody shoot the pilot. What am I watching, bro? Every time on Brakkesh, the NPC prevails. This time the helicopter is trying to kill. Oh, finally Nancy get
There
the
we
job
go.
done. Back again. Finally dead. Now we can get back to the analytics now. Onyx back again with 36. Even though they get so much kill points. I don't think they actually can trigger the match point right now because I think they need more and more assets, loots to actually trigger it because 4 points, it I think it needs around 10 million to 12 million or even 4 more kill points. And
Mm-hmm.
as we can see, there are no more players left. I want to see Onyx getting the first, the first approach to the Mandelbrick to actually set it up. I want to see how Onyx do the setup, the anchors, the hold angles for the actually decode. But as you also state, if we play on the Space City, it actually sometimes play on the core area, which is the centrifuge area. And if Onyx decode it there, they still can also set up for the backpack. But if you compare it to Brakkesh, there is a lot more space to be taken advantage by other team on Space City rather than the Brakkesh. So it's gonna be
Mm-hmm.
harder for Onyx to actually get a hold of the Mandelbrick. But I hope they can actually find a way. Now talking about the other team, FOC Osiris, after giving such a performance on the second round, I think they, let loose a little bit of a grip, and then after getting wiped out of the lobby, EWG was just a little bit closer to actually win that 2v3. But back again, this is a 3 players match, 3-player tournament. It's gonna be hell of a disadvantage when you play with just two. PL1 also was trying to get the Mandelbrick, trying to actually contest it, but getting wiped off as well. 3 Angry Men as always, getting that kill points, but somehow Onyx still prevails, and Navi, they were aware that they need to take control of the Mandelbrick to actually turn the tables down. They don't want to get roasted by the casters because they were on 1 point and lower than EWG, who were playing with just 2 players now. Just in the nick of time, 1 minute before the Onyx can actually extract here with their full 36 total score. And maybe if Onyx can at least trigger the match point on the next one, they can end this match on the 5th match. But what do you think, Trixie? If do FOC Osiris can actually trigger the match point as well on the second, I mean on the 4th map with this kind of performance?
Well, I pretty much think that they do actually have a chance because as we've seen on the previous match, they're standing out right now. They're trying to match up with Onyx aggressiveness, but unfortunately, again, it's all about the position. FOC Osiris was in a bad position earlier because and then they did bump into Onyx, which was another unexpected thing. So if ever Osiris did get the Mandelbrick next round, they do have a possibility of being in a match point. So right now it looks like Onyx and Osiris are battling it out right now. But again, Onyx with that 3-man extraction, it could possibly put them in a match point. And if they do, all they have to do is extract and decode with that Mandelbrick. But again, we're moving on to Space City. This is one of the biggest problems of Onyx before, which is trying to decode that Mandelbrick in the centrifuge area. I'm already expecting because on their previous matches, they're using 2 Ulurus and 1 D-Wolf. They're just throwing all of their utilities. So it's a really good team composition, but the problem is they do have other sections to hold, like they have to check on what's under them, whoever's pushing under them, and who's ever at the ramps, who's ever at the middle part of the map. Because again, in Space City, you don't just expect players in a single direction. It's not like Zero Dam and Brakkesh where it's just a hallway and then you expect that. So hopefully Onyx would actually think of a strategy on how to overcome this problem where they can finish it off really easily because yes, they do get the kills, they do get the loot points, but the problem is you have to decode, which is still the main highlight here in our operations tournament, which is the Mandel break. But right now, it looks like the rest of the teams are still also doing pretty well in these Mandel break rounds, especially here in Brakkesh, because we found a new meta, which is where you put, we just put everything near the decoding station. But again, like you've mentioned, we're not sure if we might see that again here in Space City because the bots are very far. If you want to do this strategy, you have to pick up all of the bots loot and drop it off. But again, we just have to see it later on. Will we see some aggression by Team Onyx? Will we see some best game fights or gameplay again from Osiris? Some bits of third party from the other groups? Or actually, just maybe, a big comeback from EWG with just 2 players? Because again, from their previous matches, they did pretty well, even though with 2 players. But the biggest question is, can they do well here in Space City, where the biggest or most of the things happen in DFNC? This is where most of the gunfights happen. This is where it's like the main map of this tournament. So we'll have to see how these teams come up with their team compositions, their strategies on what to do, depending on their spawns. So it's gonna be all about team composition and positioning and the strategy on how to protect that decoding station. So I'm pretty excited for later. How about you, Zankin?
Yeah, I'm also excited, and I agree with you that Space City it's like Brakkesh ×2, and I'm also expecting more and more gunfights to be happening between matches, but we're going to save that for later because we're gonna catch you later. We're gonna catch a little bit of a break. See you later. Don't go anywhere.
Qualifier finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3. And I'm your caster, Trixie. And I'm back here again with Olu. Olu, what can you say about our last match?
I have no words to say. I mean, I was watching from the sidelines. Yes, I did finally get the staircase fight, Trixie. I was popping off in the background. I said there is going to be a great stairwell fight coming on to this game. I think it's going to happen. It's going to be fun, and it was there. Well, I was not casting. Why? Why does it need to do that to me? I mean, other than the fights, it was immaculate, and unfortunately, FOC Osiris getting the first wipe by Onyx onto that first rotation that they did was unfortunate for them, because of course Onyx is trying to look for the kill, trying to play the outskirts a little bit. They don't want to get into the museum area pretty fast, so they delayed it a little bit. But I mean, I have no words onto the backpack meta, dude. I mean, what can I say? You want to press the mendo brick? No, said Snobby. No. You cannot. You need to click more. How many was that? It was like 2 chest rigs, 1 backpack, 4 dead bodies from the NPCs. What? A total of 8 obstacles if you want to seize the mendo brick. I mean, like, I saw Phantom Legion tried to push, but then I think when they saw what is happening in the decoding station, they were like, okay, we'll just die here. Okay, we'll just die. Even though we get the full wipe onto Navi, I don't think we can touch the Mandel Brick. But again, oh my god, that is such a cheese strat. I don't know if that's even allowed in the game, but apparently that's in the game, so I think that's allowed. So I mean, well played coming out of Navi, winning that match. But of course, they just got out of their, a pretty bad run on the first two maps. So that third map is going to be a really valuable points. Of course, they got 15 points, I believe. So that's a pretty good start for them. On round 3, it's a bit late, but it's better late than never, as what we are looking with EWG, which is currently on a disadvantage, of course, with only 2 players playing in. I hope the third player will be able to connect onto round number 4, because it's going to be Space City Trixie, the map that we all know and love, where the tryhards are going in full swinging. Do you think Onyx will go full on tier 5 on this 4th round?
I mean, if they do want to finish it already, they would. But again, I'm curious on who would they pull out, because again, these players still have the Tempest, so I'm already expecting a lot of Tempest, some Uluru. But going back on our leaderboard again,
Backpacks.
Team Onyx doesn't have a Mandel Break so far, which is a bit of a question already if Onyx could actually get a Mandel Break even if they get that match point. But for now, it looks like nobody is still on match point yet, but there's a big possibility for the teams on top 1 to top 5 to actually have a match point if they do get the Mandel Brick plus the kills. But for right now, the Onyx and Osiris, these two are battling it out. And I'm surprised, again, Alu, we've seen Osiris being at their lowest in the previous matches. But ever since the rules changed, they're going all out. Like suddenly it gave them a big buff, which right now is like they're trying to go on that same level with Honor. But unfortunately, again, in the previous match, it was very unfortunate for them to bump into Onyx very, very early. So, I think Osiris needs to look out for Team Onyx. I also do want to see the other players how to play this out, because again, Navi is quite not playing well in the previous 2 games, except on the last round where they did get the mana break. They did save themselves a little bit, but hopefully, in this next few rounds, I'm not sure if they could still actually pull that off. There's a possibility if they do get it somewhere in Black Site. If they do
Black
bring it there,
Chamber.
there's a Black Chamber. If they do bring it there, there's a possibility we could see that strategy again. But in Centrifuge area, I'm not sure, because there's not much bot, but they could still drop some items. But it's gonna be more annoying if they pull out the bags, a very big items covering the mana break. Yeah, that's gonna be very annoying. And like what I've said, 1 minute or 10 seconds is not gonna be enough time to steal that Mandelbrick anymore. It's like you need a few more seconds to look for that sweet spot to click that button correctly, because if you click wrong, you might just pick up a different item.
I mean, I mean, we're just going to go into the game straight away, because talking about the backpack is going to be a full-on session within itself. I think we need a full-on 4-hour session to talk about that backpack meta. But as we see right now, FOC, of course, is going to pull out their Tempest, and also with 3 a.m., EWG, and also Phantom Legion going to have that Tempest on the run. As we see, Phantom Legion and also Team FOC Osiris is going to go ahead and fight off who will escape from this area to go to center command, or even cross all the way to the middle of the connector area, because we see a lot of teams actually play it a little bit more safer. Moon, of course, is going to have that information towards his teammates that the employee team actually did not cross. So they will be very aware of the teams who are coming in, especially with Team FOC Osiris here getting pinched by Navi and also Phantom Legion. This is going to be really bad because currently they don't have much cover. If they do find cover, it will be a really bad cover because it is such an open area. But turns out Navia is actually bailing out of this fight. They are just going to go ahead and enter the connector area where 3 a.m. is going to be the first team who are going to have. But on the other side, all of a sudden, Navi getting dropped in the middle of rotating, and now Aris drops down by the flamethrower again and again. We saw the NPC doing their bits. Aris was holding the Mando brick and the flamethrower just burned him down to the ground. Oh my god, Trixie, again and again. It happens.
Yeah, but looking outside of the map, we have Phantom Legion knocking down one player of FOC. So it looks like
Oh, this is
Phantom
bad.
Legion is now being sandwiched.
Good trade.
FOC is really in a bad position right now because it looks like Phantom Legion will be pushing on forward. Adam here leading the
Right.
team here in the container area. Is gonna look for that good opportunity to push forward because he has players on his back and on his front. Maybe a bit of a good position, but once FOC pushes out at the same time, it might be a disadvantage for that one player. While Quiz here is trying to look for somebody, he wants to get that at least one pick to finally match up to a 2v2. But it looks like Phantom Legion will be trying to rest that because again, you need more players. The more players you have, the more advantage you have in gunfights. And right now, it looks like Phantom Legion would be trying to rest that player as a priority. While FOC here, who used to be sandwich, might be taking a bit of a reposition right now since they know that Phantom Legion will be picking up their last player. But even though that's still happening, the decoding is ongoing and it's decoding for the 3 Angry Men. And Onyx is now making its way to the decoding station here at the centrifuge area. And again, as I've mentioned, I knew it. I totally knew it. Onyx will do the double Uluru and single D-Wolf. But we'll have to see because the 3 Angry Men is here defending and they actually might have a pretty good position, but we also have Navi joining in the fight who's also closing in. So we have 3 teams, maybe actually 4 because I'm seeing EWG at the top who might go for it as well, but Onyx would be the first one to seize that Mandel break. A few shots are being exchanged by the 3 Angry Men and Onyx right now. Shiro knocks down Aris over there and they would be pushing forward. The question is, will 3 Angry Men be able to hold them off? Kanade pushing forward, throws that Molotov. Last player standing for the 3 Angry Men. The question is, will he make it out alive? But it looks like he's gonna be running because you need to stay alive to at least rest the other teammates. But it looks like Automaton is in a really bad spot. Even though they did get that decoding very early, they were kind of sandwiched by Navi, and we just saw a big rotation coming because we just saw Navi from the middle part and now they rotated to the ramp. So the whole situation just switched up and Honor is at their positions right now. Now this is the biggest question, as I've mentioned. Onyx always got this good position in the centrifuge area with their double Uluru. The question is, how will Navi try to steal that? Because again, 2 Ulurus and a D-Wolf, they're full of utilities. So they still have a lot of time to figure out on what to do because there's still a lot of opportunities for the rest of the teams to push forward.
My
But
God.
for 3 Angry Men, that's gonna be the end for them. Really missed opportunity for the 3 Angry Men right now. So I'm not sure what went wrong earlier. Maybe the accident happened when the first player get picked off. So hopefully they might have a bit of a change strategy in the next run. But for now, Onyx will be owning this decoding station again with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And there are a few
Yep.
more teams, actually. There's still a lot of more teams pushing on forward. We see Phantom Legion 1 and FOC Osiris will be joining the battle.
See?
And there goes! Oh my god, CSE tried to go for the pick, but Shiro defended it really well. With 1 minute remaining, does
That's
Onyx
no more
have this
ED.
mandel break? Yeah. A
There's
few
no more
seconds
EED
left.
for the teams right now. FOC Osiris does not have the EED device on their hand, while on the other side, Navi still does not have that ability to make an aggressive play because they are just going to be delayed to hell by Team Onyx, who's going to take on point here. Kanade is very close. Loitering munition going out, did not connect. Nessie is playing really close onto the Mandel Brick area. Dale's actually getting caught by a loitering munition
Last
coming
minute
out from
push.
Phantom Legion. 17 seconds on the clock. Navi needs to do something to try and push this. Incendiary grenade goes out, actually connects onto Kanade. Crouching Tiger also goes out. Dominus trying to push. Now the crossfire actually gets caught. Dominus goes down. Kanade also drops to the ground. Last player alive by Team Navi. Onyx has successfully decoded the Battle Break and a full kill onto Buer. Last player alive. Dils, of course, the fragger out of the Team Navi is going to make that run all the way to towards a defensive position where Dils might find this pick onto Nessie, but a great fight coming out of Dils now. Dils goes also down. It's a full wipe onto Team Navi. They did not successfully have the area to find that push onto Team Onyx. They were very confused on how to push because, again, the operator composition is just good when it comes to defending. You can delay teams, but you are not able to push because you're relying on so much on the smoke coming out of that D-Wolf. But a D-Wolf smoke can only do so much, and you don't really have a great way to find other picks on the other side. Also, Nessie and Moon actually dropping down Nomi, so EWG is left with Salamanca, who's trying to stay alive. Of course, it's going to be a 1v3 situation. Salamanca trying to stay alive. Pull it back again. It's a Tempest. Of course, EWG already spent their Tempest. Salamanca is going to be alive still. Thieves, of course, Phantom Legion will try their best to find this last pick onto Salamanca, trying to defend his position. Arul does not realize that he is there, but on the other side, Moon looks like he was able to notice that Salamanca was on the left side of Arul, and so they will have that KP for themselves. Phantom Legion is still alive. FOC Osiris left with 2 players, and also Onyx, of course, exceeding that match point threshold because of the Mandel Break decode and also a lot of kill points. I think it was just the matter of who gets centrifuge. When you don't have that EED device, you want to get that centrifuge area on lockdown, and that is what we see with Onyx, right? 3 Angry Men decoded the Mandel Brick, but then get seized after the push coming out of Team Onyx into that centrifuge area. While on the other side, again, of the CEO office, we see Winter and also Chiesi being the last 2 player alive from Team FOC Osiris actually getting pinned down by Onyx here. I think is it a matter of who can get the centrifuge area and lock it down, and that is what exactly this type of delay lineup can do. You know, with the 2 Ulurus and the D-Wolf, the Uluru, D-Wolf, and Viren would be a great also a great composition for the gameplay delays, right? So you want to get that centrifuge area, but the question is, how do you push it? And it looks like Three Angry Men did not really have the capabilities to lock that centrifuge area down, and they got pushed by Onyx. And then they couldn't defend that area, and so they get wiped, and then it's just done. You know, I think it's all about that centrifuge area. If it happens to be you don't have a Tempest.
Yeah, like we've said, it's all about the position. So it looks like the Three Angry Men did just not. I mean, it's a pretty hard position to defend because again, the teams could come out of nowhere. We got the ramps, the underground, the mid part, and you need to have like defending operators. Again, we've witnessed how Onyx defended it. I really want to mention the position of Nessie, the D-Wolf of Onyx. He was hiding between the containers, which is a very good spot in case anybody wants to go for that stealing in that Mandelberg. But again, they did overcome one of their previous problems, which was trying to defend the decoding station. FOC tried to pick off a player, but I'm not sure if that was the best decision in trying to steal the Mandelberg because maybe they were trying to go for a pick before seizing the Mandelberg. But again, it just wasn't enough because they don't have the time and they got overpowered by Onyx over there. They got that position held really well. So the rest of the teams right now is gonna be aiming for a plan to extract and try to make a comeback on the next round because Onyx is gonna be on match point and hopefully if Onyx is really lucky to get a T1 spawn, I'm pretty sure they would be aiming straightforward for the decoding station. But the big question is what team composition would Onyx bring because they already used a free satcom. Okay. The biggest question is what would Onyx cook for the next round because they already used the two Uluru who is very good at holding the decoding station down. So I'm guessing a maybe a double Tempest, but I'm not sure if it's gonna be a double Tempest or a single one because they still could save a single Tempest because the rest of the teams already used the Tempest, so they still have the opportunity to have Tempest on round number 6 if we actually get to reach round 6. But it is up to Onyx if they would go all out, and I feel like Onyx would be going in T5, giving all of it on their next round if they did get a good start because we've seen their previous matches. Yes, they do get that early match point, but there are times that they trip, they get picked off early, especially if they get the T3 spawn outside of the CC area. So Onyx really has to play really careful right now because the teams would be aiming for them. They're gonna prevent Onyx to get that Mandelberg. It's like the wanted list. Onyx is number 1 and the rest of the teams is like another side quest. But right now, judging on the other teams, we've got Navi, the Three Angry Men, the first 3 teams who got wiped out. It's not looking pretty well for them because EWG, again, a big disadvantage because they're only playing with 2 players. I'm really questioning what's happening to Navi right now because, again, they were the top of their group last week, and right now they're not really doing well. So hopefully a change of strategy could happen because Onyx aggressiveness is leading them on. Again, who knows? We might see another Onyx time, right, Olu?
Yep, I think it's going to be another Onyx time here, especially if they did get this extraction on the rocket. I think this is going to be the first time I've ever seen somebody in a pro competitive match, a setup, actually extracting using the the rocket extract, if they do get the timing right, because it was such a one-sided fight on the metal break, I would say, because Onyx
Yeah.
just wiped out 3 Angry Men right off the bat, as they were starting to decode their Mandel brick. So I think it's just too fast, and I think they do have enough time to actually get out with this tier 5 that they are bringing in on. I think it was Nessie. Yep,
Yeah.
Nessie was bringing out the tier 5. So if they are able to extract right now, that means they are going to have that full tier 5 available for them for the next round, which I think they are going to pull out only one Tempest, a Stinger, and also a Luna as their team comp. On the other side, of course, we still have the normal extraction area where we have Phantom Legion and of course FOC Osiris trying to fight for this extract. FOC trying to look for the last KPs onto Phantom Legion, of course. Phantom Legion trying to look on every single little spots that might be a nuisance for them. That there is going to be a rat. Arul get actually spotted out by Chiesi here. Chiesi is still holding down, and I think the gunfight is started. Arul is going to stay alive. Well, Chiesi actually letting down a little bit. Oh, he missed his full clip with his M7. Oh, that was so
No.
unfortunate. Winter was not enough time. There was not enough time. So Phantom Legion will get out with the 2 players. And also Moon, actually, if he gets this kills, that would be really great for them. But unfortunately, he also misses his shots onto Winter. And Winter was able to find his reset. So this is now going to be a 1v1 against Winter and Moon. While on the other side, we saw Chiesi actually trying to go out from that backpack extract. Winter is still playing really sneaky, pulling out that SR2, that SVD. Moon actually getting caught. Onyx on the other side also extracts the 20 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a 1v1. Moon trying to roll away, trying to find another angle, getting pushed by Winter.
10
Winter
seconds.
jump shotting right now, and he gets it after. Winter redeems himself with a full kill onto Moon, and that will be game number 5. Trixie, that was very exciting, actually.
Yeah.
With the fights on Onyx and 3 Angry Men. I think 3 Angry Men just was not ready for the push, especially
Yeah.
I think considering that they know this is going to be Onyx with the 2 Ulurus and have wasted their loitering munition. But I think the push from Nessie is just too fast, and they weren't ready for it,
Yeah.
and so they just get caught off guard. And Onyx with the usual round 4 double Ururu and D-Wolf was able to find that kill onto the team who are currently decoding the Mandel brick, was just able to delay off any other teams that is trying to patch that Mandel brick. It was a good try coming out of FOC Osiris with CSC trying to come in. I think it was, I don't know, it was FOC Osiris who pull out that EED device, but then gets it did not find the angle onto Kanade or someone out of the team of Onyx, so that was unfortunate. But other than that, I mean, what a great game, I think. No backpacks.
Yeah, no backpacks right now, and it's a pretty clear sight for the teams right now to get the Mandel break. Again, the 3 Angry Men did get that Mandel break, but again, they did not defend their position well. They already got that position, but again, they just got overpowered by Onyx aggressiveness. And as for FOC, I just kept mentioning it. If they aimed for the Mandel break, they would have a chance, but surprisingly, I think they were trying to aim for a pick. They were trying to pick off a player from Onyx inside, but yeah, things did not go well again with Uluru's wall unexpectedly. So the Tempest did
Creating
not
those
get
new
to
angles,
enter.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unexpectedly, there was a cover there that stopped her from pushing inside. So yeah, another round for Onyx, and again there was enough time for them to actually extract in the rocket. And like you mentioned, it is the first time, and maybe this is one of the advantages if you get to decode the mandel break early. But the question is, will Onyx bag that mandel break in the next round? I mean, we know Onyx is prone to little mistakes in the early stages, so that's what we're gonna find out later on. And I feel like Osiris will be going full on the next round as well, since they are the second team. But we also have Navi, who also played a bit well, almost actually. They were near the decoding station, but again, Onyx best defense with the double Uluru and single the Wolf was just amazing. So I'm really curious what Onyx will have to show us later on. How about you, Ollie?
I mean, I'm very excited that we are going to end the game on round number 5. I'm going to call this, and it will exactly end up how we all think it will end up. Onyx will stumble down because it is going to be a caster curse. But to witness round number, the next round, we are also going to have a little short break. Will Onyx close this out on the next round or not? We'll have to see on the next game as soon as we get back to you guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in a bit.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 Operations Mobile Week number 6. Well, Zanken,
Yep.
Onyx is getting a bit feisty here. Honestly, they
Yep,
are
yep,
on
yep,
fire. And literally, because using of that 2 Ulurus, they were lighting up some fires onto Navi and also 3 Angry Men. What do you think about that performance?
Yes, it's like a deja vu for me. I think I've seen this thing before. Uluru. It's either on PC with Navi was going with the same exact, agent, and also I think I recall
No,
Onyx
they were the one. They were the one who
They were the one, right?
initialized this. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
The exact same thing that I've saw today, and exact same results. They managed to actually get the Mandel Brick. They held it completely well, and they punished every single team that were going to actually seize the Mandel Brick, getting all those skill points, those assets, the Mandel Brick match point. And if I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, they're on 60 plus points, right? They're on the 60 points mark, and as you've stated, if it's not because of a caster curse or every type of curse that we can think of, I think Onyx might as well be the dominating team in this current round. Now to the map rotation, of course, after this one, we're going still to the Space City on 5th round. And look at that, on the first 0, them Onyx was on top, and then FOC were giving us one of the best performance that they have ever given on this tournament from Brakkesh. Now on the 3rd and the 4th one, Onyx back again with the aggressiveness, even though Navi was on that backpack meta trying to get the Mandel Brick and actually eventually got the Mandel Brick, but Onyx still on the top of the leaderboard with their kill points and assets as well. And the 4th one, Onyx actually, it's Onyx time, eventually answered all of the questions and bringing the job done, getting the job done with the Mandel Brick and also the kill points. Now we're going to move on with the leaderboard, and we can actually see the specific points that Onyx has already taken, which is 63 points with the triggered match point or the checkpoint already being triggered, chased by FOC Osiris with 28 points and Phantom Legion with 20, again with Navi Nation 15, 3AM 12, and EWG with 5. And I want to ask something about you, Olu. Onyx with this domination getting 63 points, but FOC Osiris, these last two match, they already being on 26 points or 23, if I'm not mistaken, but 2 round passes and they already can get into the 28th, even though they already have the mantle break.
I mean, FOC Osiris is showing why they're a contender, of course, a serious contender onto this particular group with the team lineups currently.
Yep.
They are showing to us that, yeah, sure, we are on the bottom table half of the global leaderboard, but we still can wreak havoc, and that is just truly what they are up again right now, showing us that they have something to prove, and it's what we love to see. We want to
Yes.
see the competition actually grows, and we are seeing what some of the teams' creativity with the backpacks and all the loot box over by the decoding station, which is just, I think it's just going to be great to see. But the question still lies: can Onyx close out this game right after the match point threshold has been achieved? So it will be a huge question to ask, and Onyx, of course, is going to have that in mind with pulling out those 3 operator lineups, and of
Wait,
course they
did you
are
did you
going.
did you see that? Did you see
Yeah,
Kanadi?
Shiro. Yeah.
No
One of them
armor?
did not. Yeah. His teammate is going to bring it to him, I think.
Oh, okay.
That's
alright,
usually
alright.
how that normally goes. And Navi actually trying to cross that bridge onto the employee side, but was able to safely cross and get into the the test range area. So Onyx now actually spawning over by the command center. On the other side, we have Phantom Legion spawning on West Gate, 3 a.m. making their way, crossing the bridge onto the Black Chamber. FOC spawns Dormy, and EWG going to be the furthest team to who will be spawning in the sand dunes. On the other side, of course, Navi actually playing really active and aggressive here. Watching Onyx trying to cross onto that centrifuge area.
Wow.
Trying to cut off
Yeah,
their
the Mandal
lanes,
break.
but wasn't able to do so. Mandal break spawn, so this would probably be Navi's to take, but 3 a.m. Actually looking for
Wow.
the steal on the Mandal break. They are closing by, so this is going to be a hell of a fight. If I were to say to you, Zanken, they are going to play this a bit slower. They want to know whether or not the teams have an angle on them. Prince actually getting caught by the Luna scan. 2 Luna scan coming out from Team Onyx, and also I think it was someone. I think it was Navis. So they will get spotted. So it's going to be a little bit more slow to get the Mandal break because there is a lot of teams currently here.
Yeah, I agree with you. But now, even though they're on, 3 teams were holding gunpoint at each other. Exactly, Navi trying to get it now. Navi getting picked up by 3 a.m. Also by Onyx. Oh my lord, Navi Buer and Dominus getting down now. Only 1 player left from Navi, and he is on 1 HP. What is going
A
on? 3
disaster.
angry men. Disaster class was seeing in the Space City core area. Navi left with 1 player now. Shiro taking the body, which has the actual mantle break, I suppose. Does he get the is Buer is getting the mantle break? It's dropped down.
It's actually dropped.
Yeah.
It's actually dropped.
It's dropped down on the stairs, and I think it's an easy approach for Onyx to actually get the mantle break on that seat. I mean, on that precise location. I mean, the only homework that they have to actually do is to cross towards the right side of the connectors, and I think Zero is going to be the one who were going to actually do the job here. Even though he doesn't have the EED device, he's still going to actually take control of that mantle brick. Oh, and I think if they can actually get a hold of this mantle brick and they can again set this thing up, it might be closer for them to actually close this round. And as we can see on the map, 3 a.m. on the black chamber is the
Oh, Navi got
closest team to
eliminated.
actually. Oh yeah. And Naomi with the cheeky M250 eliminated deals. They were trying to repost there, and yep, Shiro taking the Kanadi taking the mantle brick, and now do you think it's going to be the backpack again? Although in this spot, I think backpack is still feasible to try, but not as effective as you do it
Oh,
on
it
the
is! It is
Brakkesh.
going to be the backpack
Yeah! Another
Yes!
backpack! Olu!
Oh
Look at
my
that.
god!
Oh, that's a chest rig? Is that a chest rig
Oh.
or a backpack? I think it's a backpack.
I think that's a backpack. That's a backpack. And
Oh, yeah.
Shiro also going to drop
body!
this loot box. Oh, on oh my god!
Oh
It is going to
my
be a
God.
treat, ladies and
Another
gentlemen.
setup. I think it's gonna be what? I think it's gonna be a match. Even though Navi has already wiped out
he
of the
puts
lobby.
it in.
Oh
He
my.
puts it in. Oh no! So it is
What
going
do
to
you
be
think?
a real hard put. I
Yeah,
think it's going
what
to
do
be
you
a
think
really
about
hard
the
push.
operators though? The operators that Onyx brought, which a Tempest, the Stingers and the Luna, it's usually the type of the operators that you want to initiate when you want to seize, not to hold the mantle brick, right? If you want to hold it,
Yep, yep.
maybe Shepard, Gizmo. What do you think? Do you think they can still hold this off with the backpack with this kind of operators?
I mean, if you have the ability to just delay the fights, when an enemy trying to get close to the decoding station, and then you delay it, whether or not you use, your drill charge, your Luna arrows, and the grenades, and of course going to block off the vision using the stinger smoke. I think it's just a pretty normal thing to do. A
Okay.
pretty basic lineup where you have everything to do. But on the other side,
Oh.
actual Phantom Legion finding the kill onto Prince right now. Prince goes down, so it's going to be a hell of a brawl, not in the decoding station area, but a fight for the ramp, which is going to be a really weird spot to fight in because it's such an open area. Lotring goes out from Kiev, did not connect. FOC, Phantom Legion, and also 3 Angry Men trying to fight for the entry to go to the ramp area where currently Onyx is decoding. So nobody is. Oh my god, Shiro on the other side using that M82, actually finding the kill onto EWG, and EWG is down to 1 player remaining. Lottering munition goes out from FOC. Right now, 3 Angry Men actually noticing that Phantom Legion is fighting currently against FOC. Osiris, ED device goes out, gets sent back. Moon finding the pick onto Winter. Winter goes down, but on the other side, AEWG actually goes down to the hands of Onyx. So Onyx is a little bit more safe because right now, 3 Angry Men is the only team who can contest. Phantom Legion is still here fighting off FOC Osiris for this ramp area. But it is going to be 60 seconds on the clock. Ares trying to push out Onyx, from the centrifuge area. M82 goes out but did not connect. Drill charge also connects onto Ares. Getting delayed as much as possible, of course. Right now, Automaton, of course, this is going to be a real hard push because you need to go all out from the staircase with very minimum angle. Pre-fire goes out. GSC on the other side finds a kill onto the Phantom Legion side. Dilchar goes out, did not connect. So it is going to be a really hard push still. The M82 did not connect. Ares still trying to push. Nessie trying to hold off the angle. 18 seconds on the clock. Shiro also gets a pick. Goes down the heads of Nessie and Shiro. And Nessie now to find the trade onto the last player remaining from Team 3 Angry Men. But on the other side, 5 seconds
4,
remaining
3,
for Onyx.
2, 1. Olu! It's Onyx time!
time. Kanade, of course, is going to finish off 3 Angry Men right now. Kanade is going to drop down, and Prince is able to find so another KP for 3 Angry Men, but it's not enough as Nessie finish off the game for Onyx. Wow. Oh my god. What a
caster
fight.
curse, I think, Olu. No more caster curse, no more Mandel Breaker. And I think Mandel Breaker still, because the Mandel Breakers is, the one who get the Mandel Break first, who get the second Mandel Break is, eventually the one who cannot close the match. But Onyx took it on the third or fourth? The third.
No. They did not.
Fourth, right?
Fourth,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, they take it on the fourth and they managed to close it so fast. And I think there is some kind of a luck factor because as we can see on the Westgate side, on the Westgate side of the area, Phantom Legion was fighting. FOC was also fighting. They're trading 101 there. Navi is on the worst position they could think of. They get backstabbed by 3 AM on the face-to-face area, which is the sentry area. They get caught off by Onyx as well. And then the last one alive, Navi deals. He get caught off by EWG right there. And then it's only EWG. I mean, on the fight there, I think the only team that, aware of the actually score or the clock ticking for Onyx to actually take the Mandel Break is only 3 AM, right? 3 AM was rotating towards the centrifuge. They try to seize it, but they actually take the approach inside of the building, not the outside, not straight to the Mandel Break, but they were trying to actually kill the Onyx players first, but that didn't go well. Now on the highlights, look at this. 3 AM was griefing Navi in every angle they could possibly think of. Now PL1 and FOC was, on their own game. They doesn't even care about how Onyx is decoding the Mandel Break and how is the clock ticking. And as we can see, as the clock ticking down, Onyx with the Mandel Break that closes that a game and this group situation now on top. What do you think, Olu? The domination of Onyx today, not even any other team triggered the match point except for Onyx.
I mean, it's a total domination coming out of Onyx. Of course, they have been a dominant force coming into the weeks after week. Of course, they have a little bit of stumble over by week number 3. And then, of course, yesterday they did not finish the game, weren't able to finish the game with that second Mandel Break after reaching that match point threshold. But it is truly showing that some of the teams have already figured out what they need to do, where to go, and what to do after getting that Mandel Break, after the Mandel Breaks being decoded by other teams. They know how to initiate the fights. They know how to rotate the fights. In the middle of a fight, you might be in a pinchy situation, as we saw just a couple of minutes ago, where Onyx was trying to was in the middle, actually a connector, but they were able to find the rotations coming in, and then fortunately for them, 3 Angry Men was there to kind of make the job a little bit more easier for them. So I think it's just a pure domination coming out. Yeah, props to 3 Angry Men helping Onyx to win even faster. So we don't head on to 14 consecutive match wins. But we are going to go ahead on a little break. After this, we are going to go to Group B, where we have Underdog FPS as the finishing force. But on last week, nobody get a full decode and finish the game. They were ranked by points, and Underdog FPS was there on the top. But for that matter, we are going to head onto a little break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have Group B in just a little bit, so see you guys in a bit.
Granted, the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployments under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship mobile version on Southeast Asia Season 3. And back again, of course, with me, General Zankan and Trixie here. Trixie, what do you think about the results and how Onyx just actually completed the game and, you know, breaking the curse?
Well, I think it's a big, pretty much big good thing for Onyx because right now I feel like they have a clear strategy right now on how to move on with the games, especially on how to move through with this new rule set. And it looks like Onyx is prepared for the following games they have to face because it feels like their strategy is pretty well built up and ready already, as we've seen from the first few rounds from the aggressive plays to the best
Yep.
defenses in Space City with that double Uluru. As Ollie's prediction is right, we seen that Onyx did bag the match already. And again, a big congratulations to Team Onyx and for the rest of the teams. You guys did well. And again, this was their last chance. So it may be a missed opportunity for some of the teams that have played poorly on this match because again, this is the last week for the players to rack up their points. And for Onyx, it feels like it went pretty well from them in both rule sets. In all of their brackets, they still managed to be at the top of their leaderboards. Maybe there was one time they didn't manage to get, but in the end, they still managed to bag it, and they could be the top of the overall leaderboard. But right now, let's talk about the rest of the teams and what fate has for them because EWG again with the two players again it's not working out for them with only just
Yeah.
two players, so it's a big punishment for this team for having two players, so it could bring them down into the bottom of our leaderboard. So hopefully they could do better if ever in some of our in the lower bracket in the future. But again, things could still change because we still have another group who would be battling it out, and the question is who would be on the same level or who would be the challenging team to try and take the top one from Team Onyx right now. Because again, as you all mentioned, it's Onyx time, and Onyx aggression is pushing them forward to the first place. So, how about you, Zanken? What do you think?
Yep, I agree. I agree with you. The Onyx aggression is finally resulting them with their win on the group again and making them it's just like a cherry on top of the cake for them to actually getting more points on the global leaderboard. Now, as the current leaderboard on the group, we can see Onyx with the fourth and fifth, Mandelbrick getting 51 mils, 33 total kills with in
Wow.
total of 87. And I just want you to like see the desperation between Onyx and other teams. 33 kills with 10, 11, and the points 87 to 29. It's what a leap from the points from one to another. Not to mention the other two of the lowest, like 3 Angry Men with the 13 and EWG with 6. Even with Navi, I think as one of the top teams that compete in this
Mm-hmm.
tournament, I think today Navi is a little bit underwhelmed on. It's just like a bad day for them, not having any type of strategies. And I just realized Navi with just 0 kills, Trixie. I never seen
Yeah.
this thing. With just 0 kills. Navi, even EWG getting 3 out of 2 players. It's very rare to see Navi getting only 0. Absolutely nothing for Navi on the kill points. Now with the MVP deserved, Onyx Shiro with 13 kills and top assets 15.70 mil. And I believe if we goes on the after, which is the top kills, I think Shiro is also the top kill leader. As we can see, and as we remember, Onyx has 33 kill points right now. And with 15.70 million assets, I think Shiro of how he did great on clutching, trading for his teammates, and playing as a Tempest who actually take the body of Navi players on the last match and getting it for the backpack meta again. Also, one of the moments making him one of the most valuable players in this tournament, not only on today on this group, but on the global tournament. And I suppose any players from Onyx also represents how valuable they are as a team, as like Kanadi as well. They and Kanadi and Nessie, they actually shows the way that Onyx has been playing is a part of a team. It's like a hive mind of the Onyx aggression has been played. They played very tightly. They push very, you know, compact, and the chemistry is there. And as we can see on the fourth, we can still see the top two team, which is FOC Osiris and CSC is there. Usually played by Nox Operator with the 7 kills now. Nessie, on the other hand, usually plays as the support as Medic, Toxic, or the Stinger, and Kanadi also as another support, usually Shepard or Luna here with another 12 and 8 kills here. It's just portraying Onyx aggression today is deservedly dominated. And I want to ask you something before we move on to the next group. Navi with 0 kills, do you think it's because of the rulebook or just another bad day for them?
Well, I think it might be a pretty bad day for them because they might be getting overwhelmed by the other team's aggression. Again, in this game, it's not a 1v1 situation between
Yep.
teams. We're talking about it could be a 1v2, 2v2, 3v3. It's a big question, especially in the Mandelbrick round. You don't get to defend just from one team. You're defending from multiple teams. And
Yep.
checking back here on our assets value, again, it's Team Onyx on the top with the kills and as well as the MVP. We still have Shiro because this team is
Mm-hmm.
very cooperative. Not only that, the what I noticed is that usually in a very common team composition, you got one aggressor, one playing passive, and then the third one will be the support. But
Yeah.
what I noticed in Onyx, they're all like assault type of players. They're all the aggressive type players, and it matched their strategy. So again, it
Yes.
all depends on how uh you implement your strategy. And here we have Onyx with their aggression. Again, the rulebook is really rewarding for aggressive players who are really looking for that kill, because
Yeah.
each kill could help you reach that 40 point threshold. But again, going back for the Navi Nation, yes, I think it might be a bad day, because again, they might be getting caught off guard by the rest of their teams. It's really important to have the awareness on your surroundings. It's better to expect you have enemies everywhere than to expect enemies in the hot zones, because again, you never know if someone is behind you or maybe near you, because here in operations you're not just dealing with one team, you're dealing with multiple teams, and all of it would might be happen could be in the decoding station, which is one of the most stressful parts, which is trying
Yep.
to steal the Mandelberg. But again, Team Onyx will still bag that with their great defense and great aggressiveness. We did see that in the last minute, that every time Onyx has that Mandel break, once the clock goes around 30 seconds, Onyx will go aggressive to push out all of the teams that are trying to get near that. And it's one of the good strategies of Onyx. It showcases their aggressiveness could overpower the battlefield. And for the rest of the teams, maybe for those who just watch us, we still have Group B, so we might see some of the teams could do the same strategy as Onyx, or we could actually see the bag strategy again in the later matches. But let's talk about Group B right now, and it's pretty intense right now, because we've got most aggressive teams. We got Team Blanket over there, we got Underdog FPS, because we're talking about the previous champions, and then on a team that's overwhelming the leaderboard as well. We got Team Player, who actually is one of the teams who used to be on the number one leaderboard, but eventually gets second place or third place, if I'm not mistaken, on the previous week. So
Yeah.
this just shows that the rulebook right now is giving a chance for the rest of the teams to catch up, because this time you don't just need 2 mango breaks, you also need the kill, you also need the loot points. So these teams are now changing their strategies, especially that bag strategy. It's very, very annoying. You have to cover up the station with the bag.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious on how the rest of the teams in Group B would try to play it out after witnessing Group A, because again, this is the last day of the players to rack up their points. And of course, if these teams want to live or want to play a little stress free, they should aim for that top 6 to get to that upper bracket, to get that
Yeah.
clear vision of winning this tournament. How about you, Zanken?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the other teams, especially from Group B, will need to actually find a way to actually counter the back meta after witnessing what just happened on Group A. It's actually 5th round, still on the back meta from Onyx, like 5 consecutive round, 4th, I mean, every Mandelbrick round they already using the back meta, and I want to see how the Group B players, the Group B teams will actually counter that to actually, seize the Mandelbrick. And because every time a team who is getting the Mandelbrick first, decode the Mandelbrick first, and use the back meta, eventually get the Mandelbrick itself. Now, for the second group as well as the Group B, as far as I'm concerned, Team Plenger and Underdog FPS, I think on the global leaderboard, they're on, in a comfortable position on the upper bracket. But if I'm not mistaken, there is 5-man Hopeless, there is DK, there is Original Gangster, who were, They are on the very tight situation. They are on a very tight point to actually take control of the upper bracket. I think 5-man hopeless was on 16, and DK as well as OG is on 15. Is just 1 point to actually take control of the lower and upper bracket. Now we are in a zero them right now. We are going to get into the first match on the Ikora zero them. Now, as we can see, the operators are dominated by Nox, as we can see right now, as well as Raptors, and as well as Gizmos as well. Flinder are also is going to be used by OG and as well as Team Plunger right here. Team Plunger on the major station right now, currently holding their steps, are going to be met with 5-man hopeless. Antoy is already holding his angle onto Echo, and also Lani trying to get a hold of the armor there, but doesn't seem to get any chip damage. Antoy with the spray down! Echo is down! Anto with the KC7 team getting his first kill, still knocked down, but hasn't been able to knock it off and hit the body, trying to get a hold of the situation. Pak with the flank, getting two. TPL is going to be wiped by Pax or not. Now, is this one more player? Pak is still throwing his flashbang. He knows. On top, Jaylani trying to get a hold of it, trying to get a spray down, and Pak also going down 1v2. Now, I think Antoy needs to take a little bit of an approach here if he doesn't want to troll it out. Jaylani with 1 HP, trying still, getting a reset, and eventually get his outdoor medkit, getting it to work, getting it to 90 HP now, getting the end. Pax trying to actually revive his teammate now without Nestaret and Echo. Good, Jaylani is able to actually clutch this out. Kino with the spray down. Another one. Jaylani with another one. Jaylani with another two. Oh my god. So close. So close. Jaylani with the 2 kills. Trying to clutch it for the Team Plunger side. Almost getting all of it, but almost is never enough. What a first approach, what a first gunfight from Team Plunger and 5-man hopeless. And almost 5-man hopeless if they don't play it well, like don't play for trades, just going up one by one to Jaylani's crosshair, it will be another version of the story. Trixie, what do you think of the first gunfight here?
Yeah, I feel like Team Planger did not expect to get pick off way this early. Again, it's a bit of a letdown that Team Planger is one of the most aggressive teams again from the other matches. Oh wow, actually one
Whoa.
player got a really big red over there. We've got Hayes, a
Not a
big
3
red.
by
That was
3.
so
Yeah.
unexpected. Yeah, but anyways, it feel like 5-man hopeless did a really good pick over there. And Tui managed to pick off one player, and that gave them an opportunity to push Team Planger back and force them to go to the second floor, which could corner them. And Jay Planger, Jay Lani almost had them, but unfortunately, it's just not enough. He's using a
Yep.
Raptor, and Raptor is not a kind of operator you would want to use for a very aggressive play. Yes, you do have the EMP grenade, but again, it does not do enough. Like, it does not have damage actually to try to lessen a few HP of 5-man hopeless. But the good side that Team Planger did is to give a bit of a disadvantage to 5-man hopeless. Even though they get wiped even though Team Planger got wiped early, they left a mark to 5-man hopeless, which puts them on like last life. I feel like from what I
Yep.
know, some of the player from 5-man hopeless is already down to their last life, which is could be a disadvantage for 5-man
Mhm.
hopeless to try and make plays. It's gonna be a big problem for them because if one of them is down, then they're already down to 2 players already. But right
Yeah.
now, focusing on the rest of our teams, we've got FOC here, trying to camp it out here at the cement. It's got these players might be waiting out because the first airdrop will be dropping down near the riverbank, and the team nearest there is actually Five Man Hopeless, and
Mhm.
OG is camping out there in the mission for the dam. So the teams right now aren't that pushing against each other in the hot zone areas. Like we've mentioned, admin is where most of the gunfights happen. But right now, with the new setup, again, the kills are getting heavy. The value of kills are really heavy right now with this new rule set. So the teams right now could be playing a bit passive aggressive, like they're waiting to first get a confirm or a sure kill before going full aggressiveness, which is a good strategy if we do want your team not to get wiped early. While
Yep.
Five Man Hopeless here, it feels like they got a bunch of a hunch that they feel like Team DK is actually there because they are, and they just passed through. Because DK might actually aim for the airdrop, but they have to pass through this open area that's being guarded by Five Man Hopeless. Now we witnessed that in the previous game of DK, they did get wiped here because again,
Yeah.
it's a very open area. You can expect players anywhere, and that's what I always say. Always expect wherever you go, expect there's a team there, and you could play it safe. So I'm not sure who would if DK would actually go through this open area after learning their lesson in their previous matches. But right
Mhm.
now the airdrop is still open and nobody's still taking it. So I'm not sure, but maybe OG still has the opportunity to get it. But it for checking on the other teams, it looks like we still have no teams trying to get that first airdrop. I wonder why, Zanken.
I think they just want to keep it, keep it safe, play it safe, playful for the setup. Actually preparing for the next round, which is Brakkesh. And as we can see here, I think DK also learned from their last match, their previous mistake. They actually trying to recon the substation there with the Silver Wing, even though they couldn't get any players from Five Man Hopeless to actually get recon there. But I think they still, aware of the presence of the team there. Now OG, on the other hand, getting closer and closer towards the airdrop here, and I think not long again they are going to get the airdrop. If not, they're going to get griefed by another players from another team. Now Asphyxia with the Silver Wing trying to recon around from the riverbank to the cement plane, trying to confirm that no one is near that airdrop, because I think they really need the M82 or the AWM in that airdrop. And talking about OG here, from these teams in this group, as I recall and I remember, Five Man Hopeless, OG, and DK is very close to each other in the global leaderboard to actually take control, take the decision or of who is going to get on the upper bracket and on the lower bracket. I think Five Man Hopeless is still on the top 6 with 16. DK and OG, in the other hand, is still on 15. But if DK and OG can actually, make the progression for their team to actually finish on the top leaderboards, they can actually turn the tables and get into the top bracket or the upper bracket here. Now DK trying to get a presence towards Five Man Hopeless packs with his Nox ulti, trying to keep his distance, trying to get a hold of the angles here, not wanting to rush, not wanting to get caught off first because he is alone. The other two players from Five Man Hopeless is still on the top side here. Antui with the M700 trying to get a kill with the M700, but still not getting any value out of it, in the first level here, trying to get an angle, holding the positions to actually caught Team DK off guard if they eventually decided to come inside the building of the substation here. Still, the tempo is pretty low. Pucks not wanting to move anywhere, any type of situations, they will still hold Team DK until Team DK is going to be the one who rush them. Quarty, Urwar, and Canlim here still also playing on the tempo of five-man hopeless. Play really slow and actually somehow getting recon, getting the information from the Silver Wing that is sent by Shino there. Still hitting hold by Antui on the generator. Heads going light and left. Still, there's no actual gunfight here. But I think DK is going to initiate this fight. Pax with the flash is there. Pax with the hip fire getting one spray down connected to Quarty. Another jump shot. Antui getting Arwar down. Pax also getting Kenlim. Another good trade from 5-man Hopeless. Getting all the kill points that they could have. TPL and DK down by 5-man Hopeless, Trixie.
It's a bit of a shame that because DK actually double peaked that one player. Unfortunately, they didn't connect. Their
Yeah.
their strategy on trying to push that one person didn't connect much because unexpectedly there was another player who was also guarding that position. So it looks like 5-man hopeless passiveness won through again. Um, the position is really important.
Hmm.
So
I
for
agree, I agree.
team for team 5-man hopeless, they got that second floor. They got the information. So it's like a complete package that they're fully prepared for team DK. And again, it team DK almost had that, but I don't know if you noticed but Zankin, but when they did the two-man peak, one of the player
Yep.
hid already, and the other player is left being shot at,
We can use
which I guess is one of the mistakes that DK might have made since maybe it's a risk as
Maybe
well
it's
because
miscommunication
Mm.
issues as well, probably.
yeah, maybe the other player was shocked. It was like, wait, I thought there was only one and there was two. So one player did took a step back and
Mm-hmm.
did not connect that well to the other player. So another lesson learned for Team DK because I'm pretty sure Team DK wasn't also well aware of the position of 5-man hopeless. They
Yep.
did know that one player was in that corner, the Nox was in that corner, but what they didn't expect is another player other than the Blender who was in level 2.
Yeah.
Their third player, the Raptor, was actually holding a good position at the same angle. So that's gonna be the end of the story for DK for this first round, and 5-man hopeless is already bagging some points already, and 4 more minutes we only had two gunfights, and here we are closing in to the last few minutes where most of the gunfights happen here at the dam extraction. We still got four more teams, but right
Yes.
now we have three teams aiming for that elevator extract. We've got FPS, 5-man hopeless actually closing in, and we've got OG. And I'm really excited because we've got two good teams right now. I mean, three good teams right now who are aiming for this dam extraction, and I'm excited to see if who would be actually managed to extract. But I'm curious how FOC is gonna play this out because they're the ones playing really passively right now. They're so
Yeah.
far from the admin, they haven't engaged in any. But going back here in the dam area, it looks like Team FPS is already spotted again with the Raptor Silver Wing. You could just see anybody in any corners, and 5-man hopeless is closing into the entrance, and near them is FPS. And we see here 5-man hopeless. Dragon is holding a pretty good position. He's holding down the two entrants over there. while the rest of the two teammates are holding the other entrance as well, because Five Man Hopeless is gonna try to get inside because we've got 2 minutes left for this extraction. Dragon
Oh,
knocking down and Toy still looking for that other person, knocks down Shino, and the last man standing is gonna get
what?
wiped by Dragon. And there goes Five Man Hopeless ending their story in the damn extract. And actually FPS winning the gunfight, and all of the loot that Five Man Hopeless got will be put to um Team FPS. But the game is not yet over. We still have a 1 minute and 20 seconds, and Team OG is making their way to the dam extraction. So FPS has to make a quick reset and be prepared because OG might is aiming for that dam extraction as well. And as you can see,
Yep.
FPS is now racing their loot points. I'm gonna bet. Who are you betting on to extract? Is it gonna be OG or FPS, Duncan?
In these certain situations and the positioning, I think FPS is still going to be the one who prevails and actually manage to extract, because as we can see on the right side of the screen here, Ricky is already getting his AWM from team Five Man Hopeless there. They actually can wipe the top teams, which is Five Man Hopeless, who is was going to take the extraction point from them. But OG Pak Penjas, the man, the myth himself, now as one of the best rusher trying to get a hold of Dragon. But what a
Whoa!
weapon from Dragon! What a reaction time! Inhuman reaction from Dragon. Now for the jump shot, Asphyxia already taken down as well, and I won the bet. FPS is out of this lobby with full assets and kill point. What a performance from FPS on this eco round on Zero Dem. Especially how Dragon already, wow, he just already aware, even though Papen just already initiate his ult, his knocks out, no actual steps here, no actual presence, but the way Dragon already react when and where Pak Penjas will actually come to his face and just taken down in the matter of time, in the nick of blink of an eye, down Asphyxia, trying to trade Pak Penjas on the other side of the gate, but doesn't get any type of damage to Dragon because the other two from FPS is already back him up. And yeah, as we expected, FPS, after they take control of Five Man Hopeless, getting the AWM, getting the asphalts, getting all their loot. Also, I think OG is it's also mandatory for OG to actually push it to actually extract from the dam, because there will be no other choice to extract except from the dam, because on the river bank, as you've said, FOC playing very passive. They're only the one team that is so far away. They extract from the riverbank, from the fate extraction point. Now on the highlights, we can see Five Man Hopeless was one of the team that were dominating DK, and also Team Plenger. Look at this first gunfight about between TPL and also Five Man Hopeless. Jaylani was on the verge of clutching that 1v3, but Shino, in the other hand, getting the job, almost getting the job done. But as well, now it's a 3v1. What you can say, Jelani has done all of his might to actually win the game now. Five Man Hopeless. This is when you say that two players was already trying to get down, but one player getting down and the other was hiding, right? It's like one man jump and the other one just hiding. That's one of the, I think, one of the mistake that DK has been up to. Now the last one, Dragon. What a performance by him. What a domination. The way that he's been dominating, and the aim, I cannot, there is no excuse to not see Dragon as one of the top players in this group and is in this tournament. The way that he has been playing, and the fact that underdog FPS on last week were starting to the lower side of the leaderboard and ended up as the champion of the group last week is no other than the effort as well from Dragon, Ricky, and team. OG, on the other hand, sadly has to pass away from the lobby because I think they're on a good timing, but back again, FPS is just immaculately finished the job from all the players, all the team that trying to rush them. And for the next map, which is Brakkesh, do you think the back meta will be actually taken control again by the team who is trying to decode the Mandel brick or not?
I'm pretty sure that the bag meta is gonna be shown in the next match because it's really effective. But again,
Yeah.
a great game for Team FPS, and who knows, we might get to see a lot more aggression coming from the rest of the teams, not just Team FPS, because we've seen a lot of aggression as well from 5-man Hopeless. But again, as for Team OG, they did try to go for it, but we'll see a lot more from the rest of the teams as well once we get back on the break. So stick around and we will be right back.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, operators, to the Delta Force National Championship Sea Region Season 3. And it's your caster again, Trixie, with Olu. Olu, what can you say about our first round?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the killing machine of Underdog FPS. The game has begun. They are going to slay this absolute lobby to pieces. They are going to tear them apart. I swear to you, Dragon is just... Oh my god, I want to get out of the game if I were the teams currently facing Dragon. I mean... What a showing out of Dragon. I think he got 5 or 6 kills probably that game. I mean, oh my god, the timing on that last fight, especially when the last team was trying to push them onto the extraction point, and then that was just a beauty. Nox versus Nox. It was a timing difference. He was trying to pull out that AWM out of his pocket, but then Dragon just whoops in and just no, AWM what? No, you're going to die. And them, I mean, it's just Underdog FPS things. You know, they are showing to us why they were the winners of Season 2 by just that round alone, you know. We saw them doing what they do last week, and it was also crazy. Of course, you see what? A 30 kill game out of them last week, or 25 plus kills coming out of them last week. So it's very deserving that this new rulebook changes how they play. They want to get the kills. They want to extract as much loot as possible to gain that advantage since round number 1. And that this particular round, I think it shows why they were called the Season 2 winners. I mean, it's just the other teams kind of feel like needs to catch up to them, right? It's been since week number 1. FPS is just destroying everyone. But the problem with them is they couldn't close out the game. Sometimes they couldn't close out the games. The Manda Break fight was truly their greatest enemy. And I think it just goes to show how some teams are able to communicate with all three and find that rotation as what we know from Onyx. I think Onyx is a perfect example out of all the teams
Yeah.
that are currently here. Why they are currently number one is they could find their own sense of play style. You get the rotation right, you get the comms right, you get your aim right, everything just feels right to Onyx. An underdog, I think, is going on a little bit of a step back when it comes to the Mandalore brick fight. So I want to see underdog FPS actually closing this group with two Mandalore brick.
Yeah, that's very true. And I do want to mention some of our other teams. Like we've seen FOC Osiris doing great on their group earlier. But right now, FOC Amundra, their brother team, we witnessed them play passively, which is a bit questionable. Again, with this new form
No, no,
of
no,
rule
no.
set.
I want to say something about this. I think it's the
Okay.
OC kind of playstyle. I think it's the FOC playstyle. Both of the Osiris and the Amundra will play the same way on the first map of Zero Dam. You can check on the VODs. It will be the same. I think. Go on, Trixie. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it might be the same, but again, the big question is it gonna be an advantage to them? Because again, you need to have that early eco to go in with very good gear so that you could actually have an advantage in gunfights. But again, maybe another strategy change, like what you said. These two brother teams might do the same strategy, and if ever Amundra gets to copy it very correctly, then maybe FOC Amundra might go and uh, do the same. And correct me if I'm wrong, I saw one player with T5 ammo.
Yes,
Did
that
you
is
see
coming
that?
out of DK. Your
Yeah.
love teams. Of course, this is going to be the DK style of gameplay using that Sineva and of course the tier 5. I think it's going to be I'm not sure. I didn't get the ammo type right, I don't think. But it might be a sniper as a starter, or maybe it might be the M249 ammo that comes
Oh,
from
M250.
Saed. Yeah, Saed. That was brought by Saed. So that might be it.
Yeah. So it looks like DK might be going a bit
Woohoo!
might be trying to give it their all, since they do have one player with T5 ammo. Again, it's another advantage. And Orwar is getting
Oh no,
ready
he's doing the
with
strat
the shield.
again! Oh,
Oh,
oh no, he's
oh
doing the strat
no!
again! Oh, we have
He's gonna
seen this
protect
movie
that.
before, ladies and gentlemen. Trixie, I don't think you were there, no? Was that you
I
who
was
was watching it?
watching in the
Yeah,
live,
yeah, yeah. This
actually.
this happens. Oh my god, this is going to be the strat where oh no, the Seneva pull onto the Mandel Brick station is going to happen again. This might be the only Brakkesh round we'll see in the recent days where no one is going to take the Mandel Brick out of the hands of Team DK, because Team DK will just hook you in to that particular house and kills you. So this might be a good content, of course. The Clippers, don't forget to do your thing because this is going to be a hell of a fun watch.
Yeah, it's a big advantage actually. It's a really DK is very lucky right now that they got this spawn near
Yep.
the Mandelbrick, and now they got this good position. Now every team is gonna be aware or gonna be very careful because they know that DK is in their group, and if they watch the previous matches, if they seen what DK did, they would be wary of what's gonna happen if they get the Mandelbrick. And
Yep.
I think OG is gonna aim for that mantle break, but they're being wary because I'm pretty sure they already heard Orwar. He's
Yep.
making his steps, and you
Yep.
know it's really loud.
Yep.
So I think OG is gonna
Ooh.
think of a way on how to pick off DK or how to get that mantle break. And the biggest question is how without any Tempest, because nobody can get that second life with that EOD
Yeah.
here. The
Oh no.
the only way you could get that is by bringing down Sineva with that shield. You could burn them, throw some throwables, but it seems like OG here might be going for that nano break. Few shots are being shown here. It looks like
Rian
OG
making his
is
way.
going.
Oh,
It's going
he's
for
making
the
his
nano
way.
break.
He
Oh!
gets shut down. Oh no! It
He
has
gets it!
happened. No, it has happened again and again. When you have Euron on your group, this will happen. And no, also Papa just goes down to the hands of Kenlim. The
Oh!
hoax coming out of DK is just too annoying. Oh my god, not again, Trixie.
Yeah, I feel like the smoke of OG did not go through enough. We've seen that the smoke did not cover the Mandel
Yeah.
break. So Freeran got picked off, and Orward just grabbed him and pulled him there, and they also managed to pick up another player. And the Mandel break will be going to Team DK, and I think they'll be pushing forward here for the last player of OG. He might finish him off. Last player standing. Curtis looking for that
Asphyxia.
kill and finishes off Team OG. A team wiped by DK, and they might be going for that decoding station already. But here back at the tower, we have 5-man Hopeless and Team Planger
Team
again.
Plangar.
This matchup, right, Alu?
Yep, this is going to be another one that we are going to see as Antoine and he actually gets to stand his ground and he drops Giovanni onto his place, saying to him that he needs to be aware of this warfare player's shots. The aim is crispy and Antoine is showing why 5-man Hopeless still have a chance to be ending up as the top leaderboard for this day. As on the other side, Furor standing his ground, using of course his giant shield to shield out some of the shots coming down from FOC, Amundra, Azra, and Freeran trying to get the pick onto Furor. But again, the shield is too strong. Nobody can destroy the shield. 3 minutes on the clock. FOC just going to play it a little bit more passive because you know when the shield man is up, you're probably not going to challenge that very easily. So they do need to reposition themselves. They are going to play it a little bit more slow. But on the other side of the museum, we have Underdog FPS trying to find a kill onto Shino. Actually drops Echo to the ground. One player remaining out of Team Planger, and he drops down also. And they are out. Team Planger versus 5-man Hopeless. This week is going to be the highlight.
second
And 5-man
time.
Hopeless is actually going to come up on top against Team Planger. This is very rare sight to see, Trixie.
Yeah. I mean, it's the second time that Team Planger gets wiped out by 5-man Hopeless. So there's gonna be a bit of a tension between these two teams. But going back to the decoding station, Team DK has the position right now. And in the museum, we have the highlight of last round, Team FPS on the other side. So it looks like FOC here is gonna have a hard time to try and push forward against that Sineva again. Once you get pulled, it's gonna be a bit of a bad luck or bad position for you, but there's still a lot of time for the other teams to get into position and be ready. And you know what I've noticed, Olu? We're not seeing a backpack strategy anymore from this group.
Yep,
It's
this is
really
going to be a
funny,
completely
and
different.
yeah, it's completely different from the past group, if you're gonna tell me, because this set of teams right now, they're very aggressive. You know that they're very really good on their gunfight, so you're gonna expect to see really great gunfights coming from these matchups. And 1 minute left for DK to take home this first Mandel break. FOC is gonna be trying to go up, but Ricky here, he's preparing his Sonic Wave. I think FPS might go for the opportunity to steal the Mandel break as well. the real question is, did Orwar return the shield? Because we saw earlier he put his shield down. The question is, will they be able to defend it without his big shield? Because it's gonna be all about the gunfights. 30 seconds left. Ricky getting that opportunity, throwing that shock, trying to get a disrupt of only a few more seconds left. 20 more seconds, and no one is trying to push it.
Oh, the shield is up!
Oh,
Trixie, the shield is up! Nobody
And
is
10
going
more
to
seconds.
contest! 10
Where's
seconds
there
on the
no
clock!
contest? Where is there no
5,
contest? 3
4,
seconds.
2, 1! Oh no, the
Oh my
shield
God.
man! Nobody
Are they scared?
contests the shield man! Oh, Trixie, this is a disaster. They are just fully scared. With the existence of you, Roar alone, the Sineva man is here to wreak havoc. And they did so to OG, and no other team is willing to take the fight against Team DK. Wow.
I mean, like, there's like a big presence of Orwar in this matchup right now. Like, he has this big shield, big presence, and really big pressure he's giving right now to these other teams. I mean, like, I kind of feel, or I kind of empathize with Ricky over there when he's trying to push. But again, you gotta keep in mind that there is a Sineva who's guarding Team DK, who's ready to pull him in case he pushes. And I feel like he did not take that risk. But the first Mandelberg is gonna be for Team DK. A really great comeback from their first game where they made that quite a bit of a mistake. But again, a great defending for Team DK with, of course, the Sineva. But yeah, there's a possibility that we could see it again because we removed Tide percent. So we're going
Yep.
back to Brakkesh. So if ever DK got that T1 spawn again, then maybe, just maybe, they would do this again. Or if they get a really bad spawn, it could be a question of how they would push. Because now we witness that
at
they're
the
really good at
other
holding positions.
Look at the other
Yeah,
teams, Trixie.
Yeah,
They're just
it's like they're
scared.
not moving. They're not
No,
moving.
they
Nobody's
don't.
moving.
Nobody's
Nobody's
moving.
moving from their position. They're just holding it out because Orwar is just walking loudly with his big shield. Everyone is scared of Sineva. You don't want to get pulled by him because once you get pulled, you're out already. And we still have the airdrop, and I'm not sure if
Yep.
DK could go aim for that. But 6 minutes left, and nobody is still moving in the museum. Olu, can you help me explain what is happening right now?
I mean, it's about the operator selections, to be honest. You see DK running that two engineers comp with one recon, and all the other teams are running Shepherd and also a smoker. So, they do not have any lethal utilities to use to push. You only have defensive ones. Yeah, sure, you have the Dragonfly Swarm, but let's to be honest, when you face a Sineva in front of you, you really don't care about that Dragonfly Swarm. You can just eat up some of those shots that are coming out of the Dragonfly Swarm. You know, even though you still push, even though it connects, oh, you just got pushed down to the ground. You know. So I think it's
Yeah.
because nobody really bring any other operators. I think this is going to be the new comp for Brakkesh, for the exception of the Sineva, of course, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that is just an exception to Euror. We all respect that. But again, the operator selection forces all the other teams to play a little bit more defensively and try to take retakes slowly using the Dragonfly Swarm, using the Toxic. But again, when you are facing a Sineva, do you really want to spend that Dragonfly Swarm to push a Sineva with a shield? No, you don't. You really don't want to.
Yeah.
You need to have that lethality coming out of from your utilities. But we don't see the Ulurus being thrown out, the Gizmos being thrown out. You don't have those utilities that can push. So you are left with a defensive play you need to do against the Sineva. But when you're up against a Sineva, do you really want to be able to push without any utilities being thrown out to the position that the Sineva is in? No, you don't, because you're just going to get hooked. If you're out of position, as we are seeing actually, FOC trying to close in onto Team DK. So this is going to be the fight that we are currently looking for. Stairwell fight, of course, my favorite.
He's
Roar
pushing them.
using it. Oh, did he get it? He missed. Okay, okay. Sonic
He's
paralysis
pushing
goes
them
out.
down.
He missed the hook, ladies and gentlemen. He missed the hook. They are going to reset. FOC is trying to find this pick to try to backstep. Mr. Uror using his Sineva. On the other side, of course, on the level 2, we see Dragon FPS. Dragon, be careful. He goes down. Gets thrown down to the ground and he's dead. Uror also drops down. So there is no salesman left for Team DK. He is out. On the other side, though, FOC trying to push also, but Team DK is eliminated out of this game because they are pinched from top side and also from the basement. And now FPS, of course, going to try and reset the fight. Both of them lost one player each. So this is going to be a full reset, I think, coming out of FOC and also Underdog FPS. What a fight. I love the staircase fight so much because that would happen. And especially with Uror there using that Sineva, that is just the icing on the cake of the stairway fight on Brakkesh. Take it away, Trixie. I'm fully satisfied.
Well, yeah, we still have FPS and FOC here, and it looks like Ricky is trying to get that good angle to try and pick up. Whoa, he almost got picked up actually by Azra. Azra is pushing forward, going for that jammer. Flashes. He's gonna throw all of his utils right now, trying to disrupt any player of FPS. Though, again, it's a bit of a bad luck for DK earlier. But wait, FPS, hey, that's a really good position over here. He got that good pick to actually pick off Azra. And FOC is down to 2 players left. And FPS is still here, complete. But here we have Ricky leading the team, trying to push forward along here with Dragon. Dragon pushing forward. The man himself picks one off and will be finishing it off. FOC Amuna gets wiped by the Dragon himself. And again, another great gameplay coming from Team FPS. Though, yeah, although Dragon did get pushed by Orwar, but still made a big comeback. And actually, we still have an extraction available outside of the tower. And 5-man Hopeless did get 1 player to extract already at the top after they wipe out Team Plenger. So maybe FPS could go for this extract if they still have the time. But right now, there's still 1 more minute. I think that could be a bit of enough time to go forward. But the problem is, could they push forward against 5-man Hopeless position? Because right now, we still have a minute and 20 seconds. It's gonna be a great advantage for FPS to extract fully since they still have the full team. But I'm not pretty sure if they could extract. They could go bagless. But what do you think, Olu? Do you think they can extract? Because I don't think there's much enough time. I think
30
only 5-man
seconds.
Hopeless can get to
Sonar scan
extract
goes
already.
Sonar scan, they will try to make this push onto Team 5-man Hopeless. Right now is on a disadvantage. 16 seconds on the clock. They might just want to go into the area of the extraction. Smoke goes out. 10 seconds remaining. They need to make this run. But think it is not enough. 3 seconds on the clock. They need to get in. FPS. Will they make it? They need 2 players. Ricky is the only person who is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great showing of a match we have here. 25 seconds on the rest of the game. Oh my God, I am fully satisfied. I don't care who wins this round. I mean, that fight on the staircase with the Sineva is just what I am looking for to watch in the Delta Force operations, the DFNC SEA, man. I mean, that is why makes this game is so much fun because we are getting some treats watching stuff like that. I mean, the last group it was the backpack meta. This group,
Yeah.
the Aurora Siniba meta. And I think it's just
Yeah.
it goes to show that every team has their own way on interpreting the match, on how they want to play the match. We see DK, with the Siniva trying to dictate where the match is going, getting the kills onto the OG, onto Team OG, and they get wiped, absolutely obliterated by the Hookman himself. So, I mean, it shows what the team's flavors are, Underdog FPS likes to go for kills, right?
Yeah.
And then Five Man Hopeless also coming out of that warfare scene, they want to kill people. They are looking for the kills. And of course, you would argue that some of the last week's performance from Five Man Hopeless aren't showing what they could do. Yes, they did get the point, especially on the earlier weeks where the rulebook is still on season 8, where they won that 2 Mando breaks. So they got a lot of points out of that. But they are truly showing now that we also can fight. We have been talking to each other how we should rotate, how we should face another team, what fights to take. We are seeing that progression actually going from Five Man Hopeless, and I think that's a really good sign that all the teams here deserve their own individual spots in the tournament. And I think we'll just need to delete Roar using the Siniva as fast as possible, so the other teams can also feel like they are safe to play their own game, not being dictated by the Siniva meta from Euro. I think it just goes down to that. And what shocks me the most is actually Team Plunger right now not doing that great on the first 2 maps, right? OG, yeah, sure, you could argue OG is like one of the least favorite teams in this particular group. We know that Five Man Hopeless does have that grit to go for the kills, while OG sometimes they are in a role. They will show how they are going to play the match, but as for right now, it doesn't look like OG has their footings in this particular match day yet. So we'll have to see how they do on later on in the rounds, Dixie.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because we're going back to Brakkesh on round number 3, and the rest of the players still have a chance to get that Mandel break and raise their points. As for some of the teams, like we've mentioned, OG and Team Planger, who hasn't got their footing right now because, again, this matchup, this group is just amazing because we've got the shield team, we've got the aggression team, FPS. We also got a warfare team who is Five Man Hopeless. So this group has a lot to offer. So we'll see a lot more. So stick around, and we will be right back for more gunfights.
finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to, of course, Delta Force National Championship Season 3, week number 6 for mobile. Oh, we got a lot to break down a little bit here, Zanken. By a lot, I mean, what did the Sineva do himself that makes nobody on the other opposing teams tries to contest that Mandel break? You were seeing this all unfold on the sidelines. What do you think about the Sineva being that scary?
I think what was the player name? Urwar, right, from DK.
Urwar.
Yeah, Urwar from DK. I think he was listening to us as a caster and also watching the last group, and he said, "I don't need the back meta. I am the meta. You know, I am the meta himself. I don't need no backpack. I don't need no bodies to cover up for the Mandel bricks. I am the cover up." You know, the way he's been holding that Mandel brick. You and Trixie were, you know, already expecting, right? DK was already on that position, and I think OG, right? OG was trying to get the Mandel brick and then suddenly getting caught off guard. Still already aware of where Urwar is already staying, but still getting put through the Sineva, again getting caught off guard, taking down again, not being able to get the Mandel brick. And then DK was trying to change the tempo to actually play a little bit more aggressive, getting that Mandel brick. And then after they got into the Royal Museum, they actually, you know, set it up pretty well. And I think the way Urwar has been playing, you know, a couple of weeks makes other people, other players, other teams on this group respects his Sineva. I'd say it's a little bit too much, you know, even at some point, even at the point that nobody eventually tried to get at least an inch to that Mandel brick because of just the awareness of the, you know, the presence of Urwar himself in the middle of the gate to actually confront any other team who wants to take or seize the Mandel brick. Now, from the leaderboard, as we can see, underdog FPS, even though they didn't get the Mandel brick, they still on top of the leaderboard with 24 total points and 11 total kills because of the way that they have been playing, they wiped off a 5-man hopeless. They wiped off FOC as well. DK is also went down from them. Even though from the last match, I think Underdog weren't being able to extract with 3 players, right? There's one
Yep.
other player
Only
there that were, failed to actually extract. But it's still 24 total points. And next match is actually Brakkesh again, as we are aware that I think it's the right time for Underdog FPS as well to trigger the match point with the 40 points mark for the checkpoint, get some more kill points, and actually try to play a little bit more aggressive towards the Mandel Brick and stop Urwar to actually play more Sineva. And back again, the Sineva was just, even though they got wiped off at the end, DK, but the way that they have been playing the Mandel Brick, the way that they have been set it up without, play a little bit more heavy to the backpack meta, it shows that they are also confident at their own meta. But it also, make them a little bit more comfortable on the second place on the leaderboard, because as I'm concerned, the way or the points on the global leaderboard between OG, DK, and 5-man hopeless is only one. And it's going to decide whether or not DK and OG will be playing at the upper or the lower bracket. Now we are going to get into the Brakkesh. And now, Olu, do you think DK can get, the same exact chance to actually get the Mandel Brick again, as we can see Urwar again with the Sineva? Would it be deja vu? Or do you think other players, other teams like maybe 5-man hopeless, TPL, or FPS has been able to actually find the solution of it?
I mean, if we're seeing it right now, DK is actually spawning all the way from the Tower of Babel, that tier 2 spawn, so it might not be an instant go. But on the other side, FPS is actually going to go on a confrontation early in the game versus Team Plunger, as they got the 2 tier 1 spawn. But Jailani is actually dropping really low. He needs to find a cover. Jammer goes out, connects to Hayes, so Hayes needs to reposition himself. FPS is going to have this area on lockdown. They won't let anyone try to steal their Mandel bricks for free. FPS is just going to clear out some of the bots over by the museum. What, DK actually closing in to the middle of the map. Well, on the other side of the Tower of Babel, of course, we are going to have FOC Amunra closing in from the left side. But as if for now, it is going to be DK using that Sineva again. Mr. Doorman is here, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be a weird fight, because the house that Roar actually wants to be in is actually getting taken custody by Team Plunger. So this is going to be a little bit hard. Team DK, of course, if they do want to get that Mandel break, they need to wipe off the teams that are currently on the house on right next to them. If not, it is going to be hard to get that Mandel brick, especially considering they do not have any smokers. So it is going to be a lot of gamble. They are going to play the safe game for now. They are going to look at some different angles. The other teams also will know about the position of the Sineva currently, because he did make some noise. He's a big stepper, so they are going to know. Ricky, looking out for the angles that other teams might come through, and he does hear Nesta actually closing in into this area. DK gets spot on. QWERTY actually gets spot on by Nesta. He did try to hook him, guys, but it was not successful, as on the other side, FOC has that Tower of Babel for themselves. They are going to loot it up dry by themselves. And the other teams are currently near here, but oh my god, not again! The NPCs! Zanken, the crocodile!
Crocodile!
Oh,
Crocodile!
no.
Oh my god! What am I watching on the kill feed? Crocodile. FOC Amun, right? They're playing too much on the water, Olu. What are they doing on the water?
The
Oh,
crocodile.
not even on the water. It's on the
There is no
medical
water.
room.
Yeah, why does the crocodile needs to be in the medical room, brother? Okay, anyways, guys, back to the game. Of course, there's going to be some some funny moments, of course, here and there. We'll do our best as Ken Lim actually dropping really low by the frag grenades, getting thrown out. He is actually dead. Jailani got the kill onto Ken Lim using the frag grenades. The two frag grenades instantly connects, and OG now opening up their own sonar scan. They are going to find this flank onto DK. DK is at a really bad spot. Three teams currently is really near to them, so one fight breaks out. The other teams will continue on. Piren actually find a pick. Oh no! The mantle kills him, and now Uror is dead. No more Siniba in the game. Papanjas is trying to look for the kills, trying to throw out his stun grenade. Flash goes out, gets the kill onto Worthy. Worthy also falls down. Full kill is able for Papanjas. OG is now, and still 3 players will be able to loot up the bodies of Uror and Qwerty. On the other side though, Team Plangar still does not want to make a move. They want to camp out that area to finish what they have started. They want to be the next Uror. Want to camp that Mandel Brick. So nobody will be able to seize this Mandel Brick for free. Because again, we do not have any Tempest. So it is going to be either you get it or you don't situation.
Yes, I agree. It's either you going to be all in or just, wait for the other team to actually play the third party. And now Jailani is having a pretty great angle towards Kenlim here, who is just proning and waiting for the right time to actually move out, but he's getting spammed with utility, and I think his location is already been confirmed by Echo as well here, and the utility is keep being pushed towards Kenlim, who is finally has been able to full heal, full reset, but Papanjas there on top of Camlin holding his gun there, not knowing. I think he still doesn't aware of the whereabouts of Camlin there, but Papanjas is pretty close to him, and as we can see from the drone view, TPL and FPS as well as 5-man Hopeless in the same core area within maybe 50 to 100 meters between each other. Now, Nesta Red still. Jailani finally get his hand on the frag grenade! Ken Lim out of this lobby by a frag grenade. Sonic Trap is going to be deployed on to the fountain, on to the Mandel Brick spawn. Now airdrop has been landed, but nobody is actually trying to get close to it. Now everyone is focusing on the Mandel Brick spawn right now. As we know, the Mandel Brick decode station that is closest to the spawn is currently on the Royal Museum. Now Nesta Red with his ult, two Morses using the same exact ult and one Sonic Paralysis to actually gather some infos toward other players and teams who is actually watching the Mandel Brick. 10 minutes on the clock, as we can see. Still, the tempo is kind of low. Papanjas trying to hold back now, putting back his efforts to actually push the Mandel Brick because it's not currently safe right now. Ricky, on the other hand, still on the stairs on the Royal Museum. Now, think they are aware of the whereabouts of 5-man Hopeless, which is on the other side of the building. Now, 10 minutes. Still, there is no actual efforts into the Mandel Brick. What do you think the team's going to initiate the way that they will initiate to the Mandel Brick? Or will they just wait like this to, it didn't tie the game? Or maybe there will be someone who actually brave enough with the, correct strategies to get hold of the Mandel Brick.
I mean, if it goes down to a fight, I think the most possible fight to be taken here is between FPS and also 5-man Hopeless. So we'll see whether or not they are going to fight it out, because they know, each of the respective team will know that there is going to be another team on the other side of this wall on the museum, and as well as OG and Team Planger outside. They know that Team Planger is currently staged up over here, and it might just come from FOC Amunra here, who's trying to backstep their way, slowly inching into Team OG, who is currently unaware of their whereabouts. So we'll see whether or not they are going to fight it out or just let it slide. To be honest, if it does come down to a really low timer on the clock, I think it's just going to be a full-on KP on the very last second of the match. But as of for now, of course, it's going to be FOC actually getting known. The position, OG is going to take it back. They are going to rotate around. They don't want any of this. They are in a really bad spot if they stay, because the helicopter actually was shooting at FOC Amunra, so they know that there is going to be a team who's currently trying to flank. 5-man Hopeless also gets their position thrown out by the helicopter. OG is going to take the long way, so Team Planger now has the chance to actually take this Mandel Brick and take it all the way to the reservoir area. But Team OG has prepared. If it does go to the reservoir area, they will be ready for the rotations coming down from the teams who are taking it. So this is going to be hands down a really patient match. Of course, we do want to see that action, Zanken, but I don't think it's going to come in anytime soon.
I agree the way that these tempos has been playing, because I think because every team is kind of late to the setup, that they already aware about the whereabouts or the presence of other team, that they don't want to actually take the Mandel Brick because they're too scared of it, too scared to actually, you know, getting killed first, getting wiped out first on this current round. Now, yes, we can see as this observer also can just play around on every single POV. Everyone are just, you know, holding their angles. OG, on the other hand, yep, they got their airdrop to actually get that sniper into the Space City. But look at the other team. FPS still, you know, holding on to the Royal Museum. Dragon, even a Dragon here, still, you know, not wanting to actually initiate the fight. But they are aware about the whereabouts and the presence of 5-man Hopeless in the other side of the story. Now Ricky trying to get a jammer onto them, but misses their haze with the QZB. Is also trying to get a pick, even a little cheeky pick onto the players of 5-man Hopeless. I think he can little bit get a cheeky pick there on the second level. OG in the other hand on the first level. Mr. Panjas, Asphyxia, and Afrirhan here still holding their step, crouching around onto the Sova, trying to get the exact and the best timing for them to actually push this. They are aware about the presence of FPS and 5-man Hopeless here. Dragon, on the other hand, I thought he was going to, you know, out to actually initiate the fight, but he just wants to check whether or not some team is flanking behind them. Now, Hayes is also looking at the first level. Still no tempos being taken too fast, no initiations, no gunfights or confrontations are being made right now, but maybe just some util fights on the other hand. The Dragon is in the same exact position to get a spray down by Punjab. Almost 1 HP in the nick of time. The spray down of Dragon there. Now with the disc, does it will be enough to actually take down Papanjas, but it doesn't. Still alive. Ricky still try to get a pick there. Oh, he respected. He doesn't want to get his head chopped off. Dragon, on the other hand, trying to get another pick onto OG, but they were running away. Now, Ricky and Dragon, I think they need to start reset. They need to start repairing their armor. Because on the other hand, FOC Amunra. On the other hand, somehow already step up to the Mandel Brick, trying to get a hold of TPL Jailani here with the frag grenade. Sonic Trap. I think he haven't used his Sonic Trap yet. And Nestaret finally taking his ult down. Oh, with the 4 minutes.
Wow, Asphyxia!
I think the tempo
He
is
gets a
kind of
kill.
low.
Onto
Oh,
Azra
yeah?
and another kill onto
Wow.
Freeren. Freeren gets another kill. Pras goes down. And now FOC Amundra is dead. 4 minutes on the clock. They might just have enough time to actually try and decode this if they do want to. But unfortunately, I think the time is going very slim and nobody will get their hands onto the Mandel break. It's all about the KPs right now. Echo trying to just loot up a little bit. Of course, if it goes down to this will be a really good fight, a really good game for TPL because they got some of the 3 KPs out of FOC Amunra. FOC, they needed to wait, but they weren't happy with how the games are going. They are confused why the Mandel break hasn't been taken, and unfortunately that did not reward them. That aggressive play actually got them killed and they are out. Well, now of course the helicopter is still haven't been shot down. OG got their hands onto that airdrop. Second airdrop has not been claimed, so it is free for grabs if anyone wants to take it. Five-Man Hopeless actually got coming out of that museum area, trying to flank out Team OG, who's currently in the middle by the extraction point. Five-Man Hopeless might find the angles over by Team OG. On the other side, of course, you have Underdog FPS trying to flank OG. OG now in a pinch. Toy trying to throw out his frag grenades as best as he can. Smoke goes out from Team OG for a cover. Helicopter is being a nuisance. Of spray down goes out. One of players from OG is actually dropping real low, so he needs to reset. FPS also is very close by the containers. Asphyxia getting shot at by the helicopter, but the helicopter turns out was shooting at Team FPS out of their position. So they are going to be caught. Sonar scan goes out from Team FPS. Man, Hopeless still trying to look for the pick. 1 minute and 45 seconds to extraction. This will be a huge all action, and now Dragon gets another kill onto Asphyxia. His name is on the leaderboard for kill participation. Ricky goes out to pull out the Dragon Flag Swarm, but gets hit on another shot. Another player is really low currently. Freeren is on 1 HP, and Five-Man Hopeless is making their move. FPS needs to be careful of the push coming out from behind. Freeren was able to be reset. Another kill off the Freeren goes down. A new group has been taken down by Team FPS, and now FPS needs to be careful, needs to reset fast because 2 other teams is coming in. And Toy almost dropping down to 1 HP. He needs to reset. Another team is coming into the fray. Team Plunger coming down from the right side, from the left side of the map, from the containers, trying to take this extraction for themselves. FPS from the inside. Five-Man Hopeless on the extraction point, and Team Plunger on the other side. Who will get the extraction? Spray down goes out. AWM on the hands of Hayes is truly devastating if he could get that pick and deny one of these players to not extract. 28 seconds on the clock. Whirlwind Disc goes out. Trying to find the pick. Still trying to find the angles, but unable to do so. Another gunshot. It's being thrown out. Jailani does for Toy. Five-Man Hopeless left with only 2 players. And now, 10 seconds on the clock. Oh my god. Five-Man Hopeless is left with 1 player. FPS is also trying to have their ground. Extraction point is out. And now, only 2 players from FPS was able to get out. And also 1 player from Team Plunger actually gets out. While on the other side, Team Plunger on the 2 was wiped off the map, and also Five-Man Hopeless was out of the map before they could extract. Talk to me about that fight, Duncan.
Sorry, I thought they were going to let it out. I was being honest, the way that you know FPS was trying to play that game, I thought they were going to let it away, but in the nick of time, in the matter of 20 seconds, they were able to actually push five-man hopeless out of this lobby and pressing TPL at the same time. Even though Dragon hasn't been able to actually extract, the way that they have been making this point until 36 point is immaculate. FPS with the way that they work on each other, the chemistry is there. That's why they deserve to win that fight. And if I'm not mistaken, the reason why Dragon were being able to extract is because I think his position a little bit to the left was trying to,
Yep.
flank the TPL players, right? Not in the middle of the extraction point. That was resulting him to being not able to actually extract. But I think there's not big of a problem because they still have the 36 points. If they can actually gain 4 more points although for the next match, they can actually trigger the match point and then they can actually close it out in the next match as well. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the way that these teams play, if they knew that in the Mantle Brick spawn there is another team, they play very passively. Even in a place that there is no Mantle Brick, if I'm not mistaken, and we can see here 5-man hopeless and FPS were on the same building, which is the Royal Museum. They are not in the area of the Mantle Brick, they are not in the hot zone, but they doesn't even care to actually push into each other. They really waited for someone to actually initiate that fight, initiated that movement towards the Mantle Brick, but it doesn't even happen at all. And as we can see here, Dragon, he is indeed the Dragon. The way that, oh my god, he has been jump shotting, tracking other people's head and shoulders and also torsos, making other teams, other players having no chance if they're face to face with the Dragon himself. What do you think, Olu? The way that these teams, especially Team Plunger and also 5-man hopeless and even FPS, they are playing too passive when it comes to the Mantle Brick if there is no one to actually initiate the fight? Or is that one of their strat to actually not taking any Mantle Brick this round?
It all comes down to the operator selection. The operator comms really matters in a game of Delta Force, and as you can see, when you don't have an initiator, an assault, a Tempest out of all, a Viren, and also probably a D-Wolf to start off your fight, you might be in a pinch where you don't know whether or not you want to take the push or you don't. Yeah, sure, you have the Toxic, but again, the EED device from Tempest truly feels like a lifesaver when it comes to games like that. But again, nobody really wants to spend that Tempest on Brakkesh. They want it for Space City. So we'll have to see whether or not the teams are going to be very passive as what we saw last time, or they will be a little bit more active in just a bit, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Delta Force National Championship Mobile version Season 3. And of course, we're on the Southeast Asia series right now. And back again with me, Zanken and Trixie here. Trixie, what can you say about the way that these teams has played and none of them were being, able or brave enough to actually take control of the mantle brick? What do you think?
I mean, it's surprising that we get to witness a round where nobody wants to touch the Manda break. Because again, if you want to win this competition, you have to reach first the match point threshold, which is 40 points. But it looks like,
Yep.
again, like what Olu said, it all depends on the team composition. If you don't got an initiator, then you really don't have to play aggressively because you don't have that operator to lead forward. And that's what we witnessed from the earlier groups. Most of the teams actually played out really passively, especially the Mandelbrot section, where actually nobody wants to touch the Mandelbrot. It may be a lesson learned for
Mhm.
some of the teams. Maybe they're like, okay, we could just wait for someone to get the Mando break because we don't have any initiator. It could be something like that, but there's also a part where, or a possibility that if you follow that kind of strategy, everyone could
Mhm.
follow that kind of strategy. Because again, whoever would get that Mando break is like in a big risk of being picked off by the
Yeah.
rest of the teams guarding that Mando break. And that's what we witnessed earlier, where some of the teams tried to get close, like we seen their Team Planger tried to cross the Mandel brick, and they did get to uh bump into underdog FPS over there. And speaking of underdog FPS, they still have that number one spot despite not
Yeah.
having any macro break points. It's all because of the kill points. And let me just say it again, the man himself, Dragon FPS, is showing his dominance in this battlefield, and it's leading them up to 35 points, meaning in this next round, if they can just get 5 kills without the Mando break, they could actually go straight to match point already. And following them, we have BK, which earlier did not go well for them. Again, they got a tier 2 spawn, which is very, very far from them, which didn't match their strategy. Again, their strategy using Shiva is very effective if ever they get a chance to be near that Mandaberga. But again, things did not go as planned. They get that spawn very far. Even though they got close to that Mandel break, they got third party. They got shot at the back because again, their spot earlier is an open area, and OG managed to saw them and pick off some of them. And as for the rest of the teams, they did manage to play out passively because nobody wants to get picked out early, because it's kind of a bit of a something like a what do you call this, like a play already, that if there is a one player down, the rest of the team pushes forward. Why? Because they're on an advantage with that 3 versus 2. So it's a bit understandable that most of these teams are willing to play passively and try not to get picked off by other teams. But again, we witnessed earlier during the last minute, we saw a lot of teams go forward to the extraction point, and that's where all the gunfights happen because anyone wants to go home. But
Yep.
moving forward, we'll be going straight to the main map of this tournament, which is Space City. So I'm expecting a lot of Uluru, a lot of Tempest, maybe some Stingers, and checking out
Oh,
on our
yep.
lineup, we see a lot of Uluru, and some of
Yeah.
the teams, half of them actually have Tempest. What do you think about their lineup, Zanken?
Yeah, I think as we can see here, you are correct. There is a lot of Ulurus. Even for FOC Amunra, they're going for double Ulurus there. I think
Mm-hmm.
double Ulurus and one D-Wolf, I think they are going to be a little bit more aggressive towards the Mandel bricks. And even if they have to defend it, I think it's a really good choice for them to play double Uluru, because the way that these agents, these operators can hold off such angles and such
Like
pressure
Nani.
to the Mandel brick decoding station here. Now on the map, as we can see, I think 5-man hopeless on the tier 1 spawn Space City core area. Their team player here is on the sand dunes right outside of the command center in the middle of the map now. FPS, as we can see here, they're getting closer and closer towards the Mandel brick and Haze as the Raptor. And I think now Dragon has chose to play the D-Wolf, not using Tempest now. I think the strategist move, maybe they want to use it. Oh, somehow in the nick of time, Ricky getting into out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. I don't even see that coming. Ricky with the jump shot towards cheeky angles. It's like a close quarter combat. Really tight alleyways, but he managed to take down one of the players from 5-man hopeless just like that, which is Antui right there. I think Antui must be surprised. I think the call was he doesn't even know Ricky was going to jump shot that alley. Now Dragon with the duo trying a little bit more aggressive. Out is on now, a little bit more jump shot. She no taken down. Out. Going to be ended out of this lobby as well. Now one more
9
player from
bullets?
5-man hopeless. Pax cannot do anything sadly, and that's it. 5-man hopeless is out of this lobby, and now suddenly OG getting their hands on to the Mandel brick and decodes it in the I think it's an extraction backpack area right now.
Yeah.
And if I want to compare this to the PC version, it's one of the best place to actually decode it, because when you are the one who's defending it, there is a lot of open space in the decoding area for you defender to actually take advantage of it and kill every single player who wants to seize it. Now DK trying to get a hold of the sand dunes, trying to get into the employee passage. I think they're aware of the presence of FOC there, trying to get a body just to loot one of the players of Team Planger right there. Now double Uluru, double loitering, but doesn't seem to find Worthy there, even though they have the chip damage until Worthy hit the 50 HP mark. As we can see, on the employee, we have DK and FOC still face to face, and in the other hand, one of the players from Team Plunger is stuck because he's the only player left on his team. Now, Jailani is one of the players from TPL who has been taken down. Now, Azra with the Uluru still trying to recon around from the mid sector and also going back to the employee passage. Now, the FPS still on the core area. They already aware about the Mandelbrick being decoded. 2 minutes on the line, 2 minutes on the clock. Time is ticking. Oh, a little bit chip damage from
FPS
DK. FPS, what? How did,
Yep.
wait, how did Dragon got that? Is it from
Yes,
CC?
it looks like FPS did made their way close enough to actually pick a player off from DK, and DK actually didn't expect that, because obviously you would expect, whoa, a loitering ammunition coming from there. It's obviously you would expect FPS is in the middle part, and
Yep.
didn't actually manage to pick off a player from DK from that distance. But right now, it's not looking good again for Team Plenger. But moving forward to the decoding station, OG now has the Mandelberg, and it's gonna give them a pretty good points if they did get this Mandelberg. And right now, the rest of the teams will be moving forward close to that bagless extraction area, because they, of course, who wouldn't want a Mandelberg? But so Team FPS might be aiming for that. They actually already got that 40-point threshold, which puts them in an advantage. But it looks like they'll still be looking for more of those points. They might be not giving the rest of the teams a chance to rack up some points. Dragon here is trying to find that opportunity to at least snipe another player, but with only 13 seconds left, the biggest question is, would there be enough time for Team FPS to actually steal that Mandel break? Because in a few seconds, OG would be taking it home. Dragon gets that ult, smoking the area. He's gonna grab that opportunity to steal it with around 15 seconds left. OG might be unaware of what's happening.
Wow.
And FPS Dragon gets the Mandel and shoots the rest of the players, whoever he sees. And one player of OG is down, which is the Tempest, who's using the EOD and luckily didn't get picked off earlier. While we have the rest of the teams here, we have FOC Amunra trying to sneak up on the right side over there, or the left side rather,
Oh.
and they got
OG
a
is not
pretty
in a
good
good
position actually. Yeah, and I'm not sure if OG is aware, but if OG is unaware, FOC Amundra might actually go for the flank. But wait, someone's about to get killed, and it looks like FOC Azra knocks down Frieren, and it will be down to the last player for. I mean, we still have two more players from OG over there. It's a really tight position for Team OG right now, and they're being sandwiched by two teams, by Team FPS and Team FOC Amunra. Azra going for those shots, knocks down Pac Penjas. OG is down to one last player, will they finish it off? And actually, while that was happening, Team Planger actually knocks down another player of DK.
They can still fight.
Really unexpected. But again, going back here between FOC, FPS, and OG, the battle here is really hot because FOC just made a really great flank and OG did not expect that. So one more player left for OG and it's really not looking good for him. But for Team FPS, it's a bit of a good position right now. They've got that bridge on hold and they also got the Mandel break. Azra here, Team FOC looking for that last guy. They're pushing forward, checking every corner, trying to make sure they don't get picked off by the last player because one mistake could actually expose your location. They got marked by Team FPS again. We've got 3 teams in this area, and it looks like FOC now detected FPS, and Dragon tries to shoot up some of the bullets over there. He almost picked off one player from FOC. But again, OG as a Fiksha managed to pick up a player from FOC. He did the job already. And with still an amazing play even though there's only one player left for OG. But again, we've got another team. Oh my god, DK will be joining in the fight. But will it be enough because we still got 25 seconds left before Team FPS gets it. And him going forward is getting a lot of ammo. Being shot by Dragon and gets knocked down. Dragon gets that ult and it looks like they will be bagging. Oh, another player from DK trying to get it, but it looks like Team FPS will be taking this Mandel break. Dragon will be trying to finish off Team DK, but Orwar managed to pick him off, but Ricky will be the one to end DK. Great play from a lot of our teams. There was just a lot happening. But again, the game isn't over. We still got FPS and FOC Amunra. And let's not forget the last man standing of OG. What do you think, Sanken?
What a scene. I mean, as you've said, there is a lot of going on between that Mandel break fight, but the game isn't even over yet. And FPS, even though Dragon was taken down, finally he is getting up again by his teammates. Now FOC Amunra is also still on the 3 players mark. Oh no, Hayes finally finding out where OG is hiding, which is Asphyxia. But I think he is trying to actually, survive or not getting more kill points toward FPS. But I think Hayes is going to be a free kill towards him. It's gonna be a spray down. Hayes still trying to get a pick towards Asphyxia. Another jump shot. Asphyxia on the lower ground, on the lower angle. Now Hayes trying to respect it a little bit more. Trying to get a backup. Whoa. What a triple blaster from Dragon!
What?
Asphyxia down. What a triple blaster from Dragon. That was... Is that a lineup or... I think he's just trying to bounce it off. Yeah, bro, honestly, from a PC player, that was amazing. I mean, the way he backs up his teammates with the triple blaster, he knows that I think Hayes is already confirming that he was hiding in the other side of the wall, and Dragon finds the other side of the wall, making the triple bouncer bounce and actually kills Asphyxia there. What a teamwork there. And again, Dragon. This man never stops to impress me. Even on the warfare scene, he also always impresses people all over the tournament, all over the screens. Now, in the matter of time, with 61 total score from FPS, just one more Mandel break on the next match, they can actually control the flow of the game and also bringing home another champion for this day. And as we can see here, even so, FOC Amunra still alive, 3 of them. I think one of them decided to actually extract from the backpack there, but
Mhm.
with 11 total score, I don't think there's much to do. I don't think there is much to actually make another approach toward FPS. But I could be wrong here. Azra, he is aware that FPS is trying to extract from the helicopter extraction with his Uluru Wall. Azra, I think he's just going to actually hold his breath. And Pras trying to go down now. In the matter of time, Dragon is already on his tail. But still, Azra can actually survive from the demon himself. Oh, that was scary. He was trying to jump off, but I think something nicked him off, and he's not able to actually land a good landing there. He's getting finded by a loitering by Ricky here, and another Silver Wing recon from um Hayes there as well. And now it's time to FPS to actually loot another M250, another money, another assets value. I think it's gonna add up for the total score of FPS itself as well. Dragon, I don't think this man is enough of his kills. I think he's still trying to get another kill for another team, another
Yeah.
players. He just doesn't want to hold it off. And in the matter of time, things around 2 more minutes, the helicopter extraction will be getting FPS out of this lobby. And as we can see here, I think FOC Amunra doesn't want to get closer or closer to the FPS because they already got punished once. And it's just, in the matter of time, I think FPS is really in a good position right now with 61 point. I think as we can see, Trixie, from the last group, the score disparagement is pretty similar as what Onyx did in the previous group. Yeah, the FPS is having 61 and the other is just too low below. And Dragon with a very risky angle there. He's just proning and
Yeah.
waiting. FOC Amunra players is just almost like not even respecting other player to pick him. Now Dragon changing his angles, just waiting for FOC to actually pick him.
Ooh.
Get a little bit of a chip damage. Maybe Dragon is your time to actually back off and just, extract, bro. It's enough points for you, man. No more points. And
Yeah.
Trixie, what do you think? What should DK and even Five Man Hopeless and TPL, one of the top teams that we could see in the previous rounds, previous weeks, to actually get a chance and turn the tables to FPS with this, point disparagement?
Yeah, for Team Plinger, I'm not sure because it feels like they're getting really overpowered by the matchup right now because we have pretty good teams. We have FPS, DK, Five Man Hopeless, we also get FOC Amunra and OG as well. And it's a bit quite a disappointing view that Team Plinger, who used to be a top team in our groups, is now at the bottom of the leaderboard. But hopefully you could make a big comeback. But 20 seconds left. I don't think Dragon um has any intention of extracting. I think he might be just going in for the kill while he gets that peak, but eventually makes a mistake. And he gets knocked down by Azra. That's a shame, but Ricky here will be trying to get that kill, but again, time's up. You have to go home already. It's a bit of a what do you call it? Greedy play by a bit of a
Yeah, a
greedy
little
play
bit
by
greedy from
Dragon.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, he went for that peak. Unfortunately, it it's shocking that he backed out already. If he went
Yep.
forward, maybe there's a possibility he could win that gunfight. But the problem is he went back. Like what we've witnessed in the double peak from DK earlier, both of them pushed forward, but one of them went back quickly, which gives
Yep.
them a disadvantage. And just like what we've witnessed, Dragon did not get back to his cover quickly. But But still,
Oh.
even though if got picked off, Team
Mhm.
FPS is still number one in our group, and they are the ones
Yes.
in the match point already. And for the rest of the teams, how will they catch up? Well, maybe one of a good option would be team composition, have a good lineup
Mhm.
to counter the aggressiveness of Team FPS has, because right now Team FPS has this good coordination with each other. They're matching up with Dragon's aggressiveness, which makes them a powerful team. And for the rest
Yeah.
of the teams, they just have to look for that opportunity to pick off any player from FPS, especially it's gonna be a big advantage if they did manage to pick off Dragon over there. But
Mhm.
again, it's gonna be a bit hard for the rest of the teams because FPS has this big advantage. It's already showing out, or it's already telling the rest of the teams who is managing this battlefield. So if FPS gets that Mandelberg on the next round, it might be the end of the match already. But again, we've got some other great teams. They just need to push forward and face Team FPS. So hopefully, the rest of the teams, Five Men Hopeless, DK, Amunra, Tiplanger, and OG, you still have another opportunity on the next round to
Yep.
steal that Mandel brick or take down the top team. Because even if you don't get that Mandel brick, if you still manage to take down the match point team, you still have more chances. So maybe you could aim for if you can manage to take down the top team. But again, a really great play coming from FPS over here, and we'll be going in for some of our highlights. Again, Dragon's aggressiveness with the Wolf gameplay. And what's great over here is that again, their coordination. This team knows what they're doing, and hopefully the other teams could show what FPS, because they've got the position, team composition, and then the coordination. All of the teams might have their strategies, but they might just be getting picked off out of a sudden by the
Yep.
rest of the team. So again, surrounding awareness. You have to be aware that in every place there's gotta be a team waiting for you. So I'm pretty excited on what we'll see on the next round, because FPS is really close to ending the match. They do have the big percentage. I mean, just check this out. That great triple blaster by Dragon over there just shows how well he knows his operator and map. So again, the next map will be going back to Space City, and hopefully
Yep.
the rest of the teams would make a great comeback against this overpowering Team FPS. So the biggest question is, will Team FPS end the game already on the next round, or will we see another team emerge from the back of the leaderboard? What about you, Zadkin?
Yeah, I recall what Olu said as well about the operators, the operators combination. And if other teams, except for FPS, wants to actually turn the tables and has the chance to actually compete for the first place, I think this is the time for them to actually get their tempers on. And I'm really expecting them to make some difference, not getting FPS more gunfights to be taken. But we're gonna save that. We're gonna take a little bit break and see you later.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
All right, ladies
Welcome
and
back.
gentlemen. Oh, we both want to open it up. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
I'm so hyped because, well, what I saw from the sideline was that underdog FPS is destroying the teams, but then on the end of that round, oh my God, Trixie, what happened? You witnessed it firsthand. What happened to them?
I mean, it's a bit of a shock on what was happening on the battlefield, but in the end, FPS managed to rack up 60 points. Are we watching Group A right now? Because with all of those points, Team FPS is dominating the leaderboard, and they're the only team that's on a match point right now. And as we witnessed earlier, it looks like Team FPS is not giving a chance for the rest of the teams to even earn a single point. They got the Mando break, they did all the kills, and now they're at the match point. So a really high possibility of Team FPS to actually bag this group already, but we'll just have to
Oh.
see because we still have some great team contenders. Like we do have DK and Five Man Hopeless, who are top 2 and top 3, and FOC Amunra. They just need a little bit more push to actually try to contest against underdog FPS. As for Team Player and OG, who are both at the bottom, they're still on single digit. So it's a bit questionable, especially for Team Player, who's doing quite well on their previous week. So it's a bit questionable on what's happening right now. And as you can see, not even the second place is at 30 points because underdog did not allow them, and they are at a match point with 62 points and 26 kills. Oh my God, look at that kill.
Well,
Big,
I mean,
big gap.
Trixie, I told you since round number 1 that this is going to be the killing machine up for grabs, and it is underdog FPS who's showing us that this is how the game. This is how you play the game. You just need to kill everybody and wins the game. If you kill the whole lobby, then nobody else is going to contest your Mando bricks, as what we saw on
Mhm.
round number 4. But of course, it it is a little bit more slow because what happened
Yeah.
was on round number 3. Now that was a problem where nobody
Yeah.
gets any Mando brick. So I think that is what is causing the games to run a little bit longer than what we used to see, because I think this is going to be the first round ever that we finish up without
Mhm.
a Mando brick actually being decoded. Not even decoded. I mean, the Mando brick itself wasn't even taken
Touched.
from the station. It was not even touched. I think there was some other games in the past week where the Mando brick was not decoded, but it did get into the decoding station. But it wasn't enough time. But this is the first time we saw nobody touched the Mando brick since the start of the game, which is like, what is happening? Hello, everybody. But again, set that aside. Everyone was playing, of course, the passive operators. So the operator selection was very limited because it was the last round of Brakkesh. But now we are seeing more of a fight going on against a lot of other teams coming in, and OG was just unfortunate enough to see FOC Amunra. But we'll see whether or not the bottom teams are going to come back and try to make the game even more spicier with not allowing team team FPS to take the game. But we'll see whether or not that happens. As we saw, of course, FPS and 5-man Hopeless is going to go all in and get their tier 5 gears on set for this round. We are going to see a full-on brawl, but of course DK is going to spawn over by the employee side. Unfortunately, OG is taking it a little bit more slower, so they did not die. DK is still fine. They are going to go to the test range area. Westgate, Templangar, Bridge is going to be FOC. 5-man Hopeless is going to be inside of the CC, while FPS is going to cross from the employee side. So this is going to be an all-out brawl, Trixie. We're going to wait until... Ooh, the first shot actually coming out from
Ooh.
FPS! Getting that shot onto the player from Team Planger, but unable to do so. But on the other side, OG, who spawns by the sands, actually got caught by Antoy, who's on CC. And now they are down to two players, sorry. And OG was playing so far away from each other. Two players were on the employee side, but one tried to peek inside CC and he died. Asphyxia. Unfortunately for him, he is not going to be able to be revived in any time soon.
Yeah, it looks like very first minutes already feeling the tension from the rest of the teams. Again, this is a big opportunity for the rest of the players to try and get some of the kills and rack up their points, because again, Team FPS here is actually aiming for the Mandel Break already. Everybody wants to get their hands on the Mandel Break. As you can see on the map, we have four teams
Five.
on the
Hey,
four
four
different
teams.
buildings.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're on different buildings, very close to each other. But
Oh my god.
checking in on
Trade.
the kill feed, we've got Raven knocking down Entoy, but we've got Echo here who's aiming for that Mandel Break. Gets
Oh.
knocked down, denied by QWERTY. But while that was happening,
Yes.
Jaylani actually knocks down Dragon.
Wow.
Dragon is down by Team Flanger, and it looks like DK got
Oh,
bit
he's
of
stuck.
luck
He's
over-
stuck.
It's not
on
enough.
on the ropes. Oh
No, it wasn't enough. He got
no.
way.
Oh no,
too
Kenlem, he
near
was
in-
stuck.
Yeah, I think there wasn't enough cable left, so he was just hanging in there. A missed
Yeah.
opportunity for Team DK, and FOC will be getting that Mando Brick and decoding it here at Black
Woo!
Chamber. Ooh, a
Let's
different
go.
decoding station.
Oh no, the backpack hits
Oh,
back.
no,
Oh no,
backpack!
not again.
The
Oh, not
backpack strike is
again.
back. Oh my god, Bolu.
Oh no, it's a backpack. It's the backpack meta combined with a black chamber decoding station. What what is going to happen? Oh my god, this is going to be a real good treat for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
We are going to see the most hectic fights coming in, of course, in black chamber. And with that, we're also going to have the backpack meta. So I'm wondering, actually, Trixie, if a team actually saw you just imagine this. Imagine
Mhm.
Dragon using his EED device trying to
Yeah.
go to the decoding station and then he saw the backpack. Would you say he will instantly pull out, or do you think he will try to actually contest?
That may actually depend on the situation that's happening. If there's a lot of gunfights, maybe he'll just spam the button. But there's a possibility he might actually get a different item rather than getting the
Yeah.
Vandal Break. But what's more questionable right now is we know that FOC got that Vandal Break, but where are they? Like we see here FPS is going forward there, and FOC is still decoding that Mandel brick. So a bit of a question, but right now we have 6 teams already moving closer to the Mandel brick. This is gonna be a good fight because this I mean it's gonna be very annoying. Very tight place in the decoding station and mix it up with the bag strategy. And
Yup.
again, you're gonna mind a lot of things. You gotta dodge the bullets, you gotta find the right button, and you need to steal that Mandel break. So right now, FOC is still decoding at 2 minutes on the clock. Still a lot of time for the rest of the teams, right? And Five Man Hopeless coming from the top of the staircase here will be trying to go down, and they might be the first team to contest for this Mandel break. While the rest of the teams would be making their way forward to this area over here with the decoding station because 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Again, as I mentioned, if there is a back strategy, it's not gonna be enough time for
Well,
like
we'll see
5
in
seconds
Toy.
to steal that.
We'll
And
see
Toy
in
will be
Toy.
the first victim.
Oh, oh,
He
oh!
sees that lot.
Oh,
Oh, he gets
he
to
got
seize
it!
it. Yes, he got it. He got that sweet spot. I think the tactic there is to actually prone so that you get to
Yep.
disregard the other items because I see that most of the items are on top. I think
Yep.
the icing on the top for this strategy is to surround it complete.
Yep.
But for now, it looks like FOC is on a bit of a tight position right now. I think it's not a good position for them to be trapped in that room. What do you think, Olu?
Yeah. I think it's a real bad spot, especially because it is the key card room, so there is
Yeah.
no other way to get out of there. So if they got gone on by one of this team, they might just instantly die, or they could find the correct firepower to actually suppress the push that is coming their way. But again, of course, we are going to see a little bit of a gunfight might happen actually between OG and FPS. Now this is going to be a
Yeah.
real bad spot to fight for FPS because it's such an open place. If they got wiped off the game here by OG, this might going to be a real long game. Of course, Ricky is
Yeah.
actually going to be spotted by the OG. They will hear them because he just got shot by this sniper bot here. So
There are so many
So they
bots.
know. Yeah. So they know that one of the teams is currently on the left side of them. So OG might just not push. They want to wait until this team actually push into Black Chamber. The other side though, Five Man Hopeless is still decoding. 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock. The only teams that might be able to steal this is actually DK, while Echo actually using that EED device actually getting thrown back. They did not. He was not able to find an angle. He was trying to scout out the way into Black Chamber. Five Man Hopeless. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. They will play a little bit more closer. DK can live actually coming in. Now trying to get onto the seizing Mano break but unable to do so because it was denied by Antoy. Antoy playing really close to the Mano break area. Shino. Oh my god, on the other side!
FOC!
Shino, oh god! FOC coming out of their little cheeky hiding spot and got a a kill on Tushino, and Dragon also gets a kill onto Antoy. And now, 5-man Hopeless is actually left with only one player left.
What?
On the other side, Dragon actually gets that.
From outside?
From outside, he actually gets the C's. OG, what are you doing? You listen to
Yeah.
their moves, but did not contest. And now OG. I am wondering right now, is Underdog FPS aware of the whereabouts of OG? Because they did not shoot. So this is going to
Yeah.
be really bad. And Tim Plunger actually coming down from the middle. And they got a knock onto Ricky. Ricky is down. 2 players remaining from the hands of Team Underdog FPS. And they are in a really bad pinch. Because from the left side, Tim Plunger is there. And from the right side, it's Team OG. So they might not win this. They might not be able to finish this game. We'll have to see what they do right now. They are going to play a little bit more closer to that middle brick station. They need to let out the fight happening with all of the other teams. Well, they are currently on 2 minutes on the clock of the decoding process.
I mean, it's gonna be a bit of a problem for Team FPS since they're already down to 2 players, but
Yep.
we still they still have T5 ammo. But the biggest hardest challenge is to try to survive the gunfights with only just 2 players. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, they got that good gear, but the problem is how many players would be going inside. That is the biggest question because we've got FOC near them, we've got Team Plinger on their backs, we also have OG as well, and DK who's also trying to compete for that, and Ken Lim trying to push forward, gets inside
my
and
God!
manages to knock down the dragon,
Your
but
team!
Hayes will be not allowing him to finish the dragon off. But with 1 minute left, will Hayes be actually able to rest the dragon? Because I'm hearing another EOD coming from another team, from FOC.
Oh my god,
Trying
he
to
gets
get
low.
that kill. Oh, he knocks down Prat. And 40 seconds
Dragon
left for
set.
Team FPS. Dragon is down again. And OG, we've got Pakpen just
Oh my
trying
God,
to
20
fight for that.
seconds.
Hayes is still alive,
Still alive.
actually.
In the backpack.
Amazingly, with 30
More
seconds
coming
left,
in.
but gets interrupted and Team FPS got wiped out. DK facing off OG over here. OG's pushing forward. The last player standing for Team DK. It's not looking good for Urwar right now because he is facing 2 teams from left and right, and another player from 5-man Hopeless will be pushing forward. Will he be getting or finishing off the kill and gets it? DK is eliminated. A lot is happening right now, and all of the teams are just going forward for this Mando break. And it looks like we'll be still seeing each other on the next round. Olu, help me explain what happened.
Well, there's so much fights going on. Team Plunger coming from the outside area, from the bridge, actually dropping down one of the players from Team OG using that AWM that they got. So OG now down with 2 players. I think FPS should have entered this room. Well, they were down in 2 players. They did not. They tried to challenge and Dragon just dies all of a sudden. And now Team Plunger actually has the upper hand, I think. Because FOC has not made their move. Team Plunger can enter the fight anytime they want. So this might be a Team Plunger game, but we'll see. Jailani, of course, trying to assess the situation. Now, 5-man Hopeless is actually really close to them. They got an info of the Antoi's whereabouts, so they know to be exact where 5-man Hopeless is currently is. Papanjas though is trying to
Free steal?
seize the Mando break. Yes, free steal was able to be obtained by Papanjas, and now the decoding station is on the hands of Team OG with only 1 player remaining. Fosia Munra, of course, still have a big chance. 5-man Hopeless down to 2 players. A Tempest and a D-Wolf. A perfect combination for a delay. While Team Plunger, Echo is opening up his ED device, trying to go in and seize the Mando break. Papanjas still trying to hold this. Unable to do so. Let's it go to Pras. FOC. ED device getting thrown out, but Echo was denied by Papanjas. FOC Amunra has the hand on to that Mando break. Team Plunger will have to try and reset again. Antoi still have a chance on his AED device, but tries to get the pick onto FOC, trying to take the fight onto FOC, and able to do so. Quickly resets. Nesta actually dropping Papenjas down. Papenjas is trying to revive himself, but was ended by Nesta. And on the other side, Antoi actually drops down to the hands of FOC Azra. And now 5-Man Hopeless is down of the lobby. And it's down to 2 team remaining, FOC and Team Plunger, with both in 3 feet. It's going to be a 6-man brawl. Jailani cocking up. That frag grenade did not connect to anything, unfortunately. Was caught by the wall. Big enemy for every Luna player trying to lean in. A spray down, trying to get Azra there. Did not connect. Free reign. Taking a really big angle to find this pick onto Team Plunger. Team Plunger is still playing very passively. They do not want to risk this game for themselves because they are on a full tier 5 pick coming through. Free Reign actually gets an angle onto them. They need to be careful. Nesta gets broken. He needs to revive himself. He needs to reset, but Jailani actually drops down. Even though there's a smoke, he drops down to the SR25. And now Azra also dropping down low. Free Reign, spray down, tries to connect. 10 seconds remaining. A push coming from Azra. Nesta able to revive, but 4 seconds. It's no go for Team Plunger. And the Mando pick goes to the hands of FOC Amundra. And the final kill will be obtained by FOC. What a game! 34 points in the bag. Even though they will lose some because they couldn't try to go and extract, but still, what a game out of the hands of Team FOC Amundra.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. That if you get to pick off the match point team, all of the rest of the teams have the opportunity to rack up their points, and that is what
Yep.
FOC Amonra did. I mean, earlier I will be honest, I may have judged them earlier because of their bad position. I mean, honestly, it is a bad position, but it
It
may be
is.
lucky for them to actually no team push them forward. So
Yeah,
it
5-man
just
hopeless.
saved, yeah, it just saved them. And actually, in that position, they did manage to pick off a few players. So
Yep.
it's actually a very lucky game for FOC Amunda, and they did get a lot of kills, which puts them at second place. The question is, will it be enough to put them on a match point? That's the biggest question I have right now. But for the rest of the teams, they still have the opportunity to try and catch up because we're still seeing each other on the next round. And FPS, it looks like they did stumble a little bit of a mistake earlier. Ricky got picked off really early, because it's really surprising because we usually see Ricky or Dragon leading the team, right? But what we witnessed earlier, Ricky is actually on the back area, which is very far
Yeah.
from his teammates. That's why Team FPS could not even manage to try and rest him because it's an open area, it's very far, and 2 teams are guarding them. And FOC will manage to extract with 1 player, and the rest of the teams will be trying to put the most expensive items. Wow, what a stack of ammo from Pras. I just saw that. A full 3x3 FMJ ammo, and same goes here for the other player. A lot of stack of hybrid from Pras, I mean Azra. So it looks
Look
like
at that.
FOC Amunra might have a chance to actually contest against Team FPS, because again, these teams just have to pick off the top team, Team FPS, to have that opportunity, and that's what actually happened earlier. It's just very unfortunate for Team FPS to get into that bad position. One player is very far, and the two players are pinched outside. So, hopefully, the rest of the teams could continue this kind of momentum. We're seeing a lot of different changes in strategies right now. So, there's a big possibility we might actually go straight forward to round number 7 if this goes on. What do you think, Olu?
I think my face is it all about round number 7, of course. But again, it's more entertainment for you guys. Hey,
Mm,
it's very good. We are seeing
yeah.
Underdog FPS at their finest, destroying the whole lobby but unable to finish the game once again. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, that on week number 5 on the Underdog FPS group, they destroyed the whole lobby. But they did not get their match point Mandel break as a closer. That is why we were thrown into a round number 7 gameplay. Different story when it comes to Navi, where they did get the two Mandel bricks and won the game by Mandel bricks, because round number 7 they did get the Mandel brick. But we'll have to see whether or not, of course, all the other teams have no more tier 5 gears. Of course, a lot of the teams have spent their tier 5 gears here on round number 5. So round number 6 will be full of tier 4 gears again, which means is going to be back to where round number 4 starts. So we'll have to see whether or not they could even survive against. Of course, we saw a lot of gold ammos being stacked by Team FOC Amunra. So that will be a very valuable asset for them coming on to round number 6, because they have that ammo advantage for themselves, which is going to be a real nuisance, especially if they do get their Mandelbrick decoding process going on. And for any teams who's trying to push them, they need to be real careful, because they have the gold ammo advantage. They have the 3-shot kills you kind of weapon right now, because all their guns are going to be equipped by gold weapons, and not so for the other teams, probably have spent more ammo than them. So we'll have to see whether or not Team Underdog FPS can close this out on round number 6. But other than that, I think the fight on round number 5 is what we were all expecting. All the teams have their chances and creating those chances for themselves, which is really good. It means that all the teams are progressing, are trying to get their feet on the ground with this new meta, and especially this decoding station. And I think that is a valuable asset for them coming on to the next rounds and the next weeks coming in.
Yeah, it's true. And one thing I actually want to mention is that Team FPS actually has a opportunity to still use Tempest, because on the first round of Space City they used D-Wolf. So the biggest question is, would Team FPS utilize Tempest efficiently, or would it be a waste? But again, there are still a lot of operator choices for the rest of the teams, despite using up all of their Tempest. But we'll have to see a lot more, because we'll be moving on to round number 6, back to Space City, and we'll be back in a short break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, welcome back to Delta Force National Championship Season 3. Season 3 Operations Mobile Week number 6. Of course, it is going to be round number 6. I'm hoping you guys are having a great day so far because, man, I am having a great day so far. Because, honestly, what I thought would be going to be a fun, quick match onto the round number 5, actually, Underdog FPS, did not find its way onto finishing up the game. The things that has been a real troublesome for Underdog FPS actually ending the game, as we are actually seeing hello Trixie, are you there? Okay, I guess Trixie is not here for now, but of course it's your boy Olu back again, solo casting this for now. Of course we are going to see round number 6. Now, I want to put this out to a lot of you guys, ladies and gentlemen, because honestly, we are seeing what the teams here are evolving into. Because some of the times that are, we have seen what we saw on PC was a full domination of teams such as ROG, RBN, and also Navi Nation. But here in mobile, every team is just actually going all out, and OG is finally finding some ways to actually fight into their way into the game. And it's not like EWG from PC who actually got the kill, but EWG from mobile was having a not fantastic time, right? As we saw yesterday on the game before. But here, every team is actually finding their way to find how they want to play the game, what kind of play style they are going to. And as we have Trixie back, what's on your take on round number 6, Trixie?
Well, it was a really lot of gunfights. Again, it's my first time seeing going to three Space City rounds, and it's different decoding stations. We've seen one
Yep.
on the bagless extraction. We've seen one in the um, black chamber area. Who knows? We might see the next one in the centrifuge area, and I'm really quite excited. A bit surprised that I will be joining you today, but I'm very excited because I get to see another set of gunfights head on, front row seats, and I am ready to see how FPS. The biggest question is, will FPS bag this round? Because like you've said, the biggest problem for underdog FPS is to end the match with a manual break. Yes, they got the kills. Yes, they got that really good gameplay, but the difference is how they defend. That's the biggest question because
Yep.
sure, you're pretty good in attacking forward, going forward, but the question is, can you play defensively? Can you play passively? So it's gonna be a mix of a strategy right now. But looking at the leaderboard, unexpectedly, FOC Amunra joining in that Mandelbrick section and getting that second place with 34 points. Surprisingly, no teams yet. It's already round number 6, and no teams are on match point except for underdog FPS. Usually we'll get to see around 2 or 3 teams already, but right now underdog is still number 1 with 59 points. Following them would be FOC Amuna. So if ever underdog FPS won't get this mantle break, we're really going straight forward to round number 7. And I might be betting on that we're going to round 7, Olu. How about you?
Well, seeing what underdog FPS groups has been for the last couple of weeks, I think we are going to round number 7. But of course, they still have a chance. Again, you said that they still have a Tempest, while on the other teams might not. I think there is one other team. I think it's OG or Team DK who did not spend one other Tempest ticket for this round number 6. So there might be 2 teams who still have their Tempest on this round number 6. But we'll have to see whether or not it is going to be very viable for them. Again, we have seen a couple of times where Tempest tried to go in but instantly denied by the teams who are defending the Member Break, or even trying the other teams trying to cut that rotation after hearing the EAD device. So we'll have to see what underdog FPS will do in this particular game, as we are going to go ahead and enter round number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an all-out brawl, fight to the fittest by Team FPS, because they, of course, they don't want to take the game all the way to game number 7. And yes, you are right, there are still 3 teams who have their Tempest available. So we have 5-Man Hopeless, FOC Amunra, and also FPS as the Tempest holder as per right now, Trixie.
Yep. And judging from the map, it looks like FPS has maybe a bit of a very far spawn, but despite having that, they're really pushing forward. You see,
my
they're
God.
they're
The
really
W
excited
key.
to end this map. Yeah,
Yep.
they're going straight
They're
forward.
going to meet.
But wait, we have Team OG who's also closing in on them, but it looks like FPS will be going for the top part. Wait, but if I'm hearing correctly, I'm hearing Desmolin. Are we gonna see another NPC? Are we gonna see another NPC kill because it's
Yeah,
gonna be another highlight for us.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
But I do
uh,
think.
mhm.
Yep, I do think that the Desmolins is not going to be a big of a problem. The bigger problem is the flamethrower and of course the machine gunner, who's going to be taken out by Team FPS. Oh no, no! Ricky actually
No!
fired a kill on two. Asphyxia hit on the pole, and two kills have been racked up by Ricky. Two. He gets two. Another one coming in. The machine gun. The machine gunner actually coming into action. Pop and just is trying to run, but again Ricky has that exoskeleton, so he's faster, but is not going to. He's going to wait for his teammate. The trait is going to come through, but he is going to pull out, and the skill will be taken by Ricky, and Ricky gets the full 3 kills onto OG again and again. FPS showing off their fangs, Trixie.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's gotta be one clip over there. We thought that
Whoop. Yep.
Ricky is pushing on forward but gets blocked by the machine gunner.
Yep.
Another funny clip over there. Clippers, you know what to do. But again, another advantage for Team FPS, and they'll be going straight forward for that Mando break. And surprisingly, no contest. Are these teams tired already? Come on, guys. You can still give it. FOC, you can still go for a TK. Come on. But as for OG, I guess that's gonna be a game over for them, and they will have to wait for the next round. And judging from the map, DK really far away. Really questionable because it looks like FPS will be going for the centrifuge area. Okay, we've got 3 different spots, and it's just very
no, the
entertaining. No! Backless! Oh my god, the bag strat! Oh my god, from FPS
not again.
this time? No, oh my god, it's just very annoying, and we'll just have to see how the rest
Oh,
of
yes, surrounding hit, Trixie.
1, 2, 3,
I
4.
think there is 4. Oh,
five.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Wait,
5,
1, 2, 3,
6,
4, 5,
6,
7. 7. No,
6,
there's
7,
3 on 5.
6, 7,
This
6,
is what I'm
7.
talking about. This is what I'm talking about. The bag strategy, it's great, but you need to have a lot of items. You need to cover it up for it to be that effective. Because earlier, we did see the bag strat, but there was a sweet spot in front. It was not covered. So, it's gonna be an easy steal. But this time, FPS saw that. It was like, yeah, we could do that and we could improve it. So, they did. They killed all the bots, took the bag from Team OG. Luckily for them, they wiped out Team OG and took their bags and brought it to the decoding station. So, this time, FPS is gonna be defending. Again, this is what we've been questioning. FPS defensive strat. We might not see it much, but we might get to see it right now because 5-Man Hopeless will be trying to make its way to the decoding station. But they also are aware of Team DK coming from the bagless, going under the bridge. So, still, some of the teams are pretty far since it's still way too early. 2 minutes, still a lot of time for them to catch up. But wait, FPS is actually going for the aggressive. He's gonna try and push them up, but Dragon gets knocked back by Entui. And it
The
looks
push
like
is coming through.
yes,
Dino is actually
5-Man
going for
Hopeless.
the seize. We'll see whether or not he's able to seize the He is. He sees. He sees the device gets pulled back, but he in the middle of that gets dropped down by Hayes. So he will need to be reset. He actually got the seize out of that 6 and 7 backpacks numbers there. Actually, Trixie, that's crazy actually. And now the fight is still going on. 5-Man Hopeless. It's getting pushed by Team FPS. A lot of pressure being created, but they will just back down. And the other teams is actually finding their way onto the seizing the Mando Brick station. Now seize being done. Ricky also finding that angle. Using his exoskeleton and smokes, he was able to seize back the Mando Brick. Close down centrifuge area again. And they will play defense once more, Trixie.
I mean, I'm starting to question. FPS could have played defensively, like they could have just waited, because it's still too early to push them out. I think there were a bit greedy moment trying
Yep.
to pick someone off, but with the EOD, you could lessen the punishment for that. But again, could have waited a bit longer, to be honest. FPS, you got that lot of time to wait for five men hopeless to reveal themselves. But yeah, that didn't quite go well, and five men hopeless is still complete. So both of the teams will have to reset. The biggest question is, will Team FPS do the same mistake again? Like, are they gonna push it out once Dragon gets his EOD again? But for now, DK, whoa, Nesta gets QWERTY over there. It's not looking good for Team DK. Loitering ammunition coming with the Molotov as well, and Ken Lim will try to rest one of their teammates because Team Plingen
the
is
incendiary
pushing forward.
grenade!
Ken Lim is being burned off but is still alive. And what I've noticed that Team Plinger with two Ulurus, really great lineup right now, and it's pressuring Team DK, especially with only a Toxic and a Luna. Sure, it's a good two operators, but it's not gonna be enough. But going back in the decoding station, it looks like five man hopeless is gonna go for it. Will Entoy get that? But wait, Dragon is down?
Oh, Shino is through! Oh, Shino is through!
Whoa.
He was able to get the
Shino made
seize!
it through. But wait, FOC aiming for that mantle break. But Ricky here is really low. He's got that good position. Quite a bit of an open area. But while that was happening, DK actually got eliminated by Team Plenger. A great comeback coming from Team Plenger. But again, it's not going to be enough, because the decoding station is still at the hands of five man hopeless. FPS is going aggressive against five man hopeless. They're really not waiting for the time anymore. They're just trying to kill to get a free mandal break. I feel like that's the strategy of FPS. Maybe not really defend, but to try pick off players so that they could get the mandal break easily. So I'm not really sure, because right now they are dealing with two teams. We have five man hopeless and FOC Amunra trying to get that mandal break, but FOC is actually down to two players. So a bit of a problem for that team, especially for the second place team who wants to actually get into match point. But with 1 minute, will FPS actually try and get this mandal break and steal it?
Coming out.
Dragon sees Team Plenger, and Team Plenger is rushing forward. Oh, there goes Team FPS, managed to steal the decoding station, and we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes left. What do you think is gonna happen, Olu?
We'll have to see whether or not Team FPS is going to be able to defend their centrifuge area, because Team Planger is closing in. Of course, FOC is left with two players, but they can always do the rat gameplay where they will enter the fight very late, especially when they hear the gunshots being made by a lot of players. So they might just go in late, but as of for now, it's going to be the ED device gameplay. The Tempest is going to go out, of course, from five men hopeless, FOC Munra, and also FPS. But again, Team Planger has the lineup to delay everything, and they also have the position to go in. And Dragon actually comes in for the steal, but he chose not to. He chose to kill Team Planger. He gets it. He gets the kill onto Team Planger. Echo is down. Two players remaining. No one can try to make a revive onto Echo, it feels like, because he is too far gone. But it looks like he is actually going to be able to be revived, because the left side door of the centrifuge area is actually being protected by one of the teams. And on the other side, actually FOC Amura got the revive on their teammates. So this is going to be a full out 12-man fight. As we see Jailani coming in, trying to seize the mana break. It's taking a really long time, but he eventually gets it. Timer resets onto 1 minute and 30 seconds. Ricky still trying to look for the angles, but unable to do so. Another loitering munition goes out from Team Planger. trying to zone away the teams who's trying to get there. But oh my god, Pras
Ooh.
actually got the flag onto Pax, and Pax is down. 5-man also got Pras, and Pras goes down. Shino gets another one, gets a full kill onto Pras. So it's a 2v2 now onto 5-man Hopeless, and also Team FOC Amunra. A 2v2 situation happening. The pressure is being made by FOC. They need to be able to wipe one of the teams here. Because if not, FES is just going to come down out of Centrifuge. And try to take this. Rotary munition goes up. Gets tanked. Destroyed. Another pressure goes out. Shino left to 17 bullets. Try to revive his teammate. The incendiary grenade actually got stuck. The Molotov got stuck. Oh my god. So FOC is going to go back to 5 at all 3 feet. They are going to reset. While on the other side, Team Planger has 16 seconds on the clock. FPS has not made their move. Is this going to be another game number 7? We'll have to see. 5 seconds on the clock. Jailani is really close. Ricky tried to find the pick. 0 seconds. Team Planger actually extracted with that last round number 6. Mandel break. Trixie, walk me through what happened.
Everything is just going crazy because 5-man Hopeless got pinched over here by Team FOC. So they didn't have that opportunity to actually try and contest for that Mandel break. As for Team FPS, again, when they're trying to defend, they failed once again. And I don't know what happened. Is the EOD not enough? Or are they scared? Maybe they're not aware that 5-man Hopeless is actually facing a different enemy. That's why they couldn't go out. But the biggest question right now, Team Planger got that Mandel break. Puts them on second place with 37 points. 3 kills, Olu. They just need 3 kills to be on match point. And to be on the same level with Team FPS. Because FPS is wiped already. And it's quite shocking. Now, whoa! That loitering got Jailani by Entoy. And it looks like 5-man Hopeless is looking for some kills. But again, Team Planger, they just need a few more points. If they could survive this, they might actually join the match point. But it's not looking good because 5-man Hopeless would actually be finishing off a few players from FOC Amunra over there. And so it's gonna be a 2v2v2 situation right now. And we have Team Planger double Uluru versus 5-man Hopeless. So it's a bit of a really stressful environment right now since we have 3 teams
pressure,
with 2 players each. Yeah, so whoever whoever team gets the other member picked, it's gonna be a bad position already because it's already gonna be a 2v1 situation. So
Incendiary
bad
grenade.
position. Oh,
No,
gets
it's
that
burning.
incendiary. And Toy with a sneaky molotov tries to go for another incendiary. They're going for the kill. He's trying to check and push back Team Planger over there. Loitering coming from Tingo. But wait, FOC, will he get? Ooh, okay, a bit of a sandwich position for Team Planger over here. Brass pushing forward, gets pushed back
Echo.
by Team
That's
Echo.
dirty.
But wait, 5-man Hopeless back to 3 people. Oh my god, Olu.
My god, what is happening right now? 5-man Hopeless get onto the 3 people line up again. They are back on 3 feet and now trying to push out onto Nesta but unable to do so. Nesta still alive, trying to survive, trying to fend off this push coming out of, but FOC free red actually find the pick onto Nesta. 1 player remaining out of Team Planger. The last Uluru remaining alive. 5-man Hopeless back again with the 2 player right now, but unfortunately for Team Planger, they will be wiped off the map. Now 5-man Hopeless, of course, still have the Tempest EED device going on, so they are still in 3 feet. FOC, Pras, already being looked down by the other team. Antoy actually got the pick, but was delayed by Pras. Another crack. Needs to reset. And now one player from team 5-man Hopeless actually getting real low. Pax opening up the smoke, trying to isolate the fight onto Pras. But is still trying to take this real slow. This is going to be the last fight, ladies and gentlemen. Shino gets healed back up to full. Pax reloading his gun. Again, this is going to be the last push. Whether or not FOC can gain more kill points or 5-man Hopeless will take the kill points from them. 2v3 situation. And Toy, of course, being the brilliant man himself, get a lot of kills this game. Was able to reset multiple times. Was just immaculate game from team 5-man Hopeless. Even though Team Planger is actually the one who gets the medal, but still, nice shot out of free reign. We'll see. A drill charge goes out. Incendiary also burning free reign down. But again, he is able to reset. Another smoke goes out from 5-man Hopeless. 1 minute on the clock. The last push is coming. Pax trying to look for the isolation. Shino trying to push Pax. Goes down. Free reign left alone, needs to find a way to run for it and find a defensive position. Free reign trying to he gets one! He gets one! The free fire coming out from SR25 but unable to do so! He goes down and 5-man Hopeless will take all the kills from this game. What a game from 5-man Hopeless and Team Planger.
Yeah, it's true. But again, checking back on the point system, it looks like nobody got a match point already. So, pardon me for saying this, but it looks like Team FPS might have this group already. Because they do have that point lead. But the biggest question is, will they actually keep that point lead despite not being able to defend the Mandel bricks? Because next round we will be choosing between Space City or Brakkesh. And you know what, Olu, I will say this, if we ever get Brakkesh, we might actually get to see Doorman again. But actually the rest of the teams will also have another opportunity to use the other operators. But you know, it's gonna be fun if we actually get to see Brakkesh again. So it's a big opportunity for DK maybe, if they ever got Brakkesh. But again, the rest of the team still has a chance to match up to the points of Team FPS. Because FPS, what is going on? How are you going to get that number 1 or finish this group off if you can defend the Mando break? So that's gotta be a challenge for Team FPS to overcome in the future. Because again, the Mando break is really important here because it's one of the things that wraps the game up. And yeah, you get that kill, you get that loot, but if you can't defend the Mandel break, then it might be a bit of a waste for the rest of your efforts. Just like Team Onyx, who still, even though has a hard time trying to defend it, they still has that bit of a strategy and coordination to try and defend it off. But for FPS, yes, you got that good gameplay, but the biggest problem for them would be the decoding station. And again, Dragon is just wiping out the lobby. So let's see if Team FPS would be able to finish this off, or we might see another team climbing up the leaderboards. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Olu, a lot of teams are already at 2 digits right now. They're at 20 plus points. And if they get the Mandel break, that's like plus 17 or something. It's a really big
This is round
point.
number 7, so Mandel Brick will award you with 20 points. One single decode. So yeah, a lot of teams can still pick up the pace and actually raise underdog FEF if they get that Mandel brick on this last run, particularly on the number 2 and number 3 spot currently in the group. So we'll see whether or not the teams have their capability. Of course, talking about operators, all operators will be resetted as per usual. So they are going to be able to pull out some of those double Tempest lineup, maybe double Noxus, maybe double Lurus again. So we're going to
Mhm.
have a see to witness a full out brawl here on round number 7. But we'll save that for later because we're going on a little break. So we'll see you guys in just a bit.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Welcome back, operators, to the Delta Force National Championship Sea Region Season 3. And we are still your casters, Trixie, here with Olu. And Olu, we're at round number 7. What can you say about that?
I mean, I
Your
don't need to
face says
say
it all.
anything. Yeah, my face says it all. And I did told everyone that is currently watching on the beginning of round number, I believe it was round number 2 or round number 3, where I told you guys that I think Underdog FPS just don't know how to close the game. And so we are always going to go to round number 7 if Underdog FPS is in the group. And that is truly what we get. We get a full-on entertainment for you guys coming out your way with round number 7 is just around the block. So walk me through what happened to Underdog FPS that game. But they did get the chance to have that Mandel break decoded. But what happened?
I mean, like, around in the last minute, they did not go out. If I saw in the minimap, they're inside of the building. I don't know what was happening. Maybe it's because of the pressure coming from Five Man Hopeless, who was right beside them. They're probably guessing that, okay, wait, if I get out, maybe Five Man Hopeless is actually waiting for me. But in reality, Five Man Hopeless is actually dealing with FOC and can't actually focus on the Mandel break during that time. That's why Team Plenger on the ramps actually got that Mandel break. But for now, still Underdog FPS is in the number 1 leaderboard. Now the biggest question is, will we see another team get that Mandel break? And surprisingly, we're back at Space City. Well, a bit too bad for DK without getting that shield over there. But who knows? Because we're getting a reset on all of the operators. You know what I'm betting, Olu? Another double Uluru. Because
I
Uluru
think
is just
so.
a meta pick for this Space City. And judging from the leaderboard, yes, Underdog FPS is still number 1, but we have Team Plenger and FOC Amundra. If ever they got the Mandel break, which gives them 20 points, they have a possibility to actually reach Underdog in terms of Mandel break points and a few kills. So, um, Team Plenger and FOC Amundra, this is a big game-changing match for them if they actually get the Mandel break. But again, we still have Five Man Hopeless, DK, and the biggest question is what's happening to Team OG. What do you think, Olu, is happening to Team OG?
I mean, OG did not get a lot of chances this game. I think their rotation just got caught off really early into the game. Like last game, we saw them actually getting caught on their first rotation by Team Underdog FES, right? So that is just the story of Team OG for this week. gets caught in the first rotation, done. That's it. So it is going to be really hard for them to try to climb back up. But unfortunately, of course, even though they wipe the whole lobby and get themselves the Mando break at this round, I don't think it would be a huge matter. Sure, they can outthrow Five Man Hopeless and all the other teams, but it's going to be real hard. So I'm just guessing that one of the two top three teams is going to take it as the winner. It could even be Underdog FPS who wins, or all the FOC Amunra and also Team Plangar might take it, but they do have some work to do on Team Plangar and also Team FOC Amunra. For the other teams, they are just looking for that placement, so they might have some points to grab, especially for Team Five Man Hopeless, who wants to get onto the top two of the group this week to get themselves some points, get themselves 7 points to climb up that ranks, especially because they are on the top 6 on the global leaderboard, right? So they want to get that extra 7 points to actually can compete with all the other members above them. So I think we'll have to see what happens here. Of course, I want to see some fights getting thrown out by FOC Amunra because they are really exciting. Unfortunately, they got cut down in the middle. But of course, we are going to go ahead and enter our 7th round on Space City. This will be our 4th round in Space City and the 7th round of all the games on Group B. This is going to be the final game, whether or not Underdog FPS is
Double
going to take it. Oh, double Tempest. Everybody is bringing out the double Tempest. Say, everybody is bringing out the double Tempest tricks. Say.
Wait. I expected double Uluru, but okay, double Tempest and add a bit of an Uluru. That's actually a pretty good composition, but oh, Team Planger
Ooh.
Echo trying to pick up a player from Five Man Hopeless, but actually still survives that. It looks like that's a bit of a warning right now for Five Man Hopeless not to just cross quickly. And just like Team Planger, I feel like they know that someone is guarding them. So that's why they're still not crossing this early. So right now, it seems like the rest of the teams will be trying to make their way to the admin area carefully. So judging from the map, FOC, Five Man Hopeless, and Team FPS. OG and Team Planger are still at the back, and they're trying to make a bit of a playing safe. But wait, someone is down by an NPC. If I'm not
Again.
mistaken, someone is
Again.
down by an NPC again, and it's gonna be from Five Man Hopeless, but is back in the game. A bit of a step back for that. Still could make a bit of a comeback from that, but Five Man Hopeless here is pushing forward with Team FPS waiting on the other side. Does Entui know that Team FPS is there? Because FPS is making a lot of noise. So it seems like they're not really sneaky anymore. So it seems like FPS is not really the sneaky type of team, don't you think, Olu?
Yeah, I don't think they want to be labeled as the sneaky team because they want to kill everybody, and as we see, they got 31 kills up to this round number 7 and still probably will come up again. So they are going to add some of that kill points onto themselves, and the low trim munition actually comes out, while on the other side OG still trying to look for the loots at round number 7, ladies and gentlemen. And now FOC
Whoa,
Amunra
that's
is
fun.
going to take the fight to Black Chamber. Let's
Chamber.
go. Another Black Chamber decoding station is going to be used by FOC. Now we see actually Dragon trying to push to Five Man Hopeless, but
Oh.
unable to do so. He is going to reset himself. And now Five Man Hopeless is also going to try and push, but the delay is coming through. The incendiary grenade, loitering munition comes out, but did not connect. Able to be about
Whoa.
the jump shot from Shino. I mean, Shino also gets thrown back down, but able to reset. Both teams is trying to look for the reset. On the other side, though, And Toy actually trying to look for the flank. Pax trying to find the angle. Ricky was able to pick Hayes back up, so it's going to still be a 3v3. He's not been ended on the other side though. Jailani onto Zaazra. He actually gets down, and Free Reign actually gets a trade
He's
kill
gonna get him.
onto
He's gonna get
Jailani. Another one dead, and back up again. The double Tempest. They pick everybody's body up. Oh my god.
It's like the teams are just like, oh, you want to rush this? No. You're gonna play with 2 people now. It's really cheeky for these teams. And actually, it's a really good strategy. Once you get the
Oh my
kill,
God,
you
through
just
the
flip them
smoke!
off. But wait! Pimplenger sees 5-man hopeless. 5-man hopeless down to 1 player
Oh.
and gets eliminated by Team Player. Team Player is now on 40 points. You know, if they got the Mandel break, they could actually win the game. But for 5-man hopeless, I think that's gonna be a game over for them. But meanwhile, the game is not over for the other teams. We got Pras got QWERTY. 1 man down from DK, and the decoding station is still on the hands of FOC. FOC still needs some kills though, but the biggest problem for them is they're down to 2 players because Team Player stole their last player and I think they're carrying him around.
Oh
I'm
no.
not sure if I'm saying correctly. Oh wait, it's DK. They're trying to rest their
That's
third
DK.
player.
But they did
Yeah,
get the stall
but-
onto the player from FOC Amundra.
Yeah. And Pras will be going on forward. He's checking on in, making sure if any team is near the decoding station. Pretty safe push for Pras right now. FOC is in a good position. Again, we've seen FOC Amundra in the same position. We've told them it's a bad position because if you get pushed, you're gonna get trapped. So the biggest question is, can FOC still survive this with double Tempest? Yes, they do got that EOD, but the biggest problem is if one of them gets knocked down, I think it might be a game over for them already because it's gonna take a few seconds for the other person to get back up. But right now, 1 minute left, and Jailani from Team Player will be getting that Mandel break. And after they just stole 1 player, he'll be going on forward. But Viren will be coming back, and he's like, nope, that is still
Oh no,
ours."
another one.
But
Nesta
while that
is
was
coming in.
happening, Team Player, they're just passing it over. And Team Player actually took the opportunity. They saw that, okay, FOC is down to 2 players. I'm pretty sure they can defend it well, so they're going forward and getting that good position near the Mandel break. But the biggest question is, can they hold it off despite a lot of teams trying to push on forward? I heard some EOD systems getting dropped down. It looks like Team DK will be pushing on forward while we have Team FPS is right outside and they are aware
Oh
of
my
OG at
God.
the bridge. And FOC, Viren knocks down another player from DK. What a great defense from Team FOC again. I keep underestimating FOC in this position, but they are actually owning it. But still, the decoding is going for Team Player, and they still have a lot of time. 1 minute and 30 seconds. The rest of the teams are closing in. We have DK, Team Player, and FOC close to the decoding station. So these 3 teams has the opportunity to be either get the Mandel break or get wiped out by the other team because the top 1 team, Team FPS, is still outside. EOD system has been dropped down. Nesta knows Pras is coming in and he expected it. And will Nesta knock him down? Nope, it's Jailani who would be finishing it off. And it looks like Team Player might be taking this Mandel break. Wait, just wait. 45 points from Team Player. If they get this, they got 65 points, correct me if I'm wrong.
Another
And
kill.
they
Drill
even
charge
get some
everywhere.
kills. Kindly help me explain what is happening right now in the Mandel
I
break.
just
A
saw
lot of
4
teams-
drill charge coming out onto 1 player screen. I mean, that is what is happening right now, Trixie. A lot of things happening. Honestly, This is going to be a hectic fight because 20 seconds in the clock. EDD5 is going from two teams. Nesta, of course, going to try and defend. FOC, Free Reign actually coming down. FPS actually getting on to DK. Now the gunfight starts and now FPS is out. An instant kill on to Team FPS. But now 4 seconds on the clock. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and it is going to be for Team Planger. And Team Planger has won it. I think it would be theirs to take, and now Team Planger actually goes out. 2 players from Team Planger is trying to save revive, but unable to do so. So they drop down to 62 points. What is happening in this game? We'll have to see a tie happening between FPS and TPL. Oh my god, DK is still trying to get some kills, but again, the Mando brick has been extracted to the hands of Team Planger. So we will have to see a tie coming out from Team Planger and Team FPS because they are both out of this game. And now it's going to be the placement match between DK and FOC Amunra. If they could find these 2 kills onto FOC Amunra and the rest of OG, DK will come up to the 3rd position in the group, and so they will get some points. I think it will be a 5-point game if they will end up at the 3rd place, so we'll have to see about that. But again, there is too much happening in this. What's happening right now? EDD5 is actually being thrown out and Pras goes down, so he will need to reset. The push is trying to come out of Team DK. The shot goes out, did not connect. A reset trying to be pushed by Team DK. Another charge goes out from FOC Amunra to delay the movement of Team DK. They are not willing to push it once and for all. So they are just going to hold that back and try to reposition themselves while OG is actually closing by. So this is going to be the fight for Team DK and also FOC Amunra. It will be good if they could try and extract. But Prire, actually Papanjas finding that pick onto Team DK but unable to do so. OG, here's FOC above them. Is trying to look for the kill. Free Reign actually get the kill onto Free Reign. Freerhan actually get the kill onto Free Reign. Oh, I just realized that OG has not been highlighted enough. Free Reign got the Freerhan got the kill onto Free Reign. Okay, that's a bit confusing, of course, but we'll try our best, guys.
Oh,
Of course,
no.
incendiary grenade goes out, but the door was closed. The corner is being pushed by Papanjas, and Papanjas gets a kill onto Free Reign. Free Reign goes down. Another one is trying to get searched, and will Papanjas get the last kill? He will! OG eliminates FOC, and they got 16 points. Still not enough, but Free Reign actually drops down by Team DK, and Team DK got the kill onto 2 players from Team OG. Asphyxia is down. Papanjas is left alone. Papanjas actually gets a kill onto a Team DK, and another kill from Uror. So it is left to the last remaining player from Team OG, and they are all dead. I think, oh no, never mind. Another Tempest is still alive actually from Team OG.
Yep.
Freerhan is the last player alive. Okay, I'll give this one to you, Trixie, because oh my god, that was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, it is. And as I've mentioned, it's gonna be punishing for FOC if they keep holding that position. If they don't reposition again, they're gonna get squashed. And that's what happened to them. But right now, last man standing for OG
My
still
God.
gets to knock down a player from DK, a 2v1 situation. Spearhand doesn't have enough time. Can he still get a reset and heal up? I think he does have a few more seconds because it looks like DK is not pushing forward. But despite this, looks like DK will be securing that 3rd place already. But again,
Yep.
I'm really curious, who's our 1st place? Because Team Planger and FPS are tied. But wait,
Oh my god.
Spearhand really low.
Oh.
Managed to get a knockdown but didn't quite finish it off, and that will be it. Oh, what's happening? It looks like Qwerty won't be going for that rest. Maybe, just maybe
He
he'll be
wants to pull.
activating.
He wants to want. He wants
Yeah.
to pull.
he'll be still racking up some bit of a points to try and pull, because again, if you get to extract with all of your loot, that's gonna be plus points. So I think that's what Team DK is aiming for. Although there is a lot of loot for him to take home. Oh,
Oh,
that
satellite.
come.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. Free loot, free money for you, and free points. And I guess that's gonna be it for this group. And actually, I'm surprised on what's happening. Team FPS, what are you gonna do? I mean, sure, you gave us a pretty good gameplay, but again, in the future games, that's gonna be a big problem for you, because I'm not sure. It may be one of the thinking of Team FPS, like, let's rack up the points so that even though if we can't finish it off with the Mandel Brick, we can still have the score advantage. But turns out that they didn't get the other Mandel Bricks. They didn't manage to finish it off, which gave them a bit of a problem where the rest of the teams did catch up to their points. And right now, we still have Team Plinger tying up to 62 points. And it's giving me the chills on who would be getting to, or who would be the winner of this group. Because again, if you want to stay on that leaderboard, because this is the last game for these teams to keep earning points, because we're gonna be going straight to the main event where the teams are fighting out for the leaderboard to finally see who would be the winner. So some of the teams who might be avoiding each other is actually gonna have to be forced to battle it out. This if it, let's say that you're scared of this one team, so you keep banning them, but you know, in the end, you're still gonna face them in the top leaderboard in the future games. What do you think, Olu, of the future setup that we're going to see next week?
I mean, I'm looking forward to meeting FPS and also Onyx on top of that leaderboard
Mm-hmm.
facing each other, who keeps banning on each other. I would love to see that happening. I want to see them in a lobby where they want to fight off their way to find who is
Oh.
the true king of this game, especially for the mobile division. Of course, it's going to be a hell of a good fun. I know for sure we had a good fun here
Mm-hmm.
today, so what I'm expecting for the future is no more than funness. Of course, game 7 all through, and again, finals. We'll be having 10 games, guys. We'll be having more fun with you guys, because on the finals weeks, we are going to have that format where if there is no single team who was able to find that Mandelbrick decode onto round number 7, it will be prolonged onto round number 8 all the way to round number 10, where we have the cap on round number 10. So that will be very fun to watch. Trixie,
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm looking forward to see how this all these teams trying to fend off each other, trying to get every single points of their opponents. And I think we truly got a lot of entertainment out of this, and we see the progress being made by some of the teams. Of course,
Yeah.
not all of the teams. Yes, of course, team like OG is still kind of struggling, but Five Man Hopeless finding some of the kills was a huge improvement for me.
Mm-hmm.
FOC Amura also improves a lot for me. There's a lot of things happening all at once, especially in this Group B session. And we also have uh, information for our production. There will be no band picks anymore for the next week. There
Mm-hmm.
are going to be the because tomorrow, the next week will be the final. So it's going to be ranked up by the position of the teams currently. So that would be fun. we'll have to see the top 6 going against each other, which means all the strongest teams is there in the same group,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. How do you think about that, Trixie?
I'm very excited because we're talking about the best teams from these two different groups, because they might have some bit of advantages because they are avoiding the some of the teams that are on par with their strategies. But when we're talking about the leaderboard fights, the top 6, it's gonna be a bit of a lot of gunfights. I'm expecting a lot because these teams are not gonna play safe anymore. These teams need to go all out because, again, there is no ban or pick anymore. You're facing the best of the best teams from our previous week. So they've got to put their game on. And you know what I'm expecting? I'm expecting more bag strategies because this week they have already started it and we're gonna continue seeing it in the future. But yeah, despite the other teams, the 7 to 12 team, they still have a chance. They have to battle it out and prove that they are still worthy to uh, fight and try to climb the leaderboard. But for now, we're just gonna have to wait on who would be the winner. Would it be FPS or Team Player? And um, correct me if I'm wrong, but after the squad points, is it gonna be the medal or the kill points? I'm not sure because
The kill points.
yeah, kill points. And I pretty much think that Team FPS has that bit of an advantage. I'm not really sure because Team Player actually played well despite a bit of a step back in their first matches. You saw them from the bottom of the leaderboard climbing up to the second. So there is also a bit of a possibility for Team Player to actually win this group because, again, they want to stay on that top 6 so that it won't be a problem for them to battle it out with the rest of the teams. What do you think, Olu?
We'll just have to see what the production says about the final decision on to FPS versus Team Planger. But again, man, we have went a long way actually, Trixie, finding out the flavors of each teams, you know, from the mobile division, where you have teams who can finish the game like Onyx and Navi, and on the other side you have a killing machine like Underdog FES but couldn't finish the game. So we have teams who grown a lot, like the FOCs. Out of all of them, I think they are going to be the most exciting one to watch, and we'll have to see that in just a little bit. We are going to have a little break and we'll get back to you guys with the final decision and the final run outs of the groups for the finals.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conclusion of pick and ban phase of the Delta Force National Championship Season 3 week number 6, and this is going to be the last that we are going to see any of those, because we are going to go ahead to the finals week, which we are having in just a short amount of days. So the pick and ban phase has been done, Trixie. We saw a lot of dramas coming in, and of course, we have the top teams banning the top teams, but now they are going to go ahead to each other. But I want to take you back a little bit to all of the days that we have been through. Of course, you coming in pretty much new to the fray, of course, in the middle of what is happening. How do you feel being a part of such a great mobile tournament, especially in this DFNC SEA?
Well, it's a really great opportunity, and I'm really happy to be here because I also get to witness not just a team from my country, but also a team from the same region to also represent us from here at our region at SGPHMI. And we also get to see how different metas collide, and it just shows us that these teams can actually adapt in despite of the rule changes, and it just shows the reason why they're on the top, they're in this competition. So it's a really big opportunity, and I'm really grateful to be here to be witnessing all of that, because again, we've seen all of the gunfights through the ban and pick. Teams are avoiding each other, teams are trying to get the other team on their same group to get those points. But surprisingly, wow, this is what a great view, don't you think, Olu?
Okay.
All
Yep.
of the maps for Team Underdog FPS. And again, this team, Underdog FPS, is just showing why they were the champions in the previous season. Correct me if I'm wrong, Olu. They were the champions. And this, again, despite the rule change, they are still going for it, but the biggest problem for them right now would be how to end the game. So hopefully they could figure that out, because this is again the last day of, or the last week for the Bannon pick, because they'll be facing the top teams, the rest of the teams, which we will find out later after quite a few more visuals over here. We'll get to see who's our top six, because there's a lot of teams in question right now, because we've seen some other teams who did well in the early stages, but after the rule set, they did take a bit of a step back. But for now, here at our overall leaderboard for this group, it looks like we got two teams, as we've mentioned. Team Underdog and Team Plenger getting on that same total points, but their difference is in the total kills. We've Underdog managed to bag 31 kills, and I guess Olu, you already know who's bagging that. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, none other than Dragon. But of course, all of his other teammates take part on doing
Mm-hmm.
things for him. Of course, the covering fire is always good, and some of the pushes that is coming out of Underdog FPS feels like how other teams should try and imitate. Some of the push are crazy coming out of Dragon. I mean, Dragon is just the true fragger out of the team, but the other two has this feel to, of course, try to protect Dragon and try to refrag
Mm-hmm.
who when Dragon tries to jump, and that is just why Dragon is the MVP for this group, with 15 kills and also 12.41 million in the bag. And I think this just goes to show, by far for me, this is why Dragon is feared, especially in Indonesia,
Mm-hmm.
because the amount of kills when he gets to play is just overwhelming for the other teams. They got 31 points. He got
Mm-hmm.
15 of them. That means that's
Yeah.
just half of how much
How?
this team actually gets. So that is just, for me, a bit too crazy. And of course, we're going to see the top
Whoa.
kills. Of course, we are getting Dragon and also Ricky with that 12 kills, followed by QWERTY and Nesta on the 9 kills. And again, this two combo with Dragon being the fragger and Ricky also becoming some sort of a refragger, the one who jumps the second after Dragon jumps, Ricky will usually follow up. So I think
Yeah.
this two combination is just overwhelmingly OP in my sense, because their aim power is like equals to a lot of other players being, you know what, I think Dragon is, we have some other names of course in PC, but you can't really compare the two because the two have really different mechanics that you need to go through. But again,
Yep.
Dragon is just some next level stuff for me, Trixie.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Again, you don't want to mess with this duo over here. But of course, let's not forget their other teammate. We have Hayes, who is always backing them up and following them on the assets, is actually QWERTY, who will be joining as the top four. Again, DK did manage to survive in round 7, so they did get their loot points pretty high, which gives them that third place. Correct me if I was wrong,
Yep.
but yeah, it gave them a big boost. So, despite some mistakes made during a few rounds, they still managed to climb up the leaderboard and secure that third place. But again, a big salute to Team FPS for giving us a great game. I mean, honestly, this group is just making us jump out of our seats, from that Cineba in the Brakkesh to the steel to the Bagstrat. I mean, it's just crazy. What don't you think, Olu?
I mean, the rotations truly came alive. The desire for me to say on to all of these teams to find your rotation, try to cut off the rotation of other teams, and that truly goes to show that they could adapt to how the other teams are playing. One team might be, the most dominant team, but again, we saw underdog FPS couldn't close the game out because they were in a bad position. Or maybe the other teams have learned their mistakes and actually finding a better position, taking the better fights for themselves to get onto that Mandelbrick station and to try to seize the Mandelbricks and stay alive even longer. As we see a lot of the times in the past, we saw a full on lobby wipe until minute like what 1 minute remaining and nobody pulled the extraction lever yet. Nobody can get out of the map. Most of the time we saw that. But now on week 5 and week 6, we saw a lot of teams actually getting out. That means, for me at least, what I think that is the ability of these players to take better fights, to end the game even earlier, the fights earlier, how to catch off other teams on their rotation, so it may benefit you on to the Mandelbrick process. Seizing the Mandelbrick with one less team will truly help you out, because what we saw on the two rounds that we have here in Space City, where it was decoded on the black chamber, we saw a hell of a fight, and one less team equals one less a threat for your team, and that is what I love to see. That means progress has been done by some of these teams. Of course, some of these teams was not able to rack up as much points as the top teams, and that just goes to show where the power level is currently on the teams that are competing. But again, it's not like they did not rack up as many points as the other team. It's just that the points that they gathered alongside all the other teams are growing. So if we see endgame, we have like, I don't know, 19 points max at the bottom 3 of the group. Now we are seeing points exceeding 20, exceeding 30 on the bottom 3 of the group teams, right? So that means they can find those points. It's just about, are they lucky enough to not get caught by the other team's rotation? As we saw, like OG were not so lucky today because they got caught off by some other teams, maybe FPS, maybe DK. Sometimes it's 5-man hopeless, coming into the fray. So I love to see that teams are actually evolving and trying to be better. And that is what truly matters, Trixie.
It's true, because you get to learn a lot, because again, these teams are not just from the same regions. These teams are from different regions. There are some from Ola's region, there are some from my region, and again, the metas are just mixing each other up, and these teams are now learning from each other, which one of the greatest things that you could benefit from this kind of competition. And one thing that you guys can benefit is you get to learn a lot as well from these players. And who knows, that maybe the strategy you're witnessing right now, you could actually play it. Actually, I'm really curious and excited to try out that bag strategy if ever I would try and get a Mandelbrick on my next few games. But again, congratulations to the rest of the teams. You gave us all a good fight during the ban and pick. But it's now time to get serious, because we can't stay any longer in this ban and pick. We have to know who is gonna be the winner. So in the next matches, it will be witnessing the top 1 versus top 6. So again, whoever is in the leaderboard in the groups in the last weeks, they don't get to avoid the top 2 anymore. They have to face them right on. And judging from the different strategies of the teams, for me, my bit of a prediction is that Onyx is actually on a advantage right now since
Yep.
they do get to have some kills, have some loot, and what's much important and their advantage against Team FPS aggression is how to defend a Mandel break. So yes, Team FPS got that kills. They could also get the loot. The only thing they could have a big opportunity is to learn how to defend the Mando break because you can't finish a game by just going straight, playing all the rounds, trying to rack up the points. Of course, you want to end the game early to make it not tiring for you guys because, again, the easiest way is to earn 40 points, decode the Mandel brick, and that's where you get your ticket. Because actually, on our next match, we might actually get to see one of our grand finalists, or maybe actually the number one in this whole overall leaderboards. And whoever goes number one would go straight to the grand finals. I mean, who wouldn't want that? You don't have to go through the trouble of having to fight the rest of the teams again and again.
Yep.
So, moving forward to our group standing. Wow, what an unexpected group of out of points over here. We've got Onyx on number one, Team Player number 2, Navi Nation number 3, Underdog FPS on number 4, FOC Amunra in number 5, and number 6 is catching up Team
Woo!
DK. Earlier we've seen DK on number 7 and maybe that round 7 did help them. So
Yep.
that's gonna be a big push for them and did manage to overrank FOC Osiris, which was so close with 21 points as well. But for now, this is our group standing. You already see the teams who might be matching up with this in this next few matches. Although, what do you think of our top 6?
And the top 6 already explained themselves why they deserve those plays. Team DK with their perseverance. Of course, FOC Amunra, who I think is the most developed team out of all of these teams that are currently in the top 6. Underdog FPS, of course, with that one week that with they only play with 2 people actually dropping off some points, so that was very unfortunate. And I think it's just very deserving. And now, as we are going to see the final bracket for the
There we
Delta Force
go.
National Championship SEA Operations Mobile, we have Onyx versus Timplanger, Navi Nation, Underdog FPS, FOC Amura, and DK. While match 2 is going to consist of FOC Osiris, 5-Man Hopeless, Original Gangsters, Phantom Legion, and 3 Angry Men, and also EWG. So I'll be talking about that Onyx will go, the winner of match 1 will straight go to the finals, while on the other side we are going to have another match 3, and then from the match 2, whoever wins that will go ahead and have another chance to play in match 3. And out of that, the winner from match 3 is going straight to the finals, while the rest will go on to match 4, and the top 2 from match 2 will have another chance on to match 4. So that will be our final 3 that goes to the finals. So it is going to be a hell of a brawl. We have 4 match to cover where all of this team is going to try their hardest to gain that final spot. So we'll have to see, honestly, Trixie, how this teams how the games will play out. Again, I want to see those who are currently in the bottom 6 to have their time, of course, this week to find out what they are going to do, because there is no more group standings. There is no more points to be accumulated. There's only your position in your game. So you need to end in at least top 2 to actually win something. So we'll have to see how those pan out. But until now, man, I'm having a blast. How do you feel, Trixie, after all these long games, especially underdog
I
games?
mean, it feels very a bit of rewarding because you know, if you know that the team you're rooting for is getting some improvements, like especially, of course, obviously every viewer has a team to cheer on, and of course if you see them on the leaderboards you get a feel of relief. And actually it's rewarding for the other teams to finally see that giving their all during the ban and pick, because there is actually two options for these teams during the ban and pick. It's either you go all out or you get to feel them first at the very few games. But for Team Onyx, who did not take any more chances, they did go all out straight for them, and actually is turning out rewarding for them. As for the other teams, I'm really quite nervous for top 7 to top 12. I do want to talk about our lower bracket. We've got Osiris, Five Men Hopeless, OG, Phantom Legion, Three Angry Men, and EWG, who may have gone a bit of a step back, did not play pretty well. But again, these teams still have chances. And I'm so excited to see because, again, we're done with the ban and pick. We're going straight forward to the main event. And I'm very excited to see on who would be our winners. So hopefully you guys are ready. Make sure to please follow us on all of our socials to be updated on what will happen on the future stages. And how about you, Alu? Are you excited for the next future matches?
I mean, I'm having a blast, and I won't ending it pretty soon because we are going to go ahead to the finals next week, and we'll see you guys next week with more action of Delta Force National Championship Season 3. We'll see you guys next week. Bye bye. ありがとうございます。
emergency transmission from Hadawi, a Havoc nuclear engineer. Patching through.
This is AZ-3 facility. Reactor 2 has been sabotaged. Havoc internal forces can't handle this threat anymore. You're all I've got left.
Running blind on intel for the AL. But this region is at high risk of a nuclear incident. Keep the following in mind. Shoot, loot, then time to scoop.
The signal is clear. Take action. It's okay here. Not too cold.
Experiment 66 is projected to conclude in T-minus 3 hours. All units submit safety risk assessments on schedule.
I've got a reading.
No hazmat suits? Raise them!
Let's make it quick.
Enjoy the bomb!
So eager to die. Excellent.
I don't know what's happening